Our story takes place in a very ordinary modern city, in a very ordinary multi-story building. Our heroine walks into the apartment and happily announces at the door that she has brought fruit because she received her scholarship and salary. She adds that the fruit should be delicious, but she is dismayed when she hears in response that it's nothing to brag about. Her mother, sitting on the sofa and staring at her smartphone, says that the neighbor's daughter has already received the highest bonus from the company. Finally, she asks if the girl didn't buy the fruit at XX supermarket, as her brothers only eat from that store. Just then, the brothers walk in, announce they are ready, and the mother praises her darlings in an affectionate tone. They start getting ready to leave, and when our heroine asks where they are going, they casually tell her they are going to congratulate their grandmother. One of the brothers got into a prestigious university, and a gift has been prepared for him, but in general, it's none of her business. The girl stands at the door, and the last thing she hears is that if she's done, she should leave and take her fruit with her. She is, of course, very upset, but on the other hand, she is already used to her relatives behaving this way towards her. With these sad thoughts, she leaves her father's house and returns to her own place. She enters the same entrance where her neighbors were standing. She walks into her small apartment, and her mood doesn't improve, nor does the resentment that has built up over the years disappear. She thinks that if she takes a shower, at least her physical condition will improve. So she goes into the shower and turns on the faucet. After a while, having calmed down a bit, the girl leaves the bathroom and steps onto the creaky floor again. After closing the blinds, our heroine thinks that she has been an unloved child for many years, but has recently managed to move out. She plops down on the bed, thinking it's great that she found a job she can combine with her studies. So, she's a 23-year-old student who loves to read novels. Her favorite one is called Adoption Illusion, where she thought she was lucky to have adoptive parents, but it turned out to be an illusion. She picks up her smartphone, thinking that reading the new chapter of Adoption Illusion every night is her only comfort. The novel describes a father who loves his daughter, who is more precious to him than anything in the world. Her father and friends all love the protagonist, and the girl thinks that for some, it's just a novel about a child who brings healing. Remembering her relatives, our heroine also thinks that on a gloomy day like today, this novel will bring her comfort. She clutches her smartphone tightly. She doesn't understand why she isn't as lucky as the novel's heroine, why everyone hates her. With these thoughts, our heroine begins to fall into a deep sleep. Her hand loosens, and the phone falls. The last thing she thinks is how wonderful it would be if there were a world where everyone loved her. She desperately wanted the love of her family and friends. And at that moment, an unusual phenomenon occurred, and the gears of time and the world began to creak. The girl, dreaming of a better life, fell into a deep sleep, and when she woke up and opened her eyes, she realized what had happened. To her surprise, she understood everything immediately, as she had been reading romantic fantasy novels for several years. She realized she had been reborn, surrounded by an unexpected, medieval European setting. The room was decorated with dragons, and a huge painting of this majestic creature hung on the wall. After a short pause, our heroine went out into the street, stopped on the marble steps, and realized where she was. Before her was a palace, and yes, she was definitely in the world of Adoption Illusion. She remembered the original work. The novel described the life of the Item family, or as they were also called, the Dragon Clan. One of his ancestors, the head of the belted Item family, drank the blood of a black dragon through its seal and made a pact. From that ancient time, all descendants possessed truly powerful strength, but as usual, there was another side to the coin. The price for this power was high, and whenever control over their mana was lost, a thirst for killing would arise. In short, as a side effect, a chronic disease called berserk was passed down from generation to generation. To quell this rampage, the protagonist of the novel possessed a unique, purifying power, and her sunny personality, which could not tolerate injustice, became the savior for the Item family from their troubles. Our heroine thought that since she had come to this world, then, of course, she should become the protagonist. She walked along the window, thinking that since she had entered the world of Adoption Illusion, she could now enjoy a carefree life. Looking at her reflection, she saw that she had beautiful pink hair, just like all her relatives. Only happiness awaited her ahead, or so she thought, until she remembered the hair color of the heroes. In the original work, this family did not have pink shades, only pure black hair. And not just black, but darker than night, perhaps even with a raven's tint. The girl continued to look at her reflection in confusion, and she began to realize that something was wrong. Who was she? Could it be Ailen Item, the illegitimate daughter of a collateral branch, who was kicked out of the family for hooliganism? Thanks to her noble ancestors, she was lucky enough to remain in the family. But at the age of 5, something happened during the New Year's celebration. Then doubts arose about her origin, and in the end, she was kicked out, which was a real stroke of bad luck. Now, our heroine admitted that she had been reborn as a minor character in the plot of the original work. Thinking about why she wasn't the protagonist, the girl began to drink from the cup she had taken a few minutes ago. She took a sip, but the liquid was too hot, and our heroine burned herself so badly that her eyes almost popped out. The frustrated girl hung her head, and just then, the maid ran up to her, saying that it was probably hotter. The servant sat down next to her by the fountain and kindly suggested she wait a bit for it to cool down. A few minutes later, the girl finally drank the drink and the cookies floating in it, saying it was very tasty. Mila, that was the maid's name, said it was hot chocolate, and since the main house was short-staffed, she happened to be there and brought the cup over. Mila was her personal maid. She was a grateful girl who sincerely cared for Ailen in the original work. She taught our heroine the wisdom of this world, which was completely new to her, took care of her like an older sister, and helped her more than her own family in her previous life. Suddenly, it occurred to Ailen that the maid was in the main house, which meant some kind of festival was being prepared. Then it dawned on her that tomorrow was the New Year's celebration, and she choked at the thought. The girl was completely deflated. She didn't expect everything to happen so quickly, and the maid couldn't pull her out of her thoughts. It seemed that tomorrow was the day she would be kicked out of the village, and she was sad that she had ended up as a minor character. She bowed, thinking that since that was the case, she should leave, as she had no time to sit around here at all. As she ran, she shouted to Mila that she was going to the library and asked the maid to bring the rest of the chocolate to her room. Ailen quickly ran down the corridor towards the library. First, she needed to find a new place to live. She decided to choose the best one from the orphanages that had information. She could use her knowledge from the original work. Walking up to the right door, an interesting thought entered her mind. In the past few years, she had completely forgotten how short her legs were at 5 years old. Pushing open the door, she thought about the orphanage run by a great retired hero of the Demon War. As she took her first step into the library, the floor creaked softly and she froze in place. It wasn't just because of the sound. The person standing inside was clearly familiar to her, but for some reason, she couldn't remember who he was. She had read the novel with great interest, and now she couldn't believe she couldn't remember. The girl still stood at the door, not daring to move, afraid that an inadvertent movement would attract someone's attention. Lines from the novel surfaced in her mind. It was about how beautiful his hair was, as if it had absorbed all the darkness of this world. Then there was a description of his eyes. They shone with a golden light, as if honey was splashing in them. Standing in the library was the main contender for the position of heir to the Item family, said to be created by the gods, and his name was Arno. The young gentleman stood by the bookshelf, surrounded by a glow, and his appearance was unforgettable. She wondered what Arno Item was doing in the backyard, and he asked her if she knew where the book on holy magic was. She had a strange feeling that she was like an old computer that was loading very, very slowly. But what embarrassed her even more was that she couldn't take her admiring gaze off this character. Finally, her inner computer started up, and the girl, flirting sweetly, told Arno that the book was on the second shelf of the first bookcase. He looked at her very carefully, and she thought he didn't like any form of flirting, even in small doses. Then our heroine decided to pretend she didn't know him and walked along the bookshelf with a blank expression. Based on her memory of the novel, she approached the next cabinet, thinking that what she was looking for should be here. Sure enough, the book she needed was there. She took it and flipped through it, finding the necessary information about the orphanage. Her eyes lit up. Now she could find everything she needed, but not only was she immersed in reading, Arno was also reading the pages. After that, he straightened up and said that thanks to her, he had found the book, and although the library was large, she was very familiar with it. But when he asked what she was reading, she felt it was a trap question. She had encountered such traps in romance novels. She clutched the book tightly to her chest, thinking that she would be kicked out tomorrow anyway, so she couldn't be caught doing this. Ailen smiled brightly and casually replied that she was practicing recognizing letters. Arno had already turned to leave, but still told her that he didn't understand what all this meant, but sounded interesting. Then he turned sharply, spun on his heel, and walked towards the door, while our heroine also turned her back to him. She still held the book tightly, and suddenly a very strange feeling came over her, and the book fell to the floor with a thud. Her dress, baby shoes, and even her stockings lost the girl inside them, lost their support, and began to slowly fall to the ground. The reason Ailen's lineage was questioned, and why she was sure she was not a member of the item family. Our heroine looked at her paws, and thought that this was the root of all her troubles. The problem was that she was both human and dragon and couldn't control her transformation. So, she turned into a dragon in front of everyone at the New Year's party, because all the family members were gathered. However, she needed to turn back into a human, but she didn't know how. A daunting task lay before her. She was frustrated that she couldn't remain in human form forever, but she first decided to hide behind a shelf where she saw a ring. It lay on the floor, sparkling. She wondered whose ornament this could be. Our heroine picked it up with her paw and turned it over. It looked expensive, which meant it definitely had an owner. She frowned in thought, her dragon brows furrowed, which was all too familiar to her. She had seen it on Arno's finger. She still held the ring in her paw, and a mysterious smile appeared on her cute pink face. She was interrupted from her unformed thoughts by a noise at the door, and she listened. The dragon girl didn't see who came in, but she could guess it was Arno coming back for his ring. It was indeed the heir to the family, who had discovered the loss and returned to look for it. But the scene he saw when he came in surprised him. He didn't understand how the girl could be in such a strange position. He approached to speak, but couldn't find the words. The suspicious trembling of the dress gave him no peace. He felt a little uneasy when the dress started to crawl towards a shelf. He didn't understand what was happening, but curiosity got the better of him, and he cautiously approached and knelt on one knee. Something or someone was breathing heavily under her clothes, which piqued his interest even more, and then he carefully lifted her dress. Of course, Arno guessed who it must be, but the girl's behavior was too funny. Our heroine smiled at him with her charmingly childish smile, and then he asked what she was playing at. She knew very well that she was just lucky. She had managed to avoid being caught. She took out the ring and said she was picking it up. She quickly hid under her clothes, preparing for the worst, but luckily, she managed to turn back into a human in time. Now she needed to get out of this situation naturally. She held out her hands to him with the ring in her palm. Ailen said it had rolled under the shelf, but she had gotten it out and tried her best to clean it. To this, the heir said that the ring was very precious to him, so he had rushed back and thanked the girl. Then he gently stroked her head, adding happily that she had tried so hard that her whole dress was twisted. She decided to return the ring to him as soon as possible and then run back to her room. She thought that since he didn't like to be touched, it was better to give it to him in a way that didn't let his hand touch hers, and that's what she did. The young gentleman looked at his ring. It sparkled in his palm. He looked at the ornament with fascination for a moment and sincerely thanked the girl for finding it. The little heroine did not share his feelings. She had not yet emotionally recovered from the transformation that had just occurred. She really wanted to be alone in her room, so she got up from her knees and said that since that was the case, she would go. She quickly ran out of the library, while her interlocutor also began to get up from his knees. He heard her footsteps fading away and thought that for some reason, he liked this girl very much. He even found the idea amusing, but he couldn't deny that he was drawn to her. And our heroine, stomping her 5-year-old feet, rushed headlong into her room. The next day arrived, and one of the main events was planned, the celebration of the new year. The girl entered the main reception hall of the item family's main palace, where indeed all the family members were gathered. Everything around was dazzling, but she was worried about one thought, because according to the plot, Ailen would turn into a dragon in front of all these people. She thought it must be very scary, and now, of course, all of this would fall on her. But she comforted herself because she had prepared as best she could, and she clearly remembered the location of the shelter. Once again, wandering around the estate at night, she had gotten everything she needed, including money that might come in handy. Of course, it would be ideal not to turn into a dragon, but even if he did transform, he would go to the shelter with his supplies. With these thoughts, she continued to walk around the hall, and at some point, her attention was drawn to some commotion in the center. She was interested in everything, and she decided to get closer, and just then, they announced that the defender of the Empire, the 12th dragon, had arrived. From where she stood, she could clearly see Duke Morel Idem walking in, accompanied by his children. He was a stately man, well aware of his important position, and he confidently walked to the place prepared for him. He sat down in his chair, which was placed in the center of the hall, slightly higher, and said that now the celebration could begin. To his right stood his eldest son and heir, Arno, whom our heroine had already met. To the Duke's left stood two sons, Arno Killian and Cullen Idem. The elder of them said he was bored. She looked at Duke Idem and his descendants with awe and fear. Among the many family members, it was these who had inherited the most dragon blood. Just their presence in the hall enveloped everyone present in a kind of fear. Ailen glanced at Arno, but when he waved to her, she didn't even believe it was for her. A lady behind her asked her companion if the heir had really greeted this little girl. Despite what they said about her, she waved back before attracting too much attention. Sad thoughts furrowed the young heir's brow. He didn't like this part of the celebration. Just then, a man came out and asked for permission to read the first order, and the Duke allowed it. Then the man brought the document to his eyes, cleared his throat, and began to speak. He asked a man named Werner to come out and approach, and then a middle-aged nobleman, a little overweight, separated from the crowd. Werner came out, greeted the head of the family, and said that he planned to start a new research this year. Ailen knew from a novel that on New Year's Eve in the Duchy of Idem, all the people would gather with their families and state their plans for the year. At this time, Werner continued to talk about an unknown plant recently discovered in the eastern continent. He talked about how it could calm the mind and body and produce a unique scent. The Duke interrupted his speech and asked if he had not read the previous research materials, to which he replied that he had. Lord Morel also said, "Then why study a plant that has been studied for a long time?" Then he put his finger to his temple and asked if Werner had no brain. Then in a different tone, he added the word, though. He continued to question what else could be expected from a man who drank all his research funds in a bar. After that, he said angrily that he knew Werner had insulted women. He talked about his debts and used his family name as collateral. When the speaker began to deny it, the Duke's eyes burned with anger, demanding that he tell the truth. The head of the family demanded that he give a reason that would allow him to live, a man who had tarnished the family's name. Werner stammered, but couldn't say anything coherent in his defense. His legs were shaking, and realizing that he would not be forgiven, he fell to his knees and still began to beg for mercy. The original plot described how these New Year's gatherings were designed to bring all sins to light. When our heroine read the novel, she felt that Duke Morel really cared about the well-being of his family. At this time, the next person was invited, and our heroine began to pace uncertainly. Tears welled up in her eyes, and deep in her mind, a small voice whispered that she also needed to speak. The girl resisted. She felt that there were already a lot of people today, and maybe it wouldn't even be her turn. But that didn't happen, and her name was called, and she proudly walked forward, raising her huge eyes to the Duke. The Lord looked at her and asked what this fluffy thing was, and Arno asked him to call her by her name. Then the Duke leaned slightly in his chair and said, "Fluffy," then corrected himself and said her name. He asked her about her plans for the new year, and she thought she wanted to go to a good orphanage. It was hard for her to say her wish out loud, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Our heroine thought it would be better to turn into a dragon now, but unfortunately, things didn't work out that way. There was no more time to hesitate, and she took a few more small steps towards the Duke. Then, she hesitantly expressed her wish. She wanted to leave home, and she didn't want anyone to bother her. The master of the house looked at the girl in confusion and couldn't say a word for a while. He was so confused by her. Arno only smiled with the corners of his mouth, and a murmur of disapproval ran through the hall. The Duke finally found his voice and asked her again about leaving home and asked her to explain the reason. Our heroine said she knew the secret of her birth, and an inner voice screamed at her to stop talking nonsense. However, the Duke was very interested in her words, so he asked her to tell him what secret she was talking about. She smiled uncertainly because she didn't know how to describe in words what was happening to her. She remembered her university lectures from her past life and tried to turn into a dragon, but she was out of luck. She was not allowed to transform or finish her speech because a guard ran in and reported that a disaster had occurred. This was completely untimely news, as the New Year's meeting was in progress and at its climax. The guard reported that the floating mine had just collapsed, and several miners and the manager were trapped. When the Duke asked about casualties, the man reported that there were no casualties at the moment, but several people were injured. Lord Morel asked how to ensure their safety, and then glanced at our heroine. She was worried about her fate because it turned out that she had started something without finishing it, and was now in a state of suspense. At this time, the Duke stood up and informed everyone that they would hold the New Year's meeting again. But for now, everyone should remain in the family castle. After that, he sternly scanned the room, and everyone present fell silent, waiting for orders. Morel Item pointed to several people, thought for a moment, and added a few more. He said he wouldn't roar, but the aforementioned family members should wipe their necks until they shine and then quickly follow him. One of the chosen began to make excuses, but the Duke cut off all these attempts. A little girl stood in the middle of the hall, upset, while the adult men wiped their necks with handkerchiefs. But the Duke, in all this hustle and bustle, did not forget about her. He pointed at her, and she quickly responded. She felt that she also needed to wipe her neck, but she didn't have a handkerchief, and she said so. She was ready to sink through the ground right away, but it wasn't that easy. Ailen began to complain that she didn't have that thing, and then everyone present turned their attention to her. The men and women of the Item family looked at her with a mixture of sympathy and fear. Our heroine thought that she had clearly made the head of the family very angry, and it wouldn't look good if she completely broke down now. She turned her head left and right, glanced at the guard, then turned to him and made a request. She asked to borrow a handkerchief, and then added with some hesitation that even a used one would do. The guard reached for his handkerchief, and just then, several other people present also said they could help. The girl saw a hand reaching out to her, holding a handkerchief with a funny heart pattern on the edge. This simple human support moved the little girl so much that she could barely hold back her tears. She took a deep breath, straightened up, and began to reach out her small hand for the offered handkerchief. But just then, the tip of a sword flashed. The guard's hand was empty, and the girl heard the Duke's words. He cleared his throat and said that she had not received any instructions, but the next meeting would begin with her. The Duke added that he just wanted to ask her to gather her thoughts. She said she would die, and the patriarch replied that a fluffy creature like her was not even worthy of feeding cattle. Our heroine asked, "Grandpa, where are these people going?" He first replied that it was none of a little girl's business. Then he remembered the whole question, along with what she had called him, and looked at her again. He asked her what she had just said, and she began to list all her questions, but he kept saying that wasn't it. Now it dawned on her that she had accidentally called him Grandpa, and she thought in horror that she would surely be deprived of her life for this. She thought she might be annoying him, and to get out of the situation with dignity, she decided to smile. After all, a smile would not be met with hatred. So that's what she did, and then she said the word Grandpa. Ailen did it so naively and innocently that the Duke was even a little taken aback at first. Then he collected himself and asked her to say it again, because he still didn't understand the meaning. Under his stern gaze, she slowly said Grandpa, syllable by syllable, and when he heard the word, he frowned. Seeing his reaction, she asked if maybe that wasn't it, but he didn't have time to answer her, because the guard reminded him of the mine. He turned sharply and waved his hand, but as he walked away, he addressed her as if she were a fluffy creature. He told her that at the next meeting, he would check everything thoroughly and advised her to be prepared. She repeated his advice in her mind, and her soul sank to her heels. She didn't know what would happen. Several hypotheses about her future fate flashed through her mind. One of them was that she would definitely die next time. And so, the celebration ended in chaos. The next day, she went down to the park. The birds were singing, but she didn't hear them. The girl sat on a bench by her favorite fountain, but its gurgling did not calm her soul. She tried to find some way to escape the estate and go to the orphanage, but to no avail. The worst part was that she couldn't stop thinking about yesterday's celebration for a minute, and she had done a lot of work. So she sat on the bench, wishing she could become smaller than she actually was, or better yet, disappear. But then a paper ball fell right next to her hand, and at first she thought it might have been blown by the wind. She turned it over in her hand and then heard a whistle. Then she looked up and saw another one flying towards her. She managed to dodge it. She didn't want it to hit her in the eye, for example. Of course, she became interested in why the paper balls were falling on her, and then she heard the boys' voices behind her. One of them, calling her a crybaby, loudly asked why she was sitting here alone, since she had no home and no friends. The girl didn't like the nickname. She frowned, and the boy continued, saying they could play with her. But the condition was that she'd pick up the ball that had just flown towards her, but she decided to ignore the bullies. Our heroine was used to it, but the boys were really worked up, and the main bully shouted that she hadn't learned anything at home. Another asked in surprise why, and the bully replied that this girl had no parents. Hearing that one of them was forbidden by his mother to play with such children, Ailen turned her head and saw a large stone. The first hooligan did not calm down. He replied to his friend that that was exactly why they were going to play with her. We discussed in private the fact that our heroine had no home, no friends, and no parents. When asked what that was, the bully said that apparently it was only the secret of her birth, and the boys all laughed. The second boy wiped away the tears that had flowed from laughing so hard, fell silent, and then pointed behind his friend's back. He told him to look back, but the former was too focused on his own joke to react immediately. However, seeing his friend's stunned faces, he said, "What's there?" and turned around. Behind him stood a girl, her eyes burning with dragon fire, holding the stone above her head. His eyes widened in surprise, but the surprise turned into silent fear. The bully managed to dodge, and the stone fell next to him. Then he shouted that he would tell his mother everything, and she would have to pay for the damages. She rolled up her sleeves and replied that it was better to have no parents than to have them and grow up to be such hooligans and idiots. The boy was not happy with her words. He was ready to retaliate, but another suggested he leave her alone. He added that it was often said of such people that you never know what will happen, because the only thing they have is their life. Our girl reached for the stone again, and had already grabbed it with her palm when she heard them say they thought she was strange from the beginning. She lifted a huge boulder and said that they were the pathetic ones, because they couldn't even learn the word damages. The boys scattered, and she threw her weapon of revenge on the ground with a thud, raising a cloud of dust. She looked sadly at the stone, and new sad thoughts were added to her old ones. The word pathetic really hurt her, and Ailen repeated it over and over, as if it made any difference. She remembered her past life, how people said it was a shame for her to walk around in such a decent school in such clothes. One of her brothers once told her that all his friends felt sorry for her, and the second brother said he was ashamed to face his comrades. Then her mother's words came to mind, that the house price had doubled and was still rising. Her mother said on her smartphone that her sons were all fine and mentioned that they had bought her a house because she had given birth to 2 boys. Of course, he would send his sons to a prestigious university, but he didn't know what to do with his daughter. Maybe she would have to live in a dormitory. Our heroine remembered the story of the ugly duckling. After all, such stories don't appear for no reason. Her father ignored her, her mother was indifferent, and her younger brothers treated her no better than their older brothers. All the best things always went to her brothers, and all the family troubles were rightly blamed on her. So that's how it was. She was superfluous to her family, and if there was a quarrel, it was on her conscience. But these were memories. Now she stood on the park path, next to the fountain, clenching her fists nervously. She was on the verge of tears from resentment, because even after ending up in a romantic fantasy novel, she had become a minor character who was about to be kicked out of the house. Suddenly, a cat appeared next to her, and its meow brought our heroine out of her stupor. The girl sat down and looked tenderly at the animal, sincerely inviting the kitten to be friends with her. The girl stroked its head and said she would talk to it sometimes. But sad thoughts descended on Ailen again. She thought, what if the boys really complain and she has to pay damages? The cat was very affectionate and purred constantly, so the girl thought she could take the animal and take care of it. There was a rustle in the grass, and the cat turned its head there and listened. The girl also became alert. After a moment, the cat quickly jumped to the side and then disappeared into the thick grass. The girl was left alone again, thinking that even such a cute kitten had abandoned her. But this didn't last long. A few minutes later, there was a rustle, and her new friend came out surrounded by a group of kittens. They were all cast from the same mold, very similar to their cat mother, and the girl realized she had a family. She looked affectionately at the cat licking its children and quietly noted that they were very close. This thought made her sad again, and she began to think about her unfortunate fate again. But the kittens were playful, so one of them ran up to her and started playing with her. Shoelaces. Our heroine's mood improved a little, and she smiled, but it was time for her to go back. The girl thought she was tired and also wanted Mila to bring her some pudding. She didn't know yet that fate had a new twist in store for her, just as she didn't know she was being watched. Arno stood at the high window and saw the whole scene that had just played out. He thought she would cry, but what happened next was something he would never have expected from such a little girl. As he watched her slouching down the path, he thought it was strange that she was reading a book about orphanages. After all, usually those born in the Ailen family, most of them would cling to their origins to the end. He thought it was unusual for an illegitimate daughter of a collateral branch to suddenly want to leave. From their first meeting, she had intrigued him. There was something about her that attracted him. Arno, half jokingly and half seriously, decided to test her, and he took off his ring. When he left the library, he quietly threw it on the floor. She couldn't see it because her back was turned. He went out, closed the door, and if she hadn't picked up the piece of jewelry, it would have all ended there. The heir then stood at the door for a while, although to be honest, he wasn't expecting anything special. I remember her bright smile when she handed him the lost item, saying that she had seriously wiped it. This little girl radiated light, and no one would have doubted that she had really gotten the ring from under the shelf. But the most surprising thing happened next, when she held out her small hand, turned it over, and let go of the ring. At that moment, the air between their hands sparkled, and it felt like magic was swirling around them. The energy that emanated from the ring at that moment clearly indicated the immense power the girl possessed. Arno smiled at these thoughts, because despite her abilities, the little girl still wanted to leave home. He thought that since he was curious about something, maybe he should reward her. He also thought that he would definitely punish those boys, because they were not well brought up at home. A week passed. In the main house, everything was ready for the New Year's celebration again. Since the past had stopped at our heroine, we decided to continue with her. The Duke asked her to explain her reason for wanting to leave home and to tell him the secret of her birth. She felt embarrassed. There were more people in the room, as if everyone had gathered to watch the next episode of their favorite TV series. She comforted herself in her heart that everything was fine and she had everything ready to go to the shelter. Ailen began to speak, but another voice told the whole assembly that the truth was she was his daughter. She began to repeat after this voice, but suddenly stopped. Nothing was going according to her plan, and then a man approached her. Our heroine looked up and saw Arno standing next to her, and heard him suggest that she speak properly. He smiled gently and prompted her with the right words, which sounded like this: "This is my dad." This was a completely unexpected turn of events for her. At first she was confused, then she smiled and blinked. A thought flashed through her mind like a bullet, saying that with such words, she would be lucky to see the next dawn. In the original work, Arno Idem was a terrible hedonist. He never did anything that didn't bring him pleasure. Until now, I got everything I wanted, did absolutely everything I wanted without exception. After having his fun, he always broke his toys so that no one else could take them. Therefore, our heroine thought that if she wanted a peaceful life, she needed to stay away from the heir. During that long pause, someone could be heard pacing at the other end of the room. The young Duke continued to smile at her. She looked at him and thought that maybe it was already too late. She had already caught his attention. Whispers began to spread through the hall, and then the Duke demanded silence. He was ready to speak. The Duke said in a heartbreaking voice that now was not the time for indecent jokes, and he shouldn't do that. Arno shook his head and happily retorted when he had ever tried to prove himself. The Duke was already starting to get angry with his son, but he continued in the same happy tone, saying that he was just taking care of his daughter. Our heroine looked askance at the heir, thinking that he was probably joking. She just needed to say the secret and leave. In fact, no one was paying attention to her anymore. Now, a real battle of giants was taking place in the arena, and she shouldn't interfere. And she still couldn't squeeze a sound out of herself. But Arno continued to speak. He told his father that if he didn't believe him, then he should just ask his daughter. The young Duke whispered to our heroine that Grandpa was old and therefore suspicious, but he heard it and made it dissatisfied. Comment. The girl understood that Arno was lying, but he continued to persuade her. He asked her to tell him who she was to him. This was a completely unusual situation, and the girl didn't know how to get out of it. No sensible thoughts came to mind. She looked him straight in the eye, and some force pleaded with her to agree, so she decided to do so. She turned to face the Duke, pointed at Arno, and calmly announced that this was her dad. The Duke finally lost his temper and shouted that his son couldn't sit still and was now involving other people's children. He added that he shouldn't be treated like a fool, and in general, why was it necessary to drag this fluffy thing in, pointing at our heroine. The audience began to murmur that last year there was a boy who didn't even last 4 months before being kicked out. Now there was another daughter, and someone even bet that she wouldn't last 6 months, and a man gave Ailen no more than 2 months. She thought about how, in the original work, Arno used people like chess pieces and despised them. It was the same when he became the protagonist's adoptive father. But when people didn't like her, they switched to a business relationship. The girl heard people say they felt sorry for the child, but when he was done playing, he gave so much money that you could buy a small island. Another said, "What's the use of money? All the sufferers wanted to stay that didn't need wealth." She also heard that he seduced people with that face, as if he was ready to pluck stars from the sky. Suddenly, a completely brilliant idea came to her mind. Who would have thought of such a cool part-time job? If she could hold on here for 6 months, then she could easily buy herself an island and live a happy life. Having made up her mind, she looked at her adoptive father again, and suddenly it occurred to her that maybe he was a good person after all. However, the war of words between the Duke and his son continued. Arno suggested that his father get some fresh air if he was not satisfied with something. The girl still stood there, her head held high, watching intently. After he finished speaking, the young Duke looked down at his lovely daughter and said that this was his plan for the year. He put his arm around her shoulder and added that he would be a good father to his daughter, and they had been reunited so late. Then, as if she were a feather, he quickly picked our heroine up in his arms, and she didn't even have time to gasp. But the Duke insisted. He shouted what a good father he was. He was also a useless son. Then Arno asked his father not to shout so loudly, so as not to scare the child, and the girl thought that he was hiding behind her again. Our hero rocked the child in his arms and said that Ailen was not afraid of her grandpa, especially when her dad was protecting her. Our heroine, without realizing it, suddenly said that she was not afraid for that reason, but simply because her grandpa was really cool. Seeing the faces of her grandpa and new brother, she put her hands on her chest. She didn't want to upset anyone with her actions, so she very kindly asked her grandpa not to be angry. Ailen put all her inner strength into these words, and it worked. The Duke replied that no one was angry at all. He also said that he was definitely not angry, but his 2 grandchildren were discussing this behind his back. After that, my lord stood up and informed everyone that he had had enough for today. He couldn't take it anymore. Then he added that everyone should write down their plans and send them to him, and today's meeting was over. Voices were heard in the hall. The Duke was already heading for the exit, but he turned around and told his son they would meet soon. My Lord Morel walked, quietly muttering to himself. This evening was lively, and his grandson advised him to be patient. Arno looked at his lovely daughter, who was still sitting in his arms, and told her they should go too. She looked at him with wide eyes. Everything that had happened had deeply shaken her soul. He carried her through the corridor, and she thought that the New Year's meeting was over after all, and she had become Arno's fake daughter. She was anxious and didn't understand where he was taking her. She found it strange, because he didn't like to be touched. Ailen thought that when they left the reception hall, he would immediately throw her away like an old toy. But everything was the exact opposite. He walked carefully so that she wouldn't shake while moving. He treated her so carefully, as if she was really very precious to him. She thought that it was probably because of this behavior of his that everyone was constantly pestering him. However, she continued to convince herself that she was sure she was just his new toy, a minor character who just needed to behave well until the end of the game. She decided to remember deep in her soul who she was, because to avoid mental trauma, one cannot have any hope. Although she was sad that fate was so unfair to her, Ailen promised herself not to have any hope, but she couldn't resist the emotional impulse and snuggled tightly against her adoptive father. He felt her whole body press against him, her small head resting on his shoulder, and he smiled. Another day of her new reality had arrived. As usual, her new father came to wake her up. Arno sat on the edge of the bed and reached out to stroke his daughter's head. He stroked her, and she, without even opening her eyes, greeted him, thinking to herself that he had come too. It was the same today. The part of her that still remembered she was a 23-year-old girl saying to her that he was very handsome. It had been a whole week since that fateful day, the New Year's meeting. That day, Arno Idem had brought her to his castle and given her a magnificent room, as if it had been specially prepared for her. He also came every morning and personally took care of her breakfast, and now he told her that the meal was ready. He handed her a tray and told her that today they had prepared a light soup and fresh bread. He tried to feed her personally, which made her a little uncomfortable, and her soul ached deep inside. Arno sat with a moved expression, watching the girl devour her breakfast, and he couldn't even guess what she was thinking. The young duke asked her if she would refuse some kind of gift today as well. With her mouth full, she thought that he asked the same question every day. Did he really like giving gifts that much? Considering that he had promised to bring Mila, she thought it would be better to ask him for money, even though it was very businesslike. Having made up her mind, she told him she wanted an account, and he clarified that she meant a bank account. In this world, a bank account had a different meaning, and the monetary system was controlled by a magic tower. They didn't create passbooks for account holders, but rather the safest safe in the world. It was protected by a triple magic and a perfect shield, and only the account owner could access it. Of course, Arno acted as if he was going to pluck the stars from the sky for her, but for 23 years, she had been an unwelcome guest. She remembered that she had had enough of this false love. She thought that although he pretended to care for her, he still hadn't written her into the family tree. Arno clarified that he could just give her money, and she replied that she wanted to save it. The girl didn't ask him for anything. It was just a show, and he was a model dad who doted on his daughter. She was a minor character who asked for nothing, hoped for nothing, and just quietly waited to be kicked out. Her mature soul told her that it wasn't worth being a walking ATM, so when she was homeless, it was better not to have cash. This request from a little girl made the new father think deeply. Ailen sat on the bed, holding her breath. She was all attention. She was waiting for his decision. He looked at her, squinting slightly, and then said that it seemed his little daughter was only thinking about how to leave her home. After these words, he slowly stood up and told her that opening an account was not a difficult matter. Since that was the case, there was no need to delay, so he held out his hand to her and suggested they go right away. She was relieved, but still couldn't believe he had agreed so easily. She expected a catch. After a while, they were already on the street. As is often the case in big cities, there were a lot of people around. Our heroine looked around happily. She was dressed in the best and most fashionable clothes in that world. The girl was out of the castle for the first time, and she was interested in everything, especially since it was more surprising than she had expected. Her adoptive father liked her happy look and pointed to a toy store, suggesting they go in. She waved her hand and replied that it wasn't worth it because she had never played with toys, so the bill was enough for her. Our heroine, neither in that life nor in this one, had any connection to toys, so she didn't even know if it was fun to play with them. She certainly didn't say it out loud, but the young duke still found it strange. He had never seen such a child before. He didn't understand why the girl didn't want toys, but he didn't argue. He just picked her up and smiled. He carried her towards the toy store. He hoped that when she saw them, she would definitely choose something. A minute later, Arno had already opened the door. He saw that the girl was smart and very polite. That's why he told her this when he put her on the floor, and then added that she had no desires at all, which worried him. Just then, a man ran into the hall and was about to scold the buyer for the open door. But when he saw who was in front of him, he fell silent. When asked if he was the owner of the store, the man replied in the affirmative, and then the Lord threw a bag of money into his hands. Then he said that there were 50 gold coins there and asked for all the toys in the store to be given to him. The owner looked at the gold coins in shock, and our heroine protested because she really didn't need toys. Ailen looked at Arno, thinking that he didn't know how old she really was, so he was making such a ridiculous suggestion. When she refused to choose a toy, he was ready to buy the whole store, and she had no choice but to go and pick something. That world had magic, so there were a lot of magical toys around, some of which were downright weird. Arno suggested that our heroine buy the whole store so as not to suffer, but she firmly decided to choose something. She would rather take the money than get a bunch of unnecessary and useless toys. But there was no way out. The girl walked around the store, and then a counter caught her attention. After taking the toy, our heroine returned to the men and showed them the selected product. The young duke sat down and asked in surprise, "Really, just one doll? You might get tired of it quickly." The girl replied no and brought the toy closer to her new father's face. Arno asked if it was really a tiger, and she smiled and said slyly that it was a little tiger, and it was very similar to its dad. The little girl hugged the toy tightly and spun around with it, saying that she liked this one the most. Our hero was even a little surprised at first, and the owner and the saleswoman gasped in unison. Then he smiled and said kindly that if his little daughter even liked a toy that looked like him, then there was no way out. The young Duke didn't look at the owner and asked how many of these toys were left, and the answer was that they were all on the shelf now. The man added that these tigers had only recently been received, so they were the first buyers. Then Arno snapped his fingers. He said, "Great," and that he would take care of the rest, and at that moment the counter burst. It caught fire. The owner didn't immediately realize what had happened. He turned around and saw that there was a fire behind him. The terrified owner clutched his head and shouted that there was a fire, and then began to lament that such a promising new product was burning. He demanded that they quickly bring water to put out the fire, but Arno threw him another bag of gold and told him not to make a fuss. He picked up his daughter and walked towards the door, and after already opening it, said that the fire would go out on its own after burning the toys. He paused for another second and added that it would be better not to sell this new product anymore. After saying that, at least because he was so generous, the people in the store were no longer listening to him because the money was sparkling in the owner's hands. Realizing how much money he had received, the owner ran out into the street after the gentleman, fell to his knees, and began to thank him. Arno paid no attention to this. He looked at his daughter and said that now only she would have a toy similar to him. Then he kindly asked her if she was satisfied with the purchase, and the little girl, so as not to upset him, replied that she was very satisfied. To be more convincing, she added, "Thank you, Dad." Behind them, the fire in the store slowly went out. Our heroine's new life in her new world continued, and now a pudding was on the table in front of her. She also heard her adoptive father's words, telling her to open her mouth. He fed her with a spoon, as a good father should treat his 5-year-old beloved child. The pudding tasted excellent, but she still didn't understand why she had to eat it right here and now. The Item family had a tradition of holding regular meetings twice a week. This family owned many businesses, including the largest military enterprise, so business issues were discussed at these meetings. Of course, all relatives had to be present because very important things were discussed here. This time, Duke Morel's tension reached its limit, and he loudly slammed his fist on the table, asking his son what he was doing, to which Arno replied with a blank expression that he had come to the meeting, although it was now his daughter's afternoon tea time. Ailen thought that at this rate, the Duke would hate her and kill her sooner, and his son would get tired of her and kick her out. To ease the atmosphere, she said she would be a good girl and not eat the pudding as long as Grandpa didn't scold Dad. The Duke's eyes flashed, but she always had a calming effect on him, so he said she was not at fault for anything. He also said that the fluffy little thing was right about everything and added that she could continue to eat the pudding as much as she wanted, even 10 or 20. Then Arno said, "Eat, dear daughter," and handed her the next spoon, but the Duke was not happy with his son's behavior. She continued to enjoy it, although deep down she knew that now was not the time and place to eat pudding. But she was allowed, so after eating, she told everyone it was very tasty and thanked her dad. All eyes turned to her. Then the Duke asked his entourage to pay attention. He asked them how the weapons they planned to export to Krotov were progressing. The people present tried to pull themselves together and answer to the point, but their attention still returned to our heroine. To stop any unnecessary glances, Arno put his hand on the girl's shoulder, and then the meeting returned to the workflow. They talked about the fact that there was a shortage of necessary materials, but the air continued to look threateningly at the people present. Everyone was afraid to look in his direction, so they began to discuss that the more floating stones they mined, the worse the quality became. When Ailen heard the Duke question about exploring new mines, she opened her mouth, ready for another portion. Then she remembered. Floating stones were one of the most important materials in this novel, and as the title suggests, they were a natural resource. Of particular importance was the decisive moment when the protagonist discovered the entrance connecting the floating stone mines. Most importantly, this entrance was in the mountains not far away, and these mountains were the territory of the Duke of Item. Of course, the question was how the heroine ended up in the mountains, but it was all because she had collected all the luck in the plot. However, now everything was different because our heroine had read the novel and knew everything described in it. In addition, she had to have at least one way to prepare for Arno's whims in order to save herself. Ailen mentally apologized to the yet-to-appear protagonist for her yet-to-be committed actions. She turned to Arno with a completely innocent look and asked him to explain to her what floating stones were. He replied that they were useless stones that could fly in the sky, but if they were mixed in small quantities with steel, they would lighten the weight of the weapon. But she knew they were not useless at all, because soon they would become something that would change the course of the war and become the cause of a revolution. Lord Morel heard her question and asked her why she was asking. Then she replied that she had seen such stones. Our heroine said what she thought was important, but did not expect such a reaction. The Duke slammed the table again. With this blow, the table broke in two. Then Ailen thought that this was the power of dragon blood, that even such a sturdy tabletop could not withstand it. The Duke stood up and looked at her menacingly, saying that he had not misheard. She had seen stones floating in the sky. His voice made her uneasy, and she literally clung to her adoptive father. Literally a moment later, one of her confidants was standing next to her. He bowed and asked if she had really seen the stones. Another half a minute later, everyone was surrounding her, asking where exactly she had seen the floating stones. The young Duke said dryly that everyone should step back 10 steps, and then everyone was taken to that distance. He added that when talking to his daughter, they must maintain this distance. Lord Morel pushed aside his confidant, approached, and personally asked the fluffy little thing if she remembered where she had seen these stones. Our heroine had no intention of hiding this information. It was also important for her to reveal the location of this passage. She said she clearly remembered where, and that she had seen the stones in the mountains behind the estate. The Duke couldn't quite believe his ears and asked again, which mountains exactly behind the castle. Then she held out her small hand and pointed out the window, where against the backdrop of the park, the mountain peaks sparkled. The Duke walked to the high window, still not believing in such luck, and said, "Could the floating stones really be so close?" A heated discussion began. Someone said that maybe the girl had confused them with other mountains, but those mountains had not yet been explored. My lord drew the line, saying that in any case, they would not lose anything by sending people there for an inspection. The room became noisy. This was unexpected news, so the whole family had something to discuss and decide. Arno stroked our heroine's head and smiled, thinking that it was surprising how much she knew. He continued to stroke her, and she looked at him, but even if she wanted to, she couldn't tell him her biggest secret. There was a noise at the door. They were looking for the master of the house, and then a breathless messenger came in. He immediately went to Lord Morel and began to whisper quietly in his ear. Our girl couldn't hear what he was saying, but she heard the Duke's words about his daughter being in such a place. Informing everyone present that today's meeting was over, the master of the estate quickly left. After he left, the remaining people began to talk about various things, and Ailen heard about the not-so-good expression on the Duke's face. Our girl had something to think about, because if this was the protagonist, then she had appeared faster than she had expected. Ailen childishly put her finger in her mouth, and thought that if the protagonist appeared now, she would be forgotten immediately. The heir said thoughtfully that sometimes he had no idea what his little daughter was thinking. It was getting late, and he stood up, still holding her, and walked toward the exit. The fragments of the tabletop crunched under his shoes, and he said he wanted to introduce her to someone tomorrow. She asked with interest who exactly. Then he replied that everything has its time. She smiled and thought that what was really interesting was what was really on his mind. It was already late at night outside. The moon was hiding behind the gathering clouds, but the stars winked at her cheerfully through the window. The young Duke settled his daughter in and asked her about the pudding before bed, whether she liked the taste. She liked the dessert very much, and Arno told her that she could always ask for more, and he would give her more. But soon this show would be over, and when the protagonist appeared, she would go back to being a minor character. Looking at her adoptive father, she thought she was ready for anything and had a good plan. They wished each other good night and sweet dreams, and then he returned to his room. Although she was prepared for the upcoming events, she was still a little sad, but she promised herself not to cling to him. She saw a beautiful castle and asked her dad if it really belonged to her. The father replied that, of course, the butler, personal maid, and the rest of the servants would obey her. She felt good in her heart. She thanked her dad, and just then, he handed her a bank check. The sun shone brightly in her eyes, and she could barely make out Arno's face, but she clearly heard his words about 100 million gold coins. Our heroine was ecstatic, but her adoptive father's face changed. He became gloomy. His next words were not spoken in a gentle tone. He was kicking her out, demanding that she get out. At first, she didn't even understand why everything had changed so suddenly. She wanted to ask what had happened, but then she saw her web pause. Arno said that if only he had known she wasn't a dragon, but a pathetic lizard. He angrily ordered her to be thrown out, and a few minutes later, she was already behind iron bars. Ailen couldn't believe it all happened like this, and with that thought, she woke up. It was all a dream, but realizing that didn't make her feel any better. Every scene of that dream was still vivid in her mind. The clouds parted, and the moon shone brightly into her window. After calming down a bit, our heroine fell asleep again. Morning came. Mila, her personal maid, smiled. She liked the way the young mistress looked. Ailen was wearing a new dress, and the maid said she knew the girl was very cute in any clothes. Our heroine asked if it really suited her, and Mila replied that the young lady looked delightful. She thought that since the maid had moved to the main house, she had been full of energy, and that's what a raise does. There was a knock at the door, and Ailen thought it was probably her adoptive father. Mila said she could open the door herself, but our girl rushed to the door. She wanted to see Arno. At first, she forgot her tiger, so she quickly went back to get it, and then rushed back to the door. She started to say good morning, Dad, but stopped when she saw who was behind the door. In front of her stood Arno's sons. She knew their names and had seen them at the meeting, but this was the first time she had seen them up close. They too, which is why the eldest, Cullen, said that up close she looked like an insignificant little thing. Cullen had a fiery temper and a quirky personality, and in the future, he was destined to become the greatest magician. The younger, Killian, had a calm personality and a talent for swordsmanship. Both of his sons resembled Arno in appearance and character. Cullen said her father had sent them to get her and asked if she was ready. She said they could go, so they went out into the corridor and walked down it towards Arno's room. She remembered the nightmare, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt it was more than just a dream. Just like in the dream, Arno Idem hated reptiles with all his heart, a fact that was mentioned several times in the novel. So, as soon as he found out she was more like a lizard, he would immediately kick her out. Ailen shuffled her feet, thinking that she needed to save some money as soon as possible and then run away. The boys walked much faster than her, so they separated and she could no longer catch up with them. Then our heroine shouted to them that they were walking too fast, and they turned around. The Idem brothers were different boys from the brothers in her other life, but now she remembered them. She felt as if she was about to hear a remark about how she was looking at them the wrong way or something. For example, that she was a fool and they felt sorry for her mom and dad for having such a daughter. Such situations often happen in her life, and these memories came flooding back, and she became sad. Our heroine said quietly that she was too slow, which meant her brothers could go first. However, Cullen heard her words, so he turned around and walked towards her. He walked up to her and held out his hand. He did it with all his heart. He wanted to calm her down. She shrank all over. She thought they were going to hit her now, but she didn't want that at all. The older brother patted her on the head and said that she should have told them she couldn't keep up and was lagging behind. He took her toy and told her not to worry. They would carry her. Killian also came over, then knelt on one knee and told the girl to climb on his back. When she said she was heavy, the boy replied that he could lift her and carry her. He really succeeded. They walked on. She thought that although she was in a 5-year-old's body, they were old enough to be her nephews. The main castle was huge, so they continued to walk for some time. At one point, Cullen turned to her and said he wanted to give her some advice, not to get too attached to her father. After all, Dad always made such jokes, and no matter what he said, you shouldn't take his words to heart. Her brother also advised her not to worry, and looking at the boy, she thought that he was unexpectedly kind. Our heroine, even without this advice, guessed that her father didn't love her. At this time, they reached their destination. When she was put on the ground, she ran forward a few steps away from the door. Then our heroine turned to the boys and playfully told them that she also had a secret. This statement baffled her new brothers. They didn't know what she was talking about. She took those last 2 steps quickly and pushed the door open with a sharp movement. With a loud cry of Dad, our girl ran into the room where Arno was sitting at the table. When he asked her if she had slept well, she replied in the affirmative, and then added that she had missed him. Ailen climbed onto her adoptive father's lap and snuggled up to him, and he thanked the boys for bringing her. However, he was confused by the gloomy look on his sons' faces, so he asked what had happened. They replied that it was nothing, and then sat down at the table, and Cullen, while arranging his breakfast, said that the head of the house had left the estate. Arno confirmed this news, and added that it seemed the Duke had found his sister's daughter. While our young Duke was pinching Eileen's cheek, his eldest son said that he was referring to the aunt who had run away from home long ago. After replying to his son that he was talking about that sister, Arno turned to his daughter and asked if she liked the toy. She replied that she liked the tiger very much. It was soft and comfortable, and in general, she always slept with it. Then she thanked her dad again for giving her such a wonderful toy. He was quite pleased with what was happening, but something began to bother him, and he became wary. Arno wanted to pinch her cheek again, but he saw a bright light begin to emanate from his ring. The stone and the ornament began to flicker and crackle. Small lightning flashed, and then it shattered into small pieces. The heir knew what this could mean, so he moved his chair so that he could stand up. He made a request to his sons. He asked them to take Ailen away as soon as possible. Our heroine slid off her adoptive father's lap and sat there in confusion, although she understood what was happening. The boys began to stammer that they needed to leave the room, and it was better to do it right away. She knew this secret of the item family, that when mana stagnated, a desire to kill would arise, which people called berserk. While Arno was trying to cope with another attack, the boys and their sister watched in silence. They needed to leave, but they were frozen. The sons knew it was not safe, but an unknown force kept them in place. Ailen had read about this side effect, but she never thought she would see it with her own eyes. She knew that Arno Item's anger was breaking out, even with the overwhelming mana. Ornament. There is a scene in the novel where, during a meal with his family in the greenhouse, he suddenly went berserk and killed at least a dozen servants on the spot. Morale Duke was furious at this cruel incident and ordered Arno to be imprisoned for a while. Then he took the position that suited him best. He became the monster of the item family, and all of this was happening today. Cullen asked his brother to quickly tell everyone to hide, and he would take the girl away. Killian advised to be careful, and our heroine was worried that she would have to leave her dad alone. She thought he must be in pain and thought about ways she could help him. Memories began to surface in her mind. She read how the brothers discussed this moment. It said that in the warmest place, covered by a huge shadow like a blanket, grew the largest tree. Cullen told his brother that it was that fruit, and they had finally succeeded in creating a medicine that could calm the rampage. At this time and place, this had not yet happened, but our heroine knew a way that could help them. She couldn't waste precious time, so she apologized to Cullen for leaving. She quickly stood up and rushed to the exit. Her brother asked where she was going, but the girl didn't answer. She was in a hurry and therefore did not hear his warning that it was dangerous to act alone. Ailen knew very well that this was crazy, but if Arno was imprisoned, her plan would be ruined. Everything she had so carefully planned could collapse in an instant. She needed money, her own little island, her own huge castle. All of this would disappear without a trace. And this show, so much like a beautiful dream, would also end too soon. Our heroine didn't want such an ending, and since she had knowledge that others didn't, she had to use it. She went down to the park and began to look for the tree that grew in the warmest place. She found it quickly. It was there, covered by a huge shadow blanket, and on it grew scarlet fruits. In the original work, the boys found it and wondered how they could not have known that the answer was right in front of them. Who would have thought that it was in their father's greenhouse, and that scarlet fruits hung on it all year round? Maybe their mother had known about this tree for a long time. Even earlier, she might have even wanted to give it to her children, because the main ingredient for treating the rampage grew on it. Our heroine needed to pick some berries. After thinking for a moment, she remembered the money bag. It might come in handy. The girl untied the rope and looked at what was inside. She didn't want to part with her savings, but she had no choice. She thought she could come back for the money later and threw it on the ground. In the original novel, it was written that this tree had many thorns, so you needed to act carefully. So, Ailen picked the berries as carefully as possible. But unfortunately, she didn't succeed. She was pricked almost immediately. She was frustrated and looked at her finger. She realized that this wouldn't work. She frowned, looked at the tree, and then an idea came to her mind. The girl, although small in appearance, had a mind second to none. She shook the berries to the ground. In this way, she quickly collected a whole bag of berries. She tightened the rope and tied them up. Now she needed to go back and feed this ingredient to her adoptive father as soon as possible. Just then, her attention was drawn to the screams coming from the main house's dining room. She immediately understood that the most terrible event was now taking place in the castle, and she needed to hurry. The young duke was strangling the victim. The strength of his hands was deadly. In a little while, it would all be over. The man tried with all his might to call for help, but he couldn't, as his already greatly weakened voice indicated. Ailen ran into the dining room and saw a mountain of broken dishes, traces of a fierce battle, and in the middle, her father and his victim. Arno heard her call him, threw the servant aside, and walked toward her. She was a more tempting victim. She saw the aura of anger surrounding her adoptive father. She stopped. She was scared, but she had no choice. She had to pull herself together, and besides, she couldn't show her fear. She held the bag of medicine tightly and thought that Arno Item himself was the one suffering the most now, and she needed to save him. After all, when you are in your darkest hour and everyone in your family has turned away from you, you feel like the saddest and most useless person. Our heroine wasted no more precious time repeating the word dad and went to meet him. Cullen had been looking for her all over the castle, but couldn't find a trace of her, and he rushed back to the dining room. He ran into the room. He hadn't seen what had happened yet, so he started shouting where she was. But when he turned his head slightly to the side, a scene that made his heart sink to the bottom unfolded before his eyes. His father, strangling Ailen by the throat, held her small body above his head and purred with satisfaction. Our heroine turned her head slightly, and she managed to free her hand. Then she bit Arno's hand. He screamed and moved his hand away. Feeling free, she frantically began to untie the rope to get the berries. The girl began to fall, and so as not to fall to the ground, she grabbed her father's clothes with one hand. The other hand, which was fortunately already full of red ripe balls, she held out to Arno's mouth. She completed all these operations in an instant. She didn't have any more time anyway. Most importantly, she managed to stuff in a few berries. The next moment, they fell to the ground with a thud. The young duke groaned and held out his hand. The girl was not injured, but when she saw her father's condition, she quickly stood up. After sitting on her dad, she covered his mouth with her small hands and made him swallow the berries. She didn't know if she had succeeded, but she didn't let go. She waited. It would take time for it to work. The dark aura still enveloped Arno. His hand twitched nervously, then twitched again, but much weaker. The fog around him dissipated, and his body relaxed, but she decided not to change her position for now. The girl didn't know if it had worked, and then she didn't know how much juice the medicine needed. Thinking that people are scary when they are angry, and she didn't want to see that again, she began to pick up the scattered berries from the floor. She was ready to give him another portion, but just then, Arno's long fingers fell on her small hand. He gently called her name, and she looked up at him with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. Her adoptive father continued to hold her hand, looking tired and confused. Ailen still looked at him with suspicion, but seeing that his anger had subsided, she smiled. She asked him not to be angry, saying she was scared, and then she snuggled up to him, adding that she would try her best. Replying that Dad had no reason to be angry with her, he gently stroked her and said that everything would be fine now. After calming down, she realized she was tired and her eyes were about to close, but her attention was drawn to a toy that was a little torn in all this chaos. For some reason, at that moment, Arno remembered Dahlia's words, when she told him that no matter how terrible his faults were, the children would still love him. She continued, saying that no matter what he did, they would continue to see only the good in him. That day he was reading a book, and Dahlia also said that when he met such a child, he would also become better. Arno thought she was an idealist. She thought that if he had a daughter, such a girl would be best suited for this task. His late wife was pregnant at the time and really hoped that this time it would definitely be a daughter. She also said that there are people in this world whom one can only love, and maybe this would change his inner world. She really wanted him to stop being alone. Besides, fathers usually love their daughters more. Dahlia always said that, but she was never able to give birth to a third child because she left this world early. When Cullen was sure that the rampage no longer controlled his father, he ran to him. It was a very busy day, so our little heroine fell asleep in her adoptive father's arms. After checking her as much as possible, Arno thought that fortunately, the girl was not seriously injured. The maid who ran and stopped at the door gasped, and her eyes showed real fear. Then Cullen scolded her for her rude behavior, although this scared. Girl was not to blame for anything. But if you look at the whole massacre that had just taken place in the cafeteria, then you can only expect such a reaction. A biased look, eyes full of fear, and only one desire, to run and save your life. If the rampage started, there was only one way to stop it. Only a stronger person could suppress it. However, that day, neither Duke Morel nor his eldest son were in the castle, and no one could stop Arno. The young Duke thought about this, because this little girl was not afraid, but came to help him. He was about to carry Ailen to her room, but then his gaze fell on an abandoned toy in the corner. Then he decided it wasn't worth leaving this tiger, so he lifted it into the air. When the toy was in his hands, the young Duke saw that it was a little torn. He remembered Ailen's smile when she bought this tiger, saying it was like him. Now, this toy was broken, and Arno thought it wasn't worth burning all the others. The door creaked softly, and Killian's face appeared behind it. He cautiously peered in. When he saw that the situation had been resolved, he came in and heard his brother's words that it was all over. When his brother asked what had happened to the rampage, Cullen replied that he would explain everything later and then asked him to find those scarlet fruits. Killian was holding an empty bag in his hands when he heard his brother ask him to bring these berries to the lab. He wanted to clarify everything with his brother, but he only told him that these fruits were apparently the necessary ingredient. The boy was left alone in the dining room, thinking that it was great that everything had been resolved this time and no one had died. Arno, holding his daughter, had a lot to think about, but his son wanted to clarify some questions, so he turned to his father. He asked why it was these scarlet berries that were able to stop this side effect. The young Duke didn't tell his son that he had thought about this himself, but simply replied that it seemed so. After all, they had spent so much time and effort looking for a cure, and this girl was able to find it. He didn't understand how she did it, but he said out loud that this girl had a lot of secrets. Cullen stopped in the middle of the corridor and asked his father if he should stop this joke. He added that he felt sorry for her. This time she helped, but last year the father had signed a contract with that boy. The boy didn't really want to talk about it, but he needed to sort out the situation. Arno tried to cut the conversation short, but Cullen insisted that Ailen had rushed to save him despite the danger. The father knew his son was right, but he didn't want to discuss it here and now, so he said the conversation was over. His eldest son stood in the corridor, and after this conversation, there were more questions than answers. But Cullen knew very well that in his father's current mood, he wouldn't get anything anyway. Arno walked away down the corridor, but stopped to tell his son to go and rest, because everyone had suffered a lot today. Our little heroine lay on the bed in her room, and the maids bustled around her. They washed her with a wet towel, and one of them suggested changing the girl into clean clothes. Arno was also here. He was afraid to go out for a second and not be the first to know about her condition. Dahlia appeared in his mind again, calling his name, and her voice rang in his head. Now he couldn't talk to her, but she was his conscience, demanding that he answer honestly. Then he looked at the girl and thought that this was all just a game to dispel the daily boredom. After a while, our heroine blinked, but her consciousness refused to answer where she was. Her gaze fell on the chandelier. She thought it was familiar, and gradually, her memory returned. Suddenly, she sat up in bed and screamed loudly that all these jewels were her property. Her maid stood by the bed, not expecting such a sudden move from the little mistress. Mila, her voice trembling with emotion, said that a terrible thing had happened, and after that the young lady was unconscious for a whole week. When Ailen asked again about the week, the maid wiped away her tears, and then the girl reported that everyone was worried about her health. After that, Mila said that the girl was unconscious for a whole week, and everyone was worried that something irreparable had happened. But this was not what worried our heroine the most at the moment, so she asked the maid if she had arrived yet. Mila had no answer to this question, because she didn't understand who they were talking about. But another servant had already seen this stranger. Several maids were relaxing on the balcony, sharing the latest news and gossip. At one point, a little girl with raven hair appeared and asked where the patriarch's office was. One of the maids pointed the way and explained in detail how to get to my lord. Morel. One of the girls said out loud that she was seeing this lovely girl for the first time, and she probably came from a noble family. The second added that apparently this was the daughter of a young duchess who had recently been found, and this was how the protagonist of the original work appeared. This was Chana Item from the novel our heroine had read in her past life, and now she herself had become a character. The protagonist had the ability to calm the rampage, and she had a sunny personality, so everyone loved her. At first, Arno only used her abilities when necessary, but over time, the girl melted the hero's cold heart. As the plot further described, the heir became more and more attached to the heroine and even began to give her gifts. Reading about such fatherly love, our heroine in her past life enjoyed following the development of the plot. She dreamed that one day she would also be loved by her family, but that didn't happen. Then she realized that it was all fiction and reality was far from the written story. All her dreams of being important to her family were shattered, and she couldn't pick up the pieces. Even now, as she watched Mila stir the soup in the bowl, she thought that once again she was just a minor character. The maid fed her with a spoon and told her that the young gentleman had come to see her. Milord Arno had asked to be informed immediately if her condition improved, but he had come a few days ago. Ailen was sad that he hadn't come to see her for so long. Then the maid said that he had a lot to do these days. The girl explained that Duke Morel had brought the child of his deceased daughter into the house, and as far as she knew, they were currently processing the official documents. Our heroine listened to the latest news and ate obediently because she was very hungry for the past week. The girl ate so well that Mila even said she hoped to have such a lovely daughter in the future. The maid gushed that thanks to these happy events, she had been promoted and her salary had been increased. She continued, saying that it was all because she had such a good young mistress, and she asked him to continue to obey her. After finishing the meal, Mila put the dishes aside and said it was time to get ready. So as not to let our young heroine ask any leading questions, the girl pointed to the dress and said that it was time for them to get ready. It turned out that the young duke was waiting for Ailen, so after getting dressed, she, accompanied by the maid, approached the door of the dining room. They were indeed waiting for her, but she had doubts because now her life could change dramatically. She hesitated for a moment because now there was only one door in front of her, and by opening it, she would change her story. She held out her hand, pushed the door lightly, and it began to open quickly and easily. She thought to herself, don't have any illusions, so as not to be disappointed later, and she went in. Lord Morel and her adoptive father were both there, but what caught her attention was the girl, the heroine of the novel. Ailen decided to act as if nothing special had happened, and she greeted her dad and grandpa. Sean shyly hid behind Duke Morel, who also greeted the fluffy little thing and invited her to come closer. Arno had his back to her. He quickly turned his head in her direction and glanced at her. He looked at her for no more than a few seconds. Then the girl thought that he had already turned to Sean. Although she had expected such a turn of events, she was still a little surprised. At this time, Lord Morel said that they had found the floating stones in the place she had pointed out, so business was booming again. The Duke also added that she had helped that scoundrel Arno in his absence, and she replied that Dad was sick and she couldn't stand by and do nothing. After these words, Lord Morel thought for a moment, broke the silence, and asked her if she knew what it meant to be rewarded. When she asked again, he said that he followed a rule that those who work hard should be rewarded accordingly. He also added that he would say it more simply, that he would grant her any wish and she could ask for anything and it would all come true. The Duke listed several wishes she could make, such as the rights to the family business or the rights to the direct family name. She didn't need anything he offered. She only had one main wish, and she approached Milord. She held out her hands to him, palms up, and said without hesitation that it would be better to give her money. Our heroine looked at her adoptive grandfather and explained that he wanted to transfer 1,000,000 gold coins to her account. She calculated in her head that this was a considerable sum both in the world of adoption illusion and in the world she came from. Lord Morel asked her again about the amount. He wanted to confirm that she was indeed talking about 1,000,000 gold coins. The girl confirmed, and then the Duke sighed and his sleeves rustled. She thought she would be refused now. She couldn't believe it because the Duke had plenty of money, but the delay was for a completely different reason. He took out his platinum-level bracelet, which was directly connected to his bank account. The Duke then asked her if she really valued her information that much, and added that this amount should be enough. Our heroine saw that her savings had increased by 100 million. She was about to jump for joy. In her previous life, she would not have dared to dream of so much money. Then she felt her father pick her up. Ailen thanked her grandpa, and just then, Arno gently told her to put everything she could eat into her mouth. The girl looked at her dad in surprise, because 100 million had just been taken from her savings, and she was left with nothing again. The heir continued to talk about his bad habits, and then she suddenly realized that he had deposited $1 billion back into her account. Grandpa said something about a crazy son, but she didn't listen carefully. She couldn't believe her wealth. Arno was like a god to her at that moment, and the Duke continued to scold her. He said his son was doing crazy things. Although the heir didn't listen to his father's long speech, he still asked to stop the small talk and continue with the adoption of Chun. However, the young gentleman smiled and said that he had already expressed his opinion on the matter, and in general, he already had a daughter. To this, the Duke replied that he was not joking, and that Chun had an ability that could calm the rampage. He also said that although his son was a rare scoundrel, he still didn't want to harm his own child. Our heroine thought it was time to end this show, so she told her adoptive father that she would leave first. Arno put the girl on the ground and wished her a good time, saying that he would definitely come to see her later. Ailen thought that a minor character could not possibly be a member of this family, and now that she had money, she knew where to go. In fact, she was a little sad that it was all over so quickly, but she comforted herself that everything was fine. She walked confidently into the corridor and immediately saw the maid who was waiting for her in the corridor. The guard said she came out a little earlier than he expected, and she replied that everything was fine and she had gotten some pocket money. Our girl told Mila she was tired and wanted to take a nap, and added that she didn't need help, waved her hand, and ran off. She quickly ran down the corridor back to her room, and a few minutes later, the maid only saw the girl turn a corner. Mila took a few steps and thought that Ailen had only done good things until the end. Walking to the window, she thought that things had happened a little faster than planned, but it was time to complete the task. 5 p.m. A small annex near the main house of the Duke of Edom's family. A deserted corridor with only the faint sound of footsteps in the distance. Our little heroine was carrying out her plan. She hid around the corner, checked if anyone was in her way, and caught her breath. She was afraid, so she tried to see as few people in the estate as possible. The girl stood against the wall, wondering what exactly she was doing now. She was a minor character and a lizard, and after what had just happened, she was planning a quick escape while packing her bags. Our heroine was trying to commit a break-in she had never thought of before. She needed to get into the annex to get her stolen things. When she got here, she ran into the security guards, who didn't see her as a threat and calmly dispersed. She looked harmless, and now she could calmly take her jewelry, but suddenly she heard footsteps. The girl cautiously looked out and saw her maid, who looked tired and was holding something in her hands. I guess what might have happened, and decided to wait a bit until the maid disappeared around the next corner. When Mila disappeared from the girl's sight, she came out of her hiding place and heard the maid say she was going to check the first floor. This was completely untimely, and the girl thought she should hurry back to her room in the main house. She had planned to have dinner with Arno, which might have been her last meal, but she slept so soundly that she didn't wake up until she was called in the morning. She almost jumped out of bed, frustrated that she had missed dinner with her adoptive father. To this, the maid said that due to special circumstances, the young gentleman had not left his room at all yesterday. Ailen thought that since that was the case, she hadn't gone anywhere either, and she knew very well why she hadn't even changed her clothes. Come to think of it, she had come back from the annex yesterday, laid down to rest, but was apparently overworked and didn't wait for dinner. At first she thought it was strange that she wasn't invited, but on the other hand, the protagonist had appeared, and they probably just forgot about her. Apparently, the girl looked lost, and the maid told her that Mr. Arno was forbidden to go out. Mila added that she didn't know the details, but she had heard that Lord Morel was very angry. But this explanation didn't really calm our heroine down. She thought that now she was just not cute anymore. She wanted to tear her hair out in resentment, but she remembered that she had sworn to herself that she would not have any hope. After that, the girl turned to the maid and asked if she could go see her dad herself, to which she replied in the affirmative. After a quick shower, our heroine changed her clothes and hurried to see her adoptive father. She opened the creaky door, looked inside, and then asked for forgiveness, asking if she could come in. She saw her adoptive father, whom she had already become attached to, and next to him stood the protagonist's name, Cheney. Just recently, she would never have thought that this innocent scene would make her so sad. She hesitated and said that he was busy. The girl also wanted to add that since that was the case, she would come back later, but he stopped her and asked her to come in. Arno added that he was not busy at all, and then our heroine slowly and timidly entered the room. But the closer she got, the more confident her steps became, and when she approached him, she clung tightly to his knee. She looked up at him with her huge eyes and asked if Grandpa was really angry with him. So he scolded him. To this, Arno asked another question, asking if she had ever seen a fire-breathing sword. She answered in the negative in surprise. Then he nodded towards the door and asked her to wait a few minutes. But he gave his father too much time. He appeared much faster, flying into the room, roaring Arno item. The Duke continued in the same tone, saying that his son should be chewed up and spit out. How dare he take the family's minds for himself? The head of the family was furious at the heir's behavior. He asked him why he had completely lost his mind. Our girl listened to this long speech with half an ear. She was more interested in this dragon artifact. It was called Fire of Wrath. Finally, Arno spoke. He asked the Duke to lower his tone and remember that he had promised to give them to him 2 years ago. Lord Morel was furious, and the heir reminded him that his father had told him that if he continued to live such a miserable life, he would get nothing. More precisely, his inheritance would only include the mountains behind the castle. So Arno just put this promise in writing. The Duke said angrily that the heir had refused at the time, but now he had decided to accept and demanded the immediate return of the mines. But all this shouting and demanding had no effect on the young gentleman. He narrowed his eyes. He looked at the head of the item family, smiled, rubbed his chin, and asked his father to calm down in a conciliatory tone. But the Duke was not so quick to forgive what he considered unacceptable behavior. He cursed, but Arno interrupted him and again asked him to calm down and leave the room because he needed to talk to his daughter. The Duke was even more furious. He was not going to back down, so he shouted that he was not finished. But just then, Arno snapped his fingers. The next second, Lord Morel realized that he was no longer in his son's room, but in the park, and he saw a dog nearby. This animal was not alone, and after a while, several dogs were already happily circling it. They were from his kennel, so they knew him well. The dogs were happy to see their master and rushed to lick him. At this time, his son had already discarded the unnecessary memories and turned to Ailen, saying that she had come at the right time. He raised his finger, and the toy she had lost at that unfortunate dinner party hung in the air. The young gentleman asked for forgiveness and added that, after all, this was her #1 treasure, and the girl was glad that the tiger was safe and sound. She held it in her arms and even thought the toy had become softer. Then she thanked it and added that now she would never part with it again. Just then, the protagonist of the novel approached her and, a little timidly, asked if she could pat the cheek of such a cute little thing. The girl thought Chin was referring to her tiger, so she held it out and said, "As much as you like." Imagine her surprise when, a moment later, the protagonist grabbed her cheek. She said she knew these cheeks were like hot bread just out of the oven. Chun continued to pinch the girl's face, as if it were a completely normal expression of affection. Ailen decided to end this informal execution and asked her sister to stop. The protagonist let go of her cheeks, and her hands hung in the air. Then she asked again about her sister. Seeing the surprise on Shauna's face, our girl said shyly that she thought she was older than her, so she was her sister. The two girls stood face to face, and the older one's face was full of happiness. Then she rushed to hug the younger one, and in this way, the two heroines of our story broke the barrier that might have stood between them. Choking in a tight embrace, our girl heard the second girl ask her to call her sister Chun. The protagonist talked about the small age difference and again pointed out that she was very happy to have such a cute little sister. Arno watched this scene thoughtfully, overwhelmed by conflicting emotions. Our heroine walked down the corridor, overwhelmed by the sad thoughts that had been plaguing her for several days. She had to run away tonight because the protagonist had appeared, and now everything would develop as in the original novel. She understood that there was no point in interfering with the plot anymore, and Chun had to take her place. And, compared to recently, Arno's opinion had also changed somewhat. She was thinking about something else again. She was sad that it was time to leave the stage and give Shauna a chance to prove herself. On the one hand, she had been prepared for this from the beginning, but she had become attached to the other characters, and it was hard to leave. She thought that the real reason was that the protagonist in the novel was so radiant that she couldn't compare. Ailen saw her new sister swinging on a swing through the window, peacefully playing some melody on an accordion. Chin couldn't see our heroine, but something caught her attention and she stopped playing. Then she smiled, thinking about her own things, and her light was just beginning to shine on the horizon of the original novel. The protagonist jumped off the swing and hurried towards the castle. She was going to have breakfast with her sister. The two girls sat at the table, and Ailen asked about her supposed meeting with her grandfather. The girl thought that her sister was calming the Duke's anger, she thought, while Chun thought that she needed to be fed. She scooped up some sweets and held the spoon out to Ailen, but she couldn't see her inner indignation. However, the 5-year-old version in the world of adoption illusion obediently opened her mouth. Chun said that her little sister was so cute even when she ate and rushed to hug her, although our girl had already asked not to do that. The protagonist loosened her grip slightly, but did not stop hugging, saying that it was so nice to have a little sister now. She continued in a slightly sad tone, saying that everything at home, and even the way here, was unfamiliar, and therefore she was very worried. Then she added that she felt much calmer now that she had such a cute little sister. Then Ailen said that she would soon become her uncle's daughter, and he would buy her a lot of toys and delicious food. After a short silence, the protagonist said that actually, she didn't want to be Arno's daughter at all. She continued, saying that she had only come to the estate because she was told she needed a guardian, and she had no choice. Hearing these words, our girl thought that in the original work, Shauna was not very liked here either, but she was not so cold. Maybe it was all because the story had just begun, and over time, the relationship between the protagonist and Arno would warm up. But for these two to get closer, several things had to happen. The first thing that happened after Chen's arrival was the theft of the dragon's relic. In the item family, each relic chose its own master, and 3 dragon relics were passed down from generation to generation. The first was the Fire of Wrath, used by my Lord Duke, and our heroine had already seen its power. The second was the Fragment of Balance, which belonged to Arno, and the third was the Dragon Orb. Apparently, this time they would steal the second relic, the Earrings of Balance. As the name suggests, it was clear that she maintained balance at the beginning of the novel and supported Arno's mental state. This was also the reason why my Lord Murrell could not easily get rid of the heir, this rude and arrogant person. Thanks to Chana helping to return the artifact to the family, she became closer to Arno. But our heroine couldn't remember who the culprit was in the novel. She tried to remember what she had read about it, but she couldn't. But did she have the right to take this credit from the protagonist? It was a difficult choice. So Ailen fell into deep thought, and then her sister asked what she was thinking about. Shauna took her hand and sincerely asked her to trust her in everything. Let her tell her what was difficult, and she would do everything to help. The protagonist continued, saying that although they had only recently met, she still felt that she was like a real sister. She still held Alan's hand and added that if she shared, they could solve all her troubles together. Our girl joked that she was thinking about something small and it wasn't important. After these words, Shauna let go of her small hand. The big girl listened to these joking excuses and, despite everything, said that she wanted to make her sister happy. She also added, very sincerely, that she wanted to save her sister from any trouble. Then our heroine remembered when she was reading the original work, and why she always liked Shauna more than anyone else. One of her deepest desires was to be like the protagonist and be loved in the same way. Considering that Alan already knew a lot about what was about to happen, she told her sister that she could make her truly happy. She wanted to go beyond the original plot, so she decided to make Arno and Chana's relationship closer. She had some tricks up her sleeve, so she had a chance to make her favorite heroine happier. Unexpectedly, she herself grabbed the interlocutor's palm and promised that she would make her luckier. The two girls swore to help each other, so Ailen hid all her escape gear in the closet. Our girl entered a serene sleep with a calm heart, and no nightmares disturbed her all night. Another day passed. Mela helped her change her clothes and asked if the girl had prepared a gift. This was truly unexpected news, and the maid explained in surprise that today was her adoptive father's birthday. While putting on the young lady's slippers, the maid also said that since she was Arno's only daughter, she should be the first to give a gift. The girl didn't remember anything like this in the novel, but Mela continued, saying that there was a gift that would surely please her father. The maid talked about the earrings Arno wore, adding that there were other fragments of this stone, and she knew where they were. It was as if yesterday's thoughts had returned to our girl's mind. She thought that she didn't remember who the culprit was. However, the thief was clearly not a particularly important character, and the secondary heroine was in dire need of money to escape. Mela said that if the girl handed over all the fragments, then Mr. Arno would stop succumbing to his rampage. From this, it followed that the young lady would become the only daughter, and everyone would forget about Shauna. When our heroine asked if the maid would be with her in that case, she replied in the affirmative and asked to grant her request. Ailen was silent. Then Mela asked again if the young lady agreed and would grant her request. Recalling everything she had read in the novel, it was as if it flashed through our heroine's memory. She now knew exactly who the culprit was. At that moment, she looked at her maid with completely different eyes, and she didn't want to hear any requests. She had no desire to do anything the servant might offer her. She was furious. She burrowed in her bed and firmly refused. Then Mela began to talk about how considerate she had always been. She lay in bed, thinking that her dad had always told her that stealing was bad, so she pretended not to hear anything. The maid walked to the exit, saying on the way that she thought she could now tell about the girl turning into a lizard. Mela continued, saying that she knew a lot about her, and the first transformation was supposed to happen at the New Year's meeting. She also reminded him that she had treated him to delicious hot chocolate. The little lady had enjoyed the treat at the time. The maid did not calm down and continued to tell what she had been told, saying that the potion had worked well. Also, it seemed that she had been deceived, but now it was too late anyway. It was hard for Ailen to listen to all this. The servant's eyes flashed, and she quietly muttered to herself that this little brat would now regret not listening to her. Our heroine, wrapped in a blanket, began to think that everything was developing exactly according to the original plot. Thanks to the protagonist, the theft would be solved, and Arno would soon become interested in Shauna. But just recently, our girl had a goal to stay in this family. Now everything was over. She was very resentful, and her life was always like this, both in that world and in this one. She tossed and turned in bed for a long time. She couldn't fall asleep because of these unpleasant thoughts. It was the night of the full moon, a moment of calm sent by the dragons, and the blood and madness of the Item family were fast asleep. On this night, the power of all members of the clan, both direct and collateral, would weaken, so security would be strengthened as much as possible. The next day, she walked through the corridor. There were people everywhere, and she heard disapproving whispers directed at her. Her maid had made a scene at night, as if she had done something wrong, so it was logical for Ailen to run away now. The butler of the Item family suddenly appeared in front of her and introduced himself as Kalo. He apologized for coming unannounced, but she needed to go with him somewhere for a moment. Just then, she thought that what was supposed to happen was starting to happen, and she obediently followed the butler. She stood in the middle of the meeting room, thinking that maybe everything had been revealed, but what did it matter now? Lord Murrell sat in a chair in front of her and said that from now on, she must only speak the truth. On either side of him, our girl saw his descendants. They stood as usual, Arno on the right and his sons on the left. The Duke pointed to his son and said that he had heard that she had conspired with the woman in black to steal the earrings from this guy. He asked if this was true, and Ailen was stunned for the first second. She couldn't even imagine that she would be accused of theft. She glanced at Mela, who was sobbing and wiping her tears, and realized that she had decided to blame everything on her. Before she could answer, she heard the next question, which was about whether she was really a half-beast. The Duke was starting to lose his patience, so he barked at her, telling her to answer his question. Immediately, our heroine raised her eyes to him and was about to answer that she was a half-beast, but she had not stolen the earrings. She opened her mouth and began to speak, but then that stupid feeling came over her again, the feeling she had when she was transforming. Her head was spinning. Everything was swimming before her eyes. She could barely make out the Duke's silhouette. She turned to the maid, feeling even worse, and tried her best to concentrate. For a few seconds, she succeeded, and then she clearly saw Mela smiling slyly into her handkerchief. The next second, she was covered by her own clothes, which her adoptive father had so carefully chosen. Screams were heard in the hall. Someone shouted that it was magic, and the woman standing next to her pointed at her. Unfortunately, she did not turn into a dragon. She turned into a small pink lizard. Muttering Kia, she was terrified and ran out of the hall as best she could, trying not to get in anyone's way. Someone shouted that she was running away. Others present shouted that she absolutely must be caught. An incredible commotion. Someone suggested stepping on the lizard's tail. Then a guest gave chase. The man was quite agile and lucky. After catching up with her, he quickly stepped on her tail. If she had been in human form at that moment, she would have let out an inhuman scream, but now she could only open her mouth. Her salvation at that moment was that, like any lizard, she was able to shed her tail to survive, and then continue to run. Ailen quickly dodged other obstacles, quickly climbed up the pillar, and from below she was the lizard girl. She was hurt and resentful because she was a half-reptile, the lowest of all ranks. She wondered why she had to go through all this, and then she heard a voice from below. Arno was standing by the pillar. He asked her to come down in a gentle tone. She thought about it. After all, Dad was probably disappointed. He hated reptiles the most. Now it was all over for her. Looking down, our heroine saw her toy lying on the floor next to Arno. This fact confused her a little. She was sure that in this form, she could not have brought it here herself. She was thinking about this, and just then, for some reason, her paws came off the pillar, and so she began to free fall. There was nothing she could do about it. Thoughts began to spin in her head. The question was whether she would die, and she looked at her ordinary pink lizard paws, realizing that if he fell from such a height, then, if successful, he would get a concussion. She closed her eyes and felt tears streaming down her cheeks. She didn't want to die at all. Ailen silently asked someone to take her away from here, no matter where. Even in a world with magic, real miracles happen. She fell into the unknown. Our heroine and the toy found themselves far from the item family castle. She was unconscious, so she didn't know what had happened. A boy found her. He was very surprised by such a discovery. He picked up the lifeless body and noticed that she had lost her tail. He looked at her and said that he had lost his parents, and added that in this respect they were somewhat similar. He liked the lizard, so he decided for himself that it could be a very cute pet. At this time, in the item family estate, events were developing as usual. Mela saw an unusual light near the pillar, but this did not bother her. She was sincerely glad that everything had worked out for her. The rest was secondary. She had completed the work of her life. Now all she had left to do was to return to the guild. The servant was very pleased with herself and did not notice the shadow next to her until she felt pain and saw people turning to her face. The wound on her arm was bleeding profusely. She saw her blood dripping from the sword and heard the words that his daughter was crying. The maid turned to Mr. Arno and said, "It's not his daughter, so what does it matter?" He replied that if he said the girl was his daughter, then she was. A blue light flickered around him. The man who had stepped on the lizard's tail came into the young master's line of sight. Arno was next to him in an instant, raising his sword, which burned with an aquamarine flame. Milord rushed to his unruly son, asking as he went if he really wanted to let blood flow in rivers. Arno forced himself to calm down and also calmed the anger that fueled the sword's power. He wiped the blood from the weapon and told his father that if he hadn't provoked this chaos, none of this would have happened. The Duke replied that at first his son had brought her, then called her his daughter, and was ready to adopt her, but she had also turned into a lizard. He continued, saying that the possibility of the girl having any family blood was very small. Hearing these words, Arno turned his sword on his father, but he managed to block the attack with a quick movement. The weapon was knocked out of the young gentleman's hands and fell with a clang on the floor behind the Duke. The heir waved his hand and said in a tone that brooked no argument that it was up to him to decide whether she was his daughter or not. His final words about leaving home for a while were taken by his father as a question, because outside the door, his son might encounter violence. But Arno stood his ground. He replied that it was all because of the Duke, and before he did anything worse, it was time to find his daughter. The patriarch did not back down either. He demanded that Arno stop because his body was at its limit. The butler approached his master and said quietly that he had been too excited this time. He pointed to the bloody body of the maid and added that the Duke had heard with his own ears yesterday that she was the secret agent. Kalo also said that even if the Lord himself had called them to confess everything to the little girl, it would have looked like a threat. The Duke was annoyed at this being pointed out, and he decided it was time to end this chaotic meeting. When the butler asked if they would look for the girl, Milord replied that he should do as he saw fit. Kalo replied that he would give the team the appropriate tasks and inform them when there was news. He knew his master well, so he thought that this family had never been smooth sailing. The people in the hall began to bustle around his motionless figure. Someone tried to call a doctor to help the victim. Somewhere in the empire, a young man sat in a shelter, trying to talk to a not-so-sociable lizard. He thought that the name Snake would suit his pet lizard, and then knocked on the small pillow. Our heroine did not react to the name. She was thinking about how to explain how she got here. She woke up here after the secret of her birth was finally revealed. Ailen had managed to escape, and although a lot had happened between these two events, she had ended up where she had planned. She was in a baby shelter, and in front of her sat an amazing boy who couldn't come up with a name. This was a minor character from Adoption Illusion, who would eventually become the master of the Magic Tower. The boy's name was Richard Collin. He was experimenting again, and she was the subject. At the moment, he was thinking about what kind of line a person had to cross to start begging for death. The boy reassured our heroine. He told her that he would not kill her. But our girl remembered that in the original plot, he was described as a real psychopath. Richard put the lizard on the table and told her that he had saved her. In other words, she now belonged to him. Our lizard didn't listen to him carefully. She thought that in the future, this boy should become obsessed with the protagonist. But she was worried about another problem. She couldn't return to her human body. All her attempts had failed. She felt that she had tried all the methods of transformation, and hope was gradually, but still, fading. Richard looked at the lizard. The absence of a tail bothered him. He asked her how it had happened, but she remained silent. He suggested that maybe it was like that from the beginning and lamented that no animal likes someone who is different. In this form, Ailen could not share her thoughts with him in any way, so she continued to listen to his thoughts. However, she knew that Richard was a child who had grown up with stereotypes, but he also had an extraordinary mind. He was also very handsome and had a special talent for magic, but he had grown up without parental support. The boy held out his hand to her, inviting her, and promised that even if she didn't have a tail, he would raise her to be strong. At that moment, our heroine decided that she should trust him, so she took a step with her paw and felt his fingers. Now, another minor character in our narrative has appeared and come to the forefront. Ailen was bought by his words that she would be able to take revenge on all those who had offended her, although she didn't really want to. She thought that deep down in her soul, there was not a single person she would wish ill fate upon. She couldn't answer anything again, but that didn't stop him, and he told her that they would start training tomorrow. Tomorrow. For a second, our characters forgot that they were in an orphanage, but they were reminded. The director stood at the door of the room, very dissatisfied that the boy had missed. Training. The man who came and said that he fully understood the reasons that motivated his ward. Explaining that Richard had no peers to train with, the boy replied that he didn't want to, so he didn't come. After these words, he squeezed our lizard girl so tightly that all the air in her lungs began to escape. A sound came from a room, something between a scream and a squeak with a little whistle. To cover this up, Richard burped loudly, but the experienced director was not so easily fooled. Although he didn't even bat an eyelid when he reminded him of the orphanage's rule that pets were forbidden. Richard had also learned a lot on the streets, so he tried to fool his mentor with simple tricks. But the director was not so easily fooled, and he said that he saw an animal and asked the boy to step aside. Richard had very powerful magic, which he used as a shield, saying that he would not let anyone touch his things. The original work told an old story about a man who created a close and strong family. One day, while working as usual, he heard a divine whisper asking him to take up his sword to defend his land. After a while, a war suddenly broke out, and the man who had received the divine revelation bravely cut the throats of his enemies. Thanks to him, victory was won, but everything around looked terrible. Orphans, corpses, and a sad hero. The man thought, what was the point of being a hero of the Holy Magic War if he had lost his daughter and wife and was deep in grief? Then he left the village, but no one knew where he went. There were many rumors, but his exact location was unknown. Our lizard, although she didn't speak, was very good at thinking, and her thought was that the situation was getting worse. And Richard called this man the director, which could only mean one thing. Now in front of her was that hero of the Holy War, and therefore she was now in that shelter. The principal told the boy that he would not kick her out, but just send her to a more suitable place. Richard replied that he would take better care of her, as long as he was not seen by other children. The man stood his ground and asked the boy not to be stubborn, and just then, our heroine jumped to the ground. The boy called out the name he had given her, but she didn't listen. She continued to walk towards the principal. An idea came to her mind, and to implement her plan, she quickly ran up to the man and bowed. And she performed this trick several times, which successfully attracted the director's attention. He looked at her tricks and couldn't believe his eyes, although he had seen a lot in his life. After recovering from the initial shock, he asked her why she was asking to stay in the shelter, and she began to nod frequently. Her untimely behavior surprised not only the director, but the boy was also shocked. He said that apparently she understood what they were talking about, and the director could not disagree with this statement. After that, the man said that since the lizard was so smart, he would allow her to stay for now. Already at the door, he turned around and asked the boy to take his studies more seriously in return and said goodbye. But he still added that tomorrow he expected him to attend training. Ailen also listened attentively. The director left, the door clicked shut, and there was silence in the room. Both the boy and the lizard girl were silent. Richard finally digested the information that had just fallen on him, but he had more questions and sat down on the floor. He bombarded our heroine with his questions, asking what had just happened, what she had done, and whether she really understood human language. But he didn't wait for an answer. He just continued to say that he had a good eye and that she was the most special lizard in the world. The boy lifted her above his head and said that she should now be with him forever, and she thought she had a place to go back to. He also said that fate had brought them together, but if she ran away, he would chase her to hell, and when he came back, he would forbid her. In a fit of joy, he kissed her on the cheek, and then she had to remind herself what kind of boy he was. He was Richard Cullen, a minor character who would become a great magician, but in general he was a psychopath, and she really missed her dad. And so, she ended up in the shelter she had planned to escape to at the beginning of her stay in this world. The days passed as usual, and on a sunny day, Richard walked into the dining room, where there were already a lot of children. It was noisy in the hall, so the boy didn't hear one boy tell another that he had arrived. The boy took his lunch, thinking that he would eat quickly now, and he should bring the fruit to the snake. The children were discussing him. They said that he was always lazy during training, but he didn't forget to fill his stomach. One of the residents of the orphanage didn't understand why the director liked this boy so much and even gave him a separate spacious room. But our boy heard the last words of the boys, saying that he used to be a slave, so the director of the orphanage took pity on him. When he heard that he used to lick feet like a street dog, he added more delicious sauce to his pasta. But the boy deliberately poured so much sauce. He was not going to let those guys get away with such an insult. He approached their table. Although he was very hungry, he still couldn't ignore such remarks. So he slammed the plate on the head of the insolent person. Richard stood proudly by and delivered a long speech, saying that their screams were too loud and they were stupid pigs. Continuing, let him repeat everything he had said to him before, especially about what he had licked. The culprit sat on the floor, tried to remove the dinner from his face, and asked in a hoarse voice what they had done to Richard. Then the boy asked if he really didn't remember, and added that he would help him remember, and raised his sparkling hand. But he didn't have time to release his magic because he was caught by someone by his palm. Behind him stood the director, who said menacingly that he had said many times that it was forbidden to use magic on people. The boy had a stubborn and fiery temper since childhood, and he responded angrily that they had started it. But this did not affect the director. He responded in a calmer, but more instructive tone that his interlocutor might die. Richard sobbed. He knew that his magic was dangerous to the lives of those around him, but he couldn't always control himself. Now he couldn't hold back either. He shouted, "What does it matter if they die? Because if he died, they would only be happy." The director of the orphanage barely managed to control his temper, and he just called the boy's name. The boy himself did not suppress his emotions. He shouted, "Enough!" and ran out of the dining room. As he ran, he added that the director didn't know anything anyway and didn't answer the question of where he was running. Everyone in the dining room looked at him in surprise, while the head of the shelter advised the victim to go to the medical center. Our lizard girl sat on the windowsill by the open window, waiting for her new friend. He had promised her that he would bring some fruit, but she was already very hungry, so she thought that something must have happened. Suddenly, some noise outside the door caught her attention. She thought that the boy had finally returned. Then a voice said, "Lizard," but it wasn't Richard. The director came into the room. She quickly jumped from her seat and immediately rushed under the bed. Already in her hiding place, she heard the man tell her that the boy had run away. She realized that her help was needed, so she cautiously came out and walked towards the director. When the lizard girl approached, she looked at him, and then he thought he knew it. She definitely understood their words. He held out his hand to her and said that he needed her help and only for a short time. short time. She didn't mind helping with the search at all, and although she didn't know exactly how she could help, she still walked into his palm. It was already dark, and he and the director went deep into the forest. It was quiet all around, only the birds were singing. The man moved quite quickly over the rugged terrain, and he clearly knew where he was going. The director used his power to move even faster. He thought the boy hadn't gone far. As he walked, he asked her if she could smell Richard, and she barely held on to his shoulder, thinking that it was impossible. Our heroine was only thinking about one thing, that if they rushed like this, she would fly somewhere. She fluttered on his shoulder like a rag, thinking that she knew nothing about smells, but first she needed to survive. They stopped on a small hill, and before them was a view of the village, and the director said that Richard often walked in this direction. He turned to our heroine and said kindly that she was a lizard, and therefore, apparently, her sense of smell was well developed. He added that the boy had indeed gone to the village, and he confidently jumped off the cliff. After landing on the ground near some boxes, the director said that they should now split up. The head of the shelter put her on a box and said that the village was dangerous, so he would go himself, and she should first explore the surroundings. Then he said that if she found the boy first, she should follow him, and held out his hand to her, asking her to remember his smell. He also gave her a handkerchief to smell, saying that it was Richard's scent, and she thought that she was a lizard, not a dog. Thinking about how she could find it by smell, she suddenly smelled it, and most importantly, she saw the path. The director pulled up his hood and said that they would meet later, and then advised her to be careful when walking along the walls. Ailen didn't know if she could find the boy, but since she was overwhelmed with anxiety, she decided to go as soon as possible. Our heroine was surprised to find her sense of smell so keen, and she looked up at the moon emerging from behind the clouds. She had to hurry, so she followed the trail, sniffing constantly. Our heroine moved forward. Soon, she found the trail. Judging by the tracks, the boy was nearby, and it wasn't long before she saw him. She hurried towards him. Richard was on a swing, sobbing quietly. Since the girl was still in her lizard form, she couldn't call out to him, so she began to climb up his clothes. This time, her lizard claws didn't fail her, and she quickly climbed up and licked his cheek. Richard smiled. He hadn't expected to be disturbed by a pet at this moment. He wiped away a stray tear and asked if she had come looking for him specifically. Knowing there would be no answer, he still asked how she got here, saying it must have been difficult to walk here with such paws. The boy apologized, but some things had made him angry today. Some idiots were making fun of him. He added that he had already knocked them down, leaving them speechless for a while. That insolent Ash especially angered him, bragging about being adopted and that his new parents would be coming soon. He continued to sob quietly, and Aaron thought that the boy had finally produced the first experimental samples. Unexpectedly, Richard suddenly snapped that he was doing just fine and that he wasn't jealous at all, even though our heroine hadn't said anything. A family with a small child walked by on the other side of the street, and the boy said softly that he sometimes thought about it. He said he didn't understand why his parents had abandoned him, why they disliked him so much. The family was discussing something interesting, and the boy added that he later learned that ordinary people avoided mages. After these words, there was silence. The boy gave off a very oppressive feeling. Only the creaking of the swing could be heard. Richard broke the silence, clenching the swing's ropes almost painfully, saying he wished he had never been born. She listened sadly to his confession as he said he wished he could just disappear from this world, but he didn't finish. She remembered the description of this event in the novel. The book said that Sean and Richard would meet before they became adults. In fact, he was the long-lost youngest son of the Collin family, and when he was found, all his grievances would vanish, and he would become gentler. Then our girl thought that maybe it would be a better ending if Sean and Richard were together. Now that she knew some of her abilities, she thought she could help the boy. She climbed onto his lap and began trying to explain to him that she was going to find his family. She put her pink, webbed paws on her hips and continued her silent explanation. Aaron said he hadn't been abandoned. Things were as they were, but she would find his parents, and he had to trust her. Our heroine finished the first part of her monologue. Now she needed to convince him to return to the shelter. She waved her paws, trying with all her might to tell him that Albion had already been searched. The boy looked at her, but unfortunately, he didn't understand her message. He admitted this to her honestly. Then the lizard became sad. All her desperate attempts had been in vain, and to comfort her, he stroked her head. After thanking his snake, Richard said he was still glad she had found him and even listened to his story. He stroked her again and said in a gentle tone that she was wonderful, better than many people. Suddenly, our lizard felt a tickle in her nose, and she opened her mouth. The next moment, she sneezed loudly, which worried her interlocutor. The boy had never thought a lizard could catch a cold, but he was very afraid of this happening. So he said this wouldn't do, and the wind was starting to pick up, so in light of this, they should go back. It was already very dark. Night was falling, so they really needed to hurry. He was about to go back the way he came, but our heroine grabbed his cloak and pulled him in another direction. Richard couldn't explain why himself, but he obediently turned around. They passed a stall, and the boy stared at the window, and Erin decided to share her thoughts with him. It was another one of her inner monologues, but she still told him that sometimes she had the same thought. Well, if that's the case, it would be better not to have been born, and then they saw the director ahead. He was standing and talking to an older woman. Albion was looking for a boy and was therefore asking everyone he met. The director described what Richard looked like, and then the woman told him that she was looking at the boy right now. After thanking her, the man rushed towards his ward. He was glad the child had been found. The girl watched the reunion scene and thought that she too had had the thought that it would have been better to disappear right after birth. At least then she would be happier than she was now, and she became sad. Albion hugged the boy, and Richard didn't object to the gesture. He needed fatherly love too much. They returned to the orphanage, and the boy went back to his room, and when he got into bed, he immediately fell into a deep sleep. After a while, the director decided to come in and check on his ward and saw a lizard sitting by the window. He asked her why she wasn't sleeping and added that she might be an owl lizard, but she thought she just couldn't sleep. Albion sat on the edge of the bed, thanked our heroine, and said that the boy had been feeling much better since meeting her. Then he continued, saying that Richard was only tough on the outside, but in reality, he was just a child suffering from loneliness. Just because he was a child mage, he had been surrounded by pain and contempt, so he had closed off his heart. With a sigh, the man said that this was just his opinion, but he still didn't think Richard's parents had abandoned him so easily. Moreover, mages are very protective of their bloodline, so he tried to find his parents, but so far, unfortunately, without success. Then he asked the lizard to take good care of the boy, and maybe she could fill the void in his soul. After saying these words, he stood up, adding that he had let a large number of children go from the shelter. Walking to the door, he finished his thought, saying that children were still a mystery to him, no matter what. Our heroine thought that if she could speak, she would at least try to support Richard with a kind word. However, she had also had a rather busy day and felt tired. She climbed onto the bed and collapsed exhausted onto the empty pillow. Then she looked at the boy's face and thought that now he could be compared to an angel. However, she couldn't fall asleep. Her back began to itch, which worried her. She thought that maybe something was growing because recently her back had been itching often. When the itching subsided a little, she settled more comfortably on the pillow, ready to sleep. Closing her eyes, our lizard thought that tomorrow she definitely wanted to wake up in human form. The night was ordinary, except the moon was unusually bright, shining dazzlingly. Richard cursed the director in his mind because he had forced him to skip morning classes for hard training. He returned to his room, threw down his training stick, and swore that when he grew up, he would never see Albion again. He needed to vent before entering the room, to forget all his troubles, even for a moment. Opening the door, he loudly told the snake he was back and had brought her the promised fruit. When the boy entered, he saw a girl with pink hair. She was standing in the middle of his own room. Her back was to him, and the bright sun shining through the window shimmered in her hair. Then the girl turned around and looked at him with her huge eyes, holding a piece of skin in her hand. Richard took a few steps, and a floorboard creaked, but this did not distract him from the unexpected guest. This was the height of insolence, so he started shouting at her, asking what she was doing in his room and demanding that she clear out immediately. She asked him to listen to her, but he didn't want to hear anything, saying that if it was a mistake, then she should leave. He was about to call the director, but then he saw what she was holding in her hand, the remains of his snake, a piece of skin. For a moment, the boy was speechless, trying to understand what he was seeing and imagining what might have happened. When the initial shock passed, he first stammered, you a few times. He didn't want to believe his guess. Magic first flickered at his fingertips, then swirled around the room, and he asked threateningly what she had done to his snake. At that moment, the director, who had warned him of the danger many times, came to his mind. It was dangerous when he used magic on people. They might not be able to withstand it and could die. Then he extinguished the raging magic, and it returned to his palm. He clenched the remaining magic into a fist. The director was about to go up to the boy's room and heard him demand that she give him the snake and then leave. Albion walked to the open doorway and saw Richard kicking a strange girl out of his room. Then the director asked what was happening, and his ward briefly outlined the situation. Then he added that she was spouting some nonsense about being his snake. Our heroine stood dejectedly in the middle of the room, her tail slowly swaying behind her legs. Having understood the current situation, the director took the children to his office to discuss everything calmly. When she had finished telling everything, Albion summarized that she was a lizard man. She was 5 years old, named Ailen, and had no guardian. Then he asked if he had gotten it all right, and she nodded, confirming that everything was correct. When the boy asked if she was really his snake, the director explained that this type of creature was known as a demi-human. He added that lizard men live in tropical forests and had no particular reason to be here, and that this was also the first time he had seen one. He explained about the tropics, where it was scorching hot all year round, and the girl became dejected. She thought it was a real failure. She had indeed made a wish before going to sleep last night, but she had received no warning that her wish would come true. But if it had happened a little later, something would have gone wrong. The director apologized for his questions to Ailen and said he needed to clarify whether she had lost her father or mother. Our heroine was silent, and the moment she last saw her dad flashed before her eyes. At this moment, she looked so unhappy that the director suggested she say nothing. But there was one more thing that bothered the man. He knew that demi-humans could only grow up under the care of their parents. With a heavy heart, he made a decision and voiced it. She could stay at the shelter with Richard. Then he looked at her and said that first, they needed to figure out how to get rid of this tail. Ailen apologized, saying she tried to hide it under her skirt, but it always peeked out. But the director had no intention of blaming her. He only said that he was going to the capital anyway and would find out about demi-humans at the same time. The girl asked with interest about the capital, and Albion said he had some other business to attend to. She thought that it was in the capital that Richard's parents, the Collin family, live. Ailen kept her focused, gaze on her new friend, and a glimmer of hope sparked in her soul. Under her penetrating gaze, he felt uneasy and began to fidget nervously on the sofa. Then he looked away. He felt very uncomfortable, especially since Ailen continued to remain silent. On the grass in front of them was a box full of various things, which Richard showed to his girlfriend. She asked if he had collected all of this himself and received an affirmative answer. This was his special jewelry box. The boy talked about how he often wanted to pick up something beautiful when he walked through the surrounding mountains. There were acorns, various shells, leaves, and even a dried centipede. Our heroine didn't understand at all why she would pick up such things, but he clearly liked them very much. 3 days had passed without them noticing since she had turned back into a girl, and they had been walking in the forest surrounding their shelter. When they went there, Richard told her he had his own secret place there and led her to this clearing. Seeing all these kinds of jewels, she thought she wouldn't call it stunningly beautiful or a secret. Her dismissive look did not escape his notice. So after saying that the most beautiful thing was separate, he showed her the blue fragment. He held it carefully between his fingers. The stone sparkled in the sun, and the boy said he had found it yesterday. Our heroine could not have expected that she would find a fragment from Arno's earring in these places. Ailen couldn't hide her admiring gaze, and then the boy called her Snake and asked if she liked it. She corrected him, saying she had a name, not a snake, and he replied that he knew. He continued to explain that when he found it, he called it Snake and began to examine the fragment, bringing it to his eyes. Although it was difficult for her to tear her eyes away from the stone, she absent-mindedly asked to be called by her real name. Richard saw her interest, so he jokingly asked her what he could give her for this fragment. She didn't have time to answer. The boy was already saying that to get something, you first have to give something. But she didn't need to think for long. Our heroine already knew what she could give him in return. This was the best option. She just needed to think about the details, but she put it off for later. Erin was still sitting in the clearing in the middle of the forest, but her thoughts had already flown to the capital. The girl tore her gaze from the box, looked at her friend, and told him that she was going to take him with her too. The capital? He answered with a firm no, explaining that the city was smelly, there were a lot of people, and he didn't want to go there at all. Then our heroine replied that there were also sweets there, and a surprise gift that he couldn't even imagine. The boy asked with interest what kind of surprise it was, and she replied that this would definitely please and surprise him. He asked with some skepticism if it was really that surprising, and she nodded vigorously in response. Richard was silent for a moment, turning the fragment in his fingers, considering the offer. Then he looked her in the eye and said he agreed, and a smile of hope for a better future appeared on her face. However, in exchange, in case they didn't make it to the capital or he didn't like the gift, she would be with him forever. He explained that since they were both single, they would become each other's family and asked her to make him a promise. On one hand, it was a simple request, but on the other, our heroine still held out hope of one day returning to Arno. But for now, this seemed like a completely illusory dream, so she agreed. After making a promise to each other, they began to draw up an escape plan. Armed with crayons and paper, they began. Tomorrow morning, the director would take a carriage to the capital, but before that, he would introduce the new teacher. She suggested taking advantage of the moment when the coachman was away to hide under his bench. The girl showed the last drawing, which depicted their destination, the capital. She said verbally that they must not get caught, and if they reached the end, they would arrive in the capital secretly, without the director's knowledge. Our heroine looked at her interlocutor, waiting for his answer, and he looked at her with some hesitation. Then his expression changed, and he told her in a decisive tone that the plan was reckless. Richard continued. He said they knew the director's character, so it would be no joke if they were caught. The girl replied that everything should be fine. The main thing was to hide well, and she would have to endure a little, as it would be stuffy. He couldn't understand her enthusiasm, so he reminded her that it would take a whole week to get to the capital. Yes, she understood that it would be difficult, but one thought warmed her because she had a real goal. First, she needed to find Richard's parents, then give the fragment to Arno, and then withdraw the money she had received from the bank. In any case, she could only carry out all these plans in the capital, and she didn't see any other way for now. Richard looked at all her drawings again and asked if she really wanted to go to the capital. She replied that, of course, especially if he went with her, it would be fun and she had to keep her promise. The boy looked at the drawings again and said thoughtfully that in that case, he could give it a try. Our girl was delighted, and then her interlocutor added that she had promised him yesterday that they were now a family. Therefore, whatever the snake did, he would do too. After these words, he held out his hand to her. Erin looked at her friend, and although she was inwardly happy about his consent, she still understood that the unknown awaited them. Since she remained silent, he repeated that it was okay, and they would go on this journey together. They still had a few days to work out the plan in more detail, as well as to gather some supplies. At first, everything went according to plan when the carriage arrived, and the coachman and the director were busy with other things. They had no time for the little ones who were planning a journey without anyone's permission. They occupied the space under the coachman's seat without any hindrance, but it turned out to be too cramped. Reality did not match expectations. The box was too big, and it was difficult for a 5-year-old girl and an 8-year-old boy to squeeze in. After a while, he turned to her, and she immediately realized that he was also very cramped. The carriage hadn't even started moving, and they could already barely breathe. There was too little air inside, but this was only half the trouble. The box was hard, and considering they couldn't even change their position, the situation became critical. Finally, they heard the director tell the coachman they could leave. The wheels creaked, the carriage moved, and almost immediately hit a stone, shaking. The children. The driver heard a noise under the seat and asked if they had brought anything heavy, to which the director replied no. As soon as the movement began, our heroine realized her mistake. It was a real failure. They were being mercilessly shaken, and they felt every stone on the road with their whole bodies. Although it was only afternoon, the clouds were so dark that it seemed like late at night, and rain was drumming on the roof. In the estate of Duke Item, Arno's mood matched the raging weather outside. The protagonist and the young gentleman were sitting on a small sofa in their private residence. Chan was busy trying to calm Arno's anger, but she wasn't very successful. She thought that she could usually calm down the members of the item family in about 10 minutes. Now, nothing was happening. The young Duke understood this too, so he said it was enough and moved his hand away. The heroine said the purification was not yet complete, and heard in response that her work was done and any further would be a waste of their time. The young Duke suggested she return to her room. He said it so casually to her that it made her very sad. She didn't understand why she couldn't handle the purification, which only added to her anxiety. Karen and Surion were running down the corridor, looking for their father, and finally met him. They immediately asked him if there was any news, but he had nothing to tell them. Reports were delivered to him daily, but there was still no progress, although they had promised to find her as soon as possible. Arno walked quickly down the corridor, saying that they themselves had created a reason for him to break free. He was trying very hard not to lose his temper. He needed patience because a bad father would have a hard time pleasing Ailen. Karen said that a little pressure from the bank was needed to get him to cooperate, and they promised to tell him how to access the account. The son didn't say how he had managed this, but added that if they wanted to live, they would contact them themselves if necessary. They approached the door of the room where our heroine lived, and since the door was open, they looked inside. The young gentleman knew he wouldn't find anyone there, but he still couldn't help but quietly go inside. A scene immediately appeared in his mind of his little daughter greeting him. Now, before him, there was only a neatly made bed, and he felt that something important was missing. He wanted to sit on that bed again, so he sat down, and his thoughts flew back a few days. At first, it was really just a joke and simple human curiosity. It was the emotions caused by the feelings from the ring that pushed him to the subsequent events. By then, he was already quite tired of boring toys, and he wanted to enjoy an interesting show. He would play the role of a doting dad, and Ailen would be the lovely daughter who loved her father. When he got tired of it all, he would be the same as before. He would simply throw her away. However, everything changed when she risked her life to pick berries for him. Her act touched him deeply, and from a fake relative who only aroused curiosity, she became his real daughter. Moreover, he became attached to her with all his heart and, unexpectedly for himself, began to truly cherish her. He sat there lost in thought for so long that the children asked if he was okay, and he told them to be quiet. But he was already distracted from his thoughts, and he had a goal, so he told his sons he needed to go somewhere. He also asked them to cancel all his meetings and affairs. They reminded him of a private conversation, but he decided to postpone that too. The children scrambled to persuade him not to postpone this meeting, as he had already canceled it last time, but he didn't answer. He left her room, but the thoughts about the girl did not leave him. He didn't understand what she didn't like so much that she decided to run away. He had promised money, a house, everything. He thought that maybe he wasn't sincere enough. Arno also assumed that maybe there was a misunderstanding between them, and that's why she was hiding. He was tormented by the questions of whether she was okay and where she was now, and his imagination threw up all sorts of horrific scenarios. The girl herself was in a somewhat awkward situation. Her and Richard's plan had failed, and the director had found them. Albion scolded the children, wondering if they really intended to ride under the driver's seat for a whole week. I asked if they understood what they had done, and that they were lucky the carriage had stopped and the coachman had checked under the seat. After calming down a bit, the director told them that he was glad they were all right, but he would send them back to the nearest village. Our heroine was not going to back down, so she firmly said that they had business in the capital and asked the director to take them with him. He refused, explaining that the capital was dangerous for small children, and there were many criminals and slave traders there. Ailen said the matter was really very important. Then the director asked to be told what the matter was. He also promised that he would carry it out himself, repeating that it was too dangerous for them in the capital. She wanted to try to persuade him, but the boy took the initiative and said that the snake had promised him they would go to the capital together. Our heroine decided to show her cards, so she showed the fragment, saying that it was all because of this. The stones sparkled in her palm, and she said that this thing had to be handed over to the item family. There wasn't a single person in the empire who didn't know this name, so the boy was very surprised. The girl added that she had friends in this family, and that she needed to hand over the stone personally so that it would be accepted. She quickly said that if the director tried to hand over the item himself, he might be suspected of something. To his reasonable question about whether she had acquaintances there, she had to admit that she had had a little contact with them before coming to the shelter. The girl asked for forgiveness for their reckless act, adding that it was a very important stone, and without it, the family could be in danger. The director looked at her with a look full of distrust and asked again about the possible, threatening danger. Then she mumbled something about where she had heard it, and at that moment the coachman asked them to hurry up, adding that it was time for them to go. Albion needed to weigh the pros and cons, so he told the driver to wait, as they hadn't finished talking. Our heroine began to persuade the director to take them with him, assuring him that they would obey him in everything and sit quietly. In any case, the girl also had special abilities, which she used without realizing it. Her words, in which she pleaded to be taken along, achieved their goal. The director thought about it. It was not an easy decision for him, but he still couldn't refuse her. He told the children to sit down, adding that they would discuss the details on the way, as it was already getting dark. Aaron happily assured him again that they would behave quietly and obey him. She happily ran towards the carriage, saying as she ran that they would be careful, and then turned around again. Looking back again, the girl realized that Richard hadn't even moved. This both surprised and worried her. Then she stopped and called his name, but he said nothing. His head bowed. She began to get seriously worried and was about to go back to him, but he himself took a step towards her and called, "Her, Snake." The boy walked up to her and smiled, then said that she was very good at adapting to circumstances. He explained that he had never thought that with one small stone, she could come up with such an interesting story. Moreover, he added sincerely that for the first minute he himself believed it. The story was so good. Our heroine was about to explain everything to him to avoid any misunderstanding, but she didn't have time. He grabbed her hand and ran. It was so sudden that at first she almost fell, and then when she started running, she could barely keep up with him. She was still small. Richard turned his head and said to her to hurry up, as they had to make it to the village for dinner. This reminded her of a game where a clumsily constructed lie was about to be exposed. The carriage started moving, and although our heroine was heading towards the capital, everything became much more complicated. You never know when the truth will come out, so the lie was like a time bomb that became more dangerous with each passing second. But one way or another, they reached the capital, and everything around them made an indelible impression on Richard. They entered the hotel, and the boy looked at everything. So the director told the children not to fall behind. But Richard was also delighted by the marble floors and the elevator, which worked with the help of pumice stones. He even jumped on the carpet laid in the corridor, comparing its softness to the clouds in the sky. But what surprised him most were the sweets on the table in their room. Aaron explained to the boy that this was normal service and that he could safely eat the delicious food. Richard continued to gobble up the treats when the director entered the room and asked him to listen carefully. He informed them that from now on, he would be attending to his own affairs in the capital and would be back in 4 days, and asked them not to go anywhere. But if something happened to them or they wanted to ask for something, they could contact him through the necklace and showed it. After that, he added that regarding the stone Aaron had mentioned, they would discuss it in more detail as soon as he returned. The children nodded in agreement. Then the director clapped his hands and suggested they have dinner in the room. They agreed again, and Albion added that they would then pack their things and get ready for bed. They completed all the actions in this order. It was late at night when the children finally fell asleep. The children were tired from the journey, so he didn't have to wait long. The director looked at them one last time before leaving. He didn't want to leave them alone, but he had no choice, and with a deep breath, he left, closing the door behind him. The director walked through the city at night, and he came across some random passers-by, but he paid them no mind. Albion was worried if he had done the right thing by bringing them, and he remembered his daughter. She had once begged him to take her to the capital with him, but now only regret remained. Before his eyes was his office, just as he had left it. On the desk was a photo of his family, and the people in it smiled at him, but he was too tired to have time for regrets. But before our heroine's eyes on the table was a box of sweets, a necklace for communication, a cloak, and a letter with instructions. But none of this could arouse her interest. She was counting the gold coins the director had left them. There were 30,000 of them. It was a small sum, but she realized that it would be better for her not to go to the bank to withdraw money from her account for now. She thought that this money would be just enough for her to go see Duke Colin, but it would be better to deal with her account later. Our heroine pulled herself together. She understood that it was wrong to just abandon Richard like that, but she saw no other way out. She remembered his words that if he didn't make it to the capital or didn't like the gift, then she would be with him forever. At that moment, our girl felt sad. She thought that, by and large, he was still a child and therefore didn't always understand what he was saying. So, having calmed her conscience, she put on her hood and went out. But before leaving, she wrote him a short note explaining everything. The cloak was long enough, but she still checked before going out to make sure her tail wasn't showing. She mentally apologized to the director, explaining to him that she would be able to return safely. She also mentally told Albion that although her body was 5 years old, her mind was that of an adult, so she could handle everything. However, it was cool outside in the morning, and a light breeze chilled her body under the cloak. First, our heroine decided to have a snack, so she went into a small shop and bought herself some bread. She really liked the taste of bread in this world, so she enjoyed her breakfast. She spent 6,000 gold coins on it, which upset her a little, but she thought she would manage with the rest somehow. It was getting lighter. There were more people on the streets, and she decided she had to be more careful. First, she needed to find a private carriage with an empty seat, which she did. The only thing that made her uneasy again was that she might not have enough money, and then she would have to leave before reaching her destination. Worst case, she thought she would just walk part of the way, but suddenly she was attracted by a strange sound. Looking in that direction, the girl saw a man, or maybe even a boy, sitting by the wall, and he was clearly cold. Looking at him more closely, she was convinced that he was indeed a child, and she felt sorry for him. She felt he couldn't be much older than Richard, and he was already living on the street. She thought that maybe he was hungry. She thought for a moment, but decided to go over and offer him one of the buns she had bought. She did so without hesitation. Handing him a part of her breakfast, she asked him to try it. To persuade the child, she even explained that it was delicious strawberry jam bread. The boy looked at her silently. Then she said that if he didn't like the taste of strawberry, she also had tea flavored. He said nothing, so she took another small step forward and said that if he didn't mind, she would give him this treat. The boy raised his head, and his hood slipped onto his back, revealing his face. Then she froze in surprise. Huge blue eyes looked at her, and she thought that the original plot did not describe the minor characters. The author of The Adopted was a person with clear choices and directions, so the beauty of the main characters was described in all its glory. As for characters like her, they were described superficially, purely for decoration. If that was the case, then this young man, whose beauty was recognized by all who saw him, was clearly a competitor to the main character. If that were true, then he would be connected to the main character, and if he remembered her face, then the item family would know her location. She decided to run away to avoid contact with this boy and continue to live peacefully at the shelter. In her mind, our heroine hoped that he would meet Sean as soon as possible, find peace, and then hurried away. The boy watched her for a few minutes, and when she disappeared from sight, he looked at the bun. It was an ordinary sweet treat, but he looked at it as if he were holding something completely unusual in his hands. Then the boy quietly turned to the Empire's only god, named Amor, and told him that a miracle had happened. And so, the days passed. Everything was as usual in the estate of Duke Item, although not everything was so smooth. Regardless of how the relationships between relatives developed, the affairs of the duchy required attention, so Murad dealt with them daily. He signed another document and asked the butler if there was any new news, but the butler replied that there was none. The Duke said they had already put all their efforts into it, but there were no results. If only that scoundrel hadn't tarnished the good name of the Fluffy One. When Kalo reminded his master that he was also partly to blame, Lord Morel frowned and asked what he had done. He added that he hadn't become like this yesterday, and that before that, the children of the Item family had also been raised in the same environment. He said in a completely dissatisfied tone that in his day, the fist came first and then the conversation, to which Kalo responded with a hint of sarcasm that my lord, like the previous leader, was doing the same thing to raise the girl to be strong. However, the girl loved the Duke very much and obeyed him, so her fear and shock were too great. The butler concluded, Lord Morel was not happy to hear that childhood traumas do not heal easily. He buried himself in his documents again, then was distracted and said he would deal with it, and then asked where that idiot was. After clarifying that he was talking about Sir Arno, the butler replied that he had canceled his meeting with the Marquis and left, saying he was out on business. The Duke, still trying to focus on the documents, began to list all the meetings his son had canceled in the last 2 days. Then he said he had canceled all meetings for 3 days in a row and repeated the last 2 words. He was extremely angry at the behavior of his reckless descendant, and in a fit of emotion, he broke the pen. Heavy footsteps echoed in the corridors of the Item family castle, followed by the Duke's loud voice, cursing his son with all his might. And in the outskirts of the capital, not everything was calm either, although at first glance, nothing special was happening. People hurried through the narrow streets. Some of them were far from friendly and scared away a flock of crows with their shouts. It was still early, so there were not many people willing to visit the local tavern, but one visitor was found. The owner greeted him, but not warmly, saying that he had come in broad daylight and poured him a glass of wine. Then he added that apparently this person had decided to abandon the burden of being the head of the family today and hire a mercenary. However, the visitor told him to stop talking nonsense, and then, throwing a bag of money on the counter, demanded his order. The interlocutor noted that this person was as cold and ruthless as ever, as dry as before, and then he reached for something below, saying the order had long been ready. He handed the visitor a VIP ticket to an underground auction. Albion took his order and heard the owner say that this auction was of a higher level, and he had gone to great lengths to get it. The interlocutor asked what he was going there for, as a place where people were bought and sold was what he hated most. The director broke the silence and explained that he was going to save the children, to buy them out and take them to the orphanage. The tavern owner poured a glass of wine and advised not to show too much concern, then asked if he knew who was organizing these auctions. The answer was that it was an underground guild called Bright Moon, whose information network was so large that even the emperor couldn't keep up. Taking the offered wine, Albion said he would act rationally and had no intention of destroying this guild, especially since the rumors about it were terrible. After these words, the tavern owner looked at the visitor and said that in that case, he had nothing to worry about. However, the director still needed to prepare very carefully, especially since there were rumors about the grand scale of this auction. This extended auction would feature expensive items and artifacts from all over, as well as various beast-like items. The tavern owner pointed out that the organizers were extremely cruel people, and he had previously thought they only sold children because they had tails and ears. In the background, a voice could be heard asking if Mr. Arno liked the information there. Guild provided. The man suggested the young Duke stay a little longer, as maybe something new would turn up. The director couldn't help but notice this. He turned around to get a better look at the representative of the Item family. Everyone bowed to the high-born nobleman, thanking him for choosing them as his informants. Arno himself was as unapproachable as ever. His gaze flickered over the director, but only for a second. The young gentleman asked them to stop bothering him with their proposals, and Albion watched all this, almost breaking his neck. He was indeed looking so intently that the owner even joked that the director might have fallen in love with him. Turning to his interlocutor, Albion asked who had just gone out, but he himself did not know. Then he added that this nobleman seemed to be the old owner of this casino, and he had overheard a bit of the conversation. The bartender thought for a moment and said that all he knew was that this man was looking for his daughter who had been missing for some time. He also added that maybe the Bright Moon Guild was behind it, as they even said that to increase the number of lots, they had gone completely crazy. The director took a sip and heard that they also said Bright Moon had started stealing everyone, regardless of their status. The man began to talk about how such villains would surely get what they deserved, but the visitor knocked on the counter, interrupting him. Albion stood up and headed for the exit. He wouldn't learn anything more for now, and he had other concerns. The bartender said he was glad to see him and invited the visitor to come by whenever he needed. However, the news was not at all encouraging, and the director of the shelter walked out onto the street with a heavy heart. Now he had even more reason to worry about the children he had left alone at the hotel. Of course, Albion could not have imagined that his ward had left the room not long ago. Our heroine was walking through a busy square, trying to find a carriage to Richard's parents' house. She walked quickly down the street, feeling that someone was following her, and became worried. Turning around carefully, she saw that her pursuer was the very boy she had treated to a bun. She quickened her pace slightly, trying to shake him off, but to no avail. He followed her persistently. Then she decided to talk him out of it, but at the same time, she didn't want him to see her face. So, without turning around, she said that she had no more bread and no money for him. Then she asked him not to follow her, but if he really wanted, she would still buy him another bun. But his answer was completely different. He asked for her permission to follow her wherever she was going. Our heroine couldn't stand it, turned around, stopped, and asked again, and then he said he had nowhere to go. After that, the boy knelt right in the middle of the street and said that he would consider her his mistress. He carefully began to take off his hood and continued, saying that he begged her to allow him to think so. Still kneeling, the boy raised his huge blue eyes to her and said that he begged her to consider him her mistress. Our heroine was terrified. This was the last thing she wanted. She tried to get rid of the boy, but it turned out to be the opposite. Besides the fact that they were starting to attract the attention of passersby, she began to almost beg him to get up from his knees. But her actions only made the situation worse. The people around them began to whisper and make various assumptions. Some guessed she was a young noble in disguise, while others wondered why the boy was on his knees. One woman complained that children these days were cruel, and the second had committed a mortal sin for the boy to be on his knees before her. Realizing it was time to end this farce, our heroine approached the boy and said they needed to leave. But it wasn't that simple. He stood his ground and asked again if she agreed to be his mistress. She was cornered. She had no choice but to agree, and although reluctantly, she said yes, and he immediately beamed with joy. They walked down the street. The boy followed her, constantly repeating the word mistress. She was starting to get angry. Erin turned her head and said to him that he shouldn't call her that, as she was practically a beggar and didn't even have spare change. As a final convincing argument, she mentioned her age, as she was younger than him, so there was no need for honorifics. He listened to her attentively, then smiled brightly and said that he would obey, adding mistress. Realizing that continuing this conversation was pointless, she moved on. Soon she saw an empty carriage. Our heroine approached the coachman and, after greeting him, immediately got to the point, saying she needed to go to the Collin family estate. Then she asked how much it would cost, but the man looked down at her and asked where her parents were. She replied that she intended to go alone. Then the coachman replied that she didn't look a day over 5, so he couldn't take her. A woman came out from around the corner and also headed for the carriage. As she walked, she said where she needed to go, and the coachman suggested that the girl come with her guardian. A few minutes later, the carriage was creaking along the pavement, while our heroine remained standing, covered in dust from the side of the road. She cleared her throat and began to think about what to do. But just then, her new friend came over and said he knew where to go. The girl began to actively refuse, explaining that she needed to arrive on time, and for that, she needed a private carriage. Then the boy knelt down again, once again attracting the attention of those around them, and she had no choice but to agree. They spent only a short time on the road, and soon he stopped and pointed to A building behind a high gate. Our heroine stood rooted to the spot, and her companion asked if this was the building she was looking for. She said that it turned out Duke Collin's estate was so close, she just had to walk down the street and through a small alley. The boy smiled, and in her mind, she compared what she saw with what was described in the original work, and everything matched. Realizing she had arrived, she said she was leaving. He agreed with her wish, and also asked her to tell him everything she needed. Our heroine didn't want to waste time, so she thanked him for seeing her off as she walked. But after only a few steps, she stopped because she heard a wolf behind her. She held back a scream and asked him what he had just done, to which she received the answer that he was his master's dog. The boy was clearly in a good mood. He smiled and told her with a hint of sarcasm that he was barking to show his obedience. She felt this guy wasn't quite right in the head, and he seemed kind and even cute, and it wouldn't be easy for someone like him to live in this world. Although she didn't want to be responsible for him, she thought she couldn't help it. She would have to look after him. With these thoughts, she walked the rest of the way to the gate and, lost in thought, did not immediately hear the guard's question about an audience with the Duke. Quickly shaking off unnecessary worries, she said confidently that she had heard this family was looking for their missing son. She looked proudly at the guards and added that she was a friend of the boy. They thought about it and decided to discuss her words. They complained about the world where parents, for the sake of profit, send a girl to deceive the security. but they decided to check everything carefully first so as not to receive a reprimand, and one of them went out of the gate to ask the Duke's permission. Our heroine thought that so far everything was going well. She had thought she would be turned away at the gate. She looked out of the estate with hope, and her thoughts returned to the boy she had left at the hotel. She wondered if he had already read her letter. She hoped he would be happy to find his parents. She couldn't have imagined that he would receive her help so coldly. Richard was furious. He shouted that he hadn't asked her to look for his family, but she had promised him that she would always be with him. He cried out, asking what the girl had told him about his family. Then why did she deceive him? Another pile of pathetic plates flew to the floor. Richard Collins stood in the middle of the room, surrounded by broken plates and spreading ice. After venting, he began to calm down slowly. There were scratches on his hands, but he couldn't feel them. It was as if a whole mountain of loneliness had fallen on him. He didn't understand why she had left him or where she had gone. A few years ago, when the son of Duke Colin was still a baby, his mother admired the baby in the cradle, saying that he was as charming as his father, strikingly similar. After that, the Duke and Duchess began to discuss what to name him, and his father suggested the name Richard. He added that he came up with this name because he hoped the baby would be strong and resilient, with a straightforward character, and would be able to realize his talents at the peak, and it would be great if he could be exactly like that. The Duchess said it was a beautiful name, and that they would raise him to be the happiest child in the world. The Duke continued his wishes, saying that their boy would grow up in the arms of parental love. The woman who heard these words from behind the nursery door thought that her family had been driven to this point. She felt they were crazy to think they could make their child happy after all this. She bit her lip until it bled and promised herself that she would do everything to prevent this from happening. The woman came up with a cunning plan, and a few days later, taking advantage of the bad weather, she left the estate. When she handed over little Richard, she said, repeating again, that they should be very careful with the child of this scoundrel mage. The captain of the boat replied that it made no difference to him, and for him, it was enough to abuse the boy so much that he wouldn't even dare to think about using magic. After that, he asked if everything was okay with her, because in such a rather dangerous operation, she didn't even take payment. She smiled at her own thoughts and said aloud that she didn't need money, and then hurried away. The bad weather helped her, covering all traces of her actions, so she was able to escape punishment. All this woman wanted was revenge. More than anything in the world, she wanted to bring misfortune to the family of Duke Colin. As our heroine walked down the corridor to the master's office, she recalled in detail the story of this kidnapping from the original work. The guard grabbed the doorknob and said that the Duke was a rather busy man, so it would be better to keep the story short and to the point. He told our heroine that if she was lying, it would be better to say so right away, because the Duke couldn't stand lies and would recognize them immediately. After that, he opened the door, wished her good luck, and a light breeze stirred the papers on the table. Michael Collin was right in front of her. He told her to tell him everything she knew, adding that she claimed to be his son's girlfriend. Our heroine carefully examined the man at the table. Outwardly, he was as handsome as described in the novel. So much so that even if someone called him an ice spirit, they couldn't take their eyes off him. Aaron looked at him in complete silence, and the silence began to drag on. Then the master of the house slammed his glasses on the table, and he asked her why she wasn't speaking. The question pulled the girl out of her trance. She heard him ask her to describe her friend, his physical features, his name, anything she knew. She thought the Duke had no illusions at all. He just looked as if he was assessing how he could kill this imposter. Our heroine realized that if she made a mistake, she was dead, but she began to tell about his purple hair. The Duke listened intently as she described her friend Richard's hair, which became noticeably lighter at the ends. She also needed to tell him something that would serve as irrefutable proof, and she thought about it. Something had to be remembered so that Duke Colin could be sure they were talking about his son. She realized she could tell about the square gray earring Richard wore in his right ear. My Lord Michael was skeptical about meeting this girl, as experienced detectives had been looking for his son for years without success. Then, completely unexpectedly, some little child gave an accurate description of their family jewel. He took out the steam room that had been left after the kidnapping, showed it to our heroine, and asked if this was the one she had in mind. She replied that it was true, adding that Richard usually used ice magic, so sometimes the earring would be covered in frost. Duke Colin jumped up and asked where the child was, adding that they needed to see him first and then talk in more detail. Aaron tried to stop this haste, saying that there was a situation, as she had left without telling the boy where she was going and why. Although he was ready to decide everything himself, she said that some time was needed to prepare before bringing Richard to the estate. Our heroine spoke very convincingly about taking responsibility for talking to her friend and bringing him tomorrow. When she talked about the delay, the Duke found it suspicious and decided to ask how she knew about his son in the first place. Hearing this reasonable question, Aaron thought that the further they went, the worse it got, and the lies were starting to snowball. She said aloud that this was her first time in the capital, and while wandering the streets, she had accidentally seen a poster about a missing child. Since the boy was very similar to her friend, like 2 drops of water, she came to the Duke to tell him about it. In fact, it was impossible not to know about this. And in the original novel, even Sean had heard these rumors many times. However, the rumors circulated in the capital, and the shelter was a week's journey away, quite far, so this information never reached anyone there. When our heroine said she was interested in this father-son meeting, she tried to be very convincing. To this, the Duke said he agreed, and only asked her to send a telegram with the address, and he would send a carriage there tomorrow. He thanked her for coming and asked if she needed a carriage back. Aaron refused, citing the fact that her friend had promised to pick her up, which meant her new friend was probably waiting for her at the estate. The girl turned out to be right. The boy had waited for her and ran towards her, asking if she had managed to visit the Duke. She replied that everything was fine and thanked him for waiting, and he told her that he was her faithful dog. She needed a few coins, so she took out her bag, but she didn't open it very carefully, and a fragment rolled out. Fearing that she might lose him and something terrible would happen, she chased after it, but the boy got there first. He picked it up, turned it over, and said it was an amazing coincidence because he had one just like it. She was surprised, although at first she didn't understand what it meant, whether he had one just like it or if he had her stone. The boy opened his palm, and Aaron saw 3 fragments, and he explained that he had 2 identical to hers. Our heroine looked at these sparkling stones and thought that this was indeed something to think about. In the original novel, it was clearly stated that the balanced fragments were in the hands of important characters, and there were 7 in total. 3 of them were in the hands of Arno item. 1 was with Richard Collin, and 1 was irretrievably lost. It turned out this boy had 2 more, and now she was staring at them. She also knew who they belonged to in the original story. They were with the future High Priest. One of the Dragon Clan's relics was the Balance Fragment, whose original name was the Balance Stone. The first head of the item family asked the Black Dragon for permission to distribute the stones to those in need, and so they were scattered throughout the world. The boy smiled and said he wondered if they were the same as hers, so he decided to show them. If she didn't mind, then he was ready to give them to her, and watching her reaction carefully, he asked what she thought. Aaron replied that they looked identical, but she didn't have to return them, which disappointed her new friend. The chances of meeting a child on the street who would become the High Priest in the future were slim to none. If she took them from a child who didn't know who he was, what kind of situation would she be in? Perhaps now the future High Priest was suffering in a temple that resembled a jungle, serving the current greedy High Priest. Moreover, it was said that he had a straightforward character that did not match his lovely face, and he said everything he was sure of. In the original plot, it was actually mentioned that the main character would soften his personality. He really wanted to be useful to her, so when she refused to take the fragments, he almost cried. She didn't want to leave him alone, so she told him he could go with her, but warned him that there was another person there. As they walked back to the hotel, the boy said he didn't care who was waiting for them. When they arrived, she asked her companion to wait for her at the door, as she had something to say to a friend inside. She also said she would be back soon and asked him not to go anywhere. Then he knelt down again, which made her very uneasy again. She protested and asked him to get up from his knees and not to do that again, but to wait for her in an upright position. He promised to obey. Approaching the door, she stopped. She needed time to gather her thoughts, as a difficult conversation lay ahead. Our heroine held the doorknob until she had chosen the right words in her mind, and only then did she pull the door open. She didn't like the darkness in the room. Her heart sank with surprise. Something had suddenly happened in her absence. Aaron noticed the fire in the fireplace was almost out, and the anxiety that gripped her heart grew stronger. Part of the room was only lit by the light coming in from the corridor. The girl took a few steps and said she was back. Looking around, she cautiously continued further inside and said again, apologizing for leaving without saying goodbye. No matter how careful the girl was, she still stepped on a broken vase, and the glass crunched under her feet. This startled her. She wanted to say she had bought some bread on the way, but the words didn't come out. Instead, a question about the glass under her feet slipped out, and only then did she hear Richard's voice call her name. Realizing his location, our heroine walked towards him, and he asked if she had found his parents. She replied that she had met his father today and that they would send a carriage for them tomorrow. Asking if this was good news, she added that he was very similar to his father and he would see for himself. Yourself. You just need to go see your family tomorrow. And after that, she suggested they go together. Richard remained silent, and she approached him and carefully touched his hand. He turned to face her, and the moonlight streaming through the window palely illuminated his silhouette. Erin was surprised by his question. She didn't understand why he was asking why he needed this meeting with his family. Seeing her reaction, he explained that she had promised him that they would become each other's family, and that she would always be by his side. He reminded her of this, adding that she had agreed at the time. His mood changed. He asked in a hoarse voice why she had done this, and grabbed her hand. She didn't know what to answer him, so he flew into a rage and asked in a loud voice why even she was leaving him. Richard could no longer control himself, and therefore simply shouted that he had been sincere from that moment until now. He shook our heroine as if by doing so he could find out why she had deceived him. But this only scared the girl. Could she answer the questions he threw at her in anger? Was she really going to abandon him, just as his parents had done before? She saw the situation from a slightly different perspective. To her, it was just a children's game, seemingly meaningless words. After all, everyone feels lonely from time to time, and she was just a minor character who didn't want to get involved with the main character. Our heroine thought that now he had a place to return to, which meant that all these words should have become meaningless to him. They sat on the floor, and Erin told him it wasn't a lie and that she had no intention of leaving him, and that once you become family, you are family forever, adding that she also cherished him very much. But she said that compared to this, his family loved him more, which made him very sad. She felt it was time to tell him everything about his past and what really happened. The girl handed him a poster of him as a baby and explained that his parents had not abandoned him, but had lost him. She explained that the family had been waiting for him every day, looking for him, hoping he was alive and well, and had been doing so for all these years. The boy looked at himself and even saw his earring in his small hand. Tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. When the girl told him that they were also a family and that it was true, he could no longer hold back, and tears fell onto the poster. She looked at his face with a compassionate gaze and said gently that tomorrow they should still go and meet his other family. Realizing that his tears prevented him from answering, she continued herself, asking if he agreed to go with her the next day. His sobs drowned out his voice, but he still buried his face in the poster and asked if her words were a lie. Richard had difficulty saying each word, but he continued to ask her if she had made all this up just to leave him. He even compared his situation to a dream where everything was wonderful, and the girl agreed with this assumption. The moon shone brightly on the estate of Duke Colin, but the master of the house was not yet asleep. He was waiting for news. The necklace that served as a transmitter in this world began to flash, and individual words could be heard. Then the Duke heard that his men had been tracked by a magical device, and that the girl's words were most likely true. It was indeed the Duke's son, and the detectives asked if they should take the child right away, and he ordered them to do nothing. Duke Colin decided to postpone the meeting with his son until tomorrow, as he had agreed with the girl. The man sat at the desk in his office, and in front of him was a picture of his son taken many years ago. The children were sitting on the floor of their room. Richard was slowly beginning to calm down, although he was still sobbing quietly. The boy called his friend's name, and she responded, showing that she was listening to him attentively. He didn't speak right away. He wanted to clarify something, so taking a deep breath, he quickly asked if they were a family. The girl answered in the affirmative, explaining that no matter what anyone said, they were still a family. Then the boy dried his tears. His life was undergoing a huge change, so he chose his words carefully before speaking. He asked if she could stay and live with him if that was really his parents. Although she suspected that it would not be easy for her to part with this boy, the question still took her by surprise. Reluctantly, our heroine said she still had some things to do, which greatly disappointed her interlocutor. When Richard started crying again and asked through his tears if these things were really more important than their family, the girl froze. She didn't have time to answer. He had already grabbed her hand and shouted that he didn't want her to leave him, adding that she had to live with him because they could tell everyone that they were brother and sister. When he asked if she had decided to leave him after all, our heroine replied that she hadn't expected this. Richard continued to hold on to her, shouting that under any circumstances she should be nearby so that he could come to her. The boy behind the door reacted to these shouts. He peeked in and said that he wanted to obey his mistress, but the noise was disturbing him. He didn't finish his sentence about just dropping by to see if everything was okay. The scene he saw in a room shocked him to the core, but he wasn't the only one shocked by what was happening. Our heroine didn't have time to warn Richard about her new friend, so he started asking who it was. The future high priest ran into the room and began to ask the mistress if she was all right. She told him not to worry. When her new friend said she was being threatened, she replied that she would deal with the boy and asked him to leave them alone. Just then, Richard jumped up, and since he was holding her hand, our heroine felt a strong upward pull. Erin found herself in a difficult situation, with each of her interlocutors holding her by the palm, and it seemed they had no intention of letting go. The boys sized each other up, and the future priest was the first to demand that he let go of the girl's hand and not threaten her. Then Richard, with his characteristic fervor, said that it wasn't him who had broken into a stranger's room. He also added that he hadn't threatened anyone at all, and our girl realized that she was in a tug of war. But unfortunately, she was in the most disadvantageous position, especially since the boys' argument began to escalate. However, she was very tired, her strength was leaving her, and she could barely hear what they were arguing about. Our heroine slowly slid to the floor. The only thing that kept her from falling abruptly was the boys' hands. They saw something was wrong with her, but didn't know what to do, and with her last strength, she said quietly that she was terribly hungry. The blue-eyed boy, holding the poster, said that this was the son of the Duke they had gone to, and his name was Richard. The girl who had managed to eat a few buns felt much better and began to clean up with the boys, and they were almost finished. She confirmed the boys' words, explaining that she had accidentally learned about the kidnapping but intended to take Richard to see Duke Colin. Unexpectedly, the future priest asked about the second boy, as he felt he was a very powerful mage. Startled by the question, she asked why he thought so, and he replied that he felt a special magical energy in Richard. Then he walked up to Erin and said that since they had cleaned the room, they could now tidy up her cloak. She thought that, according to the original plot, the future high priest had a significant characteristic, but she still began to refuse him, even though she knew that the boy hated demi-humans. Moreover, in the temple he was taught that humans were superior, which convinced him that demi-humans were dirty and inferior. When the cloak slipped, her tail was exposed for all to see, and she thought this truth would make the boy uncomfortable. Until now, the girl had let him follow her for this very reason. And if he was a priest, then after learning her true identity, he would immediately leave her. Well, now he had seen everything, and our heroine began to wait for events to unfold according to the original plot. She froze, and he began to examine her cloak, saying that he had not expected to see such a precious thing with his own eyes. The boy also said that this cloak could block magical power, and he knew that obtaining such a high-level item was quite difficult. Then Erin waved her tail in front of his nose and asked if he didn't see anything special. He replied that he had seen her tail before, but this was the first time he had seen a demi-human, adding that he was just a little surprised. This was an unexpected turn of events. The plot began to develop in a different direction. Then she decided it was time to get to know the boy. She asked him to state his name. He asked again, then smiled and introduced himself, saying his name was Lucilian. The boy himself was surprised that they had been together all day and the girl hadn't asked his name. Our heroine looked at him carefully and thought that she had actually guessed it from their first meeting. She discovered with horror that this boy was one of the candidates for the main male lead. Lucilian asked if she was surprised that he had followed her, but he had reasons why he had to serve her. He continued, saying that the mistress had saved him, as if it were destined by fate. He nodded, saying that everything was exactly so. But before she could answer, Richard's voice came from the doorway. The Duke's son entered the room, leading a servant pushing a cart full of various delicacies. This was exactly what our heroine needed right now, and she forgot about everything else in the world and pounced on her dinner. As she enjoyed her meal, Richard said that if she ate everything, she would stay with him, and Lucillian pointed out that she didn't want that. Meanwhile, the next morning arrived, and onlookers gathered near the hotel to discuss the unexpected event. The boys went outside, and Richard asked the girl if the carriage now parked at the entrance was for them. He immediately guessed that this carriage could only belong to some nobleman, and that this was indeed the one they had talked about before. He still couldn't believe that such a magnificent lady had been sent for them. His thoughts were interrupted by a servant who came out to greet him. The man said he was very happy to meet Richard Colin and introduced himself as a servant of the ducal family, named Wilt. As he rolled out a scarlet carpet, he added that he was happy to be able to take care of him and that the Duke himself was eagerly awaiting his son at the estate. Wilt himself was like this carpet. He knew firsthand how long his masters had been waiting for this moment. A whisper went through the crowd around the children that one of the boys was clearly of noble birth, but you couldn't tell from his clothes. Our heroine discovered with horror that the Duke had sent such a conspicuous carriage, and they were attracting unnecessary attention from the townspeople. The children hesitated for a moment, then decided it was better to go, which they did. The carriage rolled along the tree-lined alleys of the city park, and Richard sat there lost in thought, not even hearing his name being called. He really had a lot to think about. Either his life was taking a sharp turn, or they were in for a panic. Erin called his name for the third time before he reacted. She asked if he was okay. He answered in the affirmative, and to her question of whether he was also a little worried like her, he said that wasn't the main thing. Looking at Lucillian, who was sitting on the floor, he said that he still couldn't decide what kind of person this guy who was following them was. The future high priest, without looking up, said that he was the mistress's faithful dog and had to be with her always. But when Richard asked what the hell this was, and if the boy was half dog, Lucillian still raised his eyes to him. After that, he barked playfully a few times, and he liked the joke so much that he laughed sincerely. But the Duke's son didn't like it much. He didn't understand if it was a game or serious. He twirled his finger at his temple, and his companion said that the boy had nowhere to go, so he would be with them for a while. She asked him to be understanding, only to hear the boys start arguing again, taking turns kicking each other out of the carriage. The boys continued their meaningless argument, and our heroine decided not to pay attention and looked out the window. Before leaving, our heroine wrote a note to Albion, reporting that they had found Richard's parents and were on their way to see them. She wrote that they were going to see Duke Colin, and also said that if they were delayed, they would let him know, and finally she apologized for the money spent. At the estate, they were greeted by all the servants. Everyone was happy about the return of the young Duke. The housekeeper came out to meet them and invited them to follow her to the guest room, where someone was already waiting for them. The lady was very kind to the children, and they followed her. As Richard walked, he thought that this house was even bigger than the hotel. They walked through long corridors lit by the light from huge windows, and only our girl was not impressed by the luxury. When they reached the correct door, the servant told them that Duke Colin was waiting for them inside and that they could go in. Erin heard heavy breathing behind her and thought that her friend was probably very worried and scared about his future. Then she decided to support him. She turned to him and took his hand. She hoped he could overcome his indecision. Looking him in the eye, she said in a friendly tone that he didn't need to be nervous. In fact, the person behind the door was very much looking forward to him. She asked him not to worry about anything, adding that everyone in this house loved him. Richard listened to his friend's words, and on the one hand, he understood that she was right, but he was still worried about what would happen. He agreed with her arguments. Then the housekeeper entered the guest room first and reported to the master that the children had arrived. The Duke listened to her report without turning his head. He was much more nervous and worried than he expected. When he heard the light footsteps of the children, his whole body turned in that direction. Before him stood the girl who had come yesterday, and behind her stood two boys in hoods pulled down over their foreheads. Erin said hello and took another step forward, saying that she had brought Richard as promised. Then, turning her head slightly, she told her friend to say hello and take off his hood. The boy began to move forward, carrying out his girlfriend's request as he walked. Duke Colin looked at his miniature copy and had no doubt that his son was in front of him. The boy took another step forward. The earring in his ear swayed with the movement, and his hair fell over his shoulders just like his. Milord Michael had been waiting for this moment for so long that for the first few minutes he just stood there, his body refusing to obey. It took all his effort to take the first step, but the joy of reunion itself moved him. In some corner of his mind, he had always believed that his son was alive, but there had been so many false leads over the years that he had almost lost hope. Now, he could no longer restrain himself. He knelt beside his descendant, whom fate had finally mercifully returned to him. The Duke hugged his son, saying that he had missed him very much and had been looking for him all these years. "What a relief! My baby has grown up safely," Milord continued, not letting go of the boy in his arms. It's not known how long this would have continued, but Richard put his hand on his father's shoulder and pushed the Duke away. He asked in an unusually sad tone if it wasn't until now that he had ordered him to consider him his father. The children listened in despair as Richard told them how hard it had been for him all this time, every day, every second. The lost son continued with even heavier words, saying that he had blamed his father for his loneliness every day. But his father understood his child very well. He put his hand on his shoulder and asked him to believe that he had not been abandoned. The Duke said that neither his father nor his mother had ever abandoned Richard. Moreover, all these years, the thought of him had pierced their hearts every day and continued to assure them that they had not lost hope and had continued their fruitless search until this day. He brushed away the unruly bangs from his son's forehead to get a better look at his eyes and added that he had never stopped loving his only child. Then he suggested they sort out the misunderstandings that had accumulated over the years and asked the heir to listen to his dad. The Duke suggested the children go to another room to talk privately, and Ailen looked at Lucilian with a question. But before they could exchange a few words, Richard jumped in front of her, grabbed her sleeve, and shouted that he didn't want that. He shouted that they had already agreed not to be separated, and if Ailen left, he wouldn't stay either. Then our heroine said she wasn't going anywhere, just staying nearby for a while, and she looked at the Duke. The patriarch's angry gaze spoke volumes. If she offended his son, he would never forgive her. She looked at the Duke, and while Richard urged her to stay, she agreed, saying they wouldn't be there for long. Milord Michael's anger turned to kindness, and he thanked the children for their difficult journey and invited everyone for tea. After that, he said that since there was an opportunity, he would tell what had happened during this time and threw the cake into the air. He clenched his fist and said he would show them what they had done to the scoundrel who had done this to them, and then the treat shattered into small pieces. He promised to show them what it was like to lose their only son, and he pointed his finger at the remains of the dessert. The Duke began his story, from time to time showing the children exactly how things had happened. As they spoke, a disgusting mass reminiscent of some vile flesh floated above the table when they found the last pirate. When a master of the house said they had destroyed everything that even slightly resembled a person, the mass exploded with a disgusting pop. It was a shocking performance, and our heroine thought it wasn't worth telling them everything in such detail. Looking at Richard, the girl realized she was right, and the boy was clearly shocked by his father's frank story. Pulling himself together, the young Duke said he hadn't expected his parents to go to so much trouble. His father replied that he was glad he liked it, although it was a more brutal sight than he had imagined. Then Richard asked his father that if something like this happened again, he must show him. He wanted to see everything with his own eyes. Milord Michael made such a promise to the heir, but our heroine did not like this conversation. But what shocked her most was the complete mutual understanding between father and son. But the arrival of the housekeeper pulled her out of these thoughts. The servants reported that all preparations for dinner were complete, and then the Duke suggested moving to the dining room. He added that his son's friends could stay as long as they wanted, and then turned to our heroine. When he told her he wanted to talk to her first, the violent images flashed through her mind again. Richard didn't want to be separated from his girlfriend for a minute, so he protested that he wouldn't move an inch. However, the housekeeper of this house was strong and easily took the air away, while the master of the house just waved his hand. After recommending she eat with a good appetite, he promised to bring her girlfriend soon, and Richard's protest disappeared behind the closed door. Although in the corridor, the boy's words could still be heard, saying that if the snake didn't eat on time, it would faint. When everything had quieted down, the Duke turned to her, and she realized that even his gaze had changed, and she thought she was out of luck again. But when he said it was time to negotiate and that he had a lot to discuss, there was no hostility in his tone. First, he wanted to ask where she had met Richard. She replied that it was at the shelter, explaining that far from the capital, there was a temporary orphanage for children. became thoughtful. She later added that she herself should have understood that it was not easy for a mage's child to get along with ordinary children who had instincts. This feeling told the children to avoid mages, and his son must have had a hard time, as there was no one to even protect him. The Duke was right, so she told him that Richard was lucky to have met a mentor at the orphanage. When Milord asked again what she meant, the girl explained that he had supported the boy, especially in difficult times. She said the man's name was Albion, and he was the director of that orphanage, and he had endlessly protected and cared for Richard. She wanted to comfort the unfortunate Duke, so she added that the director had done an excellent job as his adoptive father. The final words comforted Milord, and he said he was glad to hear this and also glad that he wouldn't have to drag the director here. At that moment, our heroine thought that she had saved Albion with one word, so now he owed her a favor. After taking a sip of tea, the Duke said that there was nothing to be done about the fact that his son had suffered, but he could give her a reward. Our heroine knew very well what this meant, so she didn't listen to his explanation on the matter. She suddenly realized that, until that moment, she hadn't even thought about the fact that she was actually due a reward. She became thoughtful, as money was again an issue, as were jewels, and asking to live here was not an option. Then her thoughts returned to the only way out, the one that had already been marked for her, and she told the Duke that she needed a house. She asked for a small house in the capital, calculating in her mind that she could observe the development of the plot, and the Item family estate was also nearby. The Duke placed his cup on the table and replied that he could give him that. It was not a problem for him. Aaron was glad that everything was going so smoothly, but he continued, saying that this was not what she, based on her status, would hope for. Our heroine was ready to disappear, to vanish from the face of the earth right now. And when he started talking about her being a demi-human, she turned her head in fear to see where her tail was, but the master of the house noted that she hid this part of her body well. He looked at her with his sharp eyes and added that he understood this from the magical energy she exuded. After a short pause, he said that if she weren't a half-beast, he wouldn't know what to say, because such creatures cannot survive without a master. Someone like her couldn't own a home alone in the capital, because if a crime happened, no one would help her. There was an unwritten rule in the Empire. Half-beasts must belong to a master or a family, and only then can they count on protection. The Duke concluded that since she had no master, her only option was to return to her family. She looked at her interlocutor with sad eyes. Then he asked her which species she belonged to. She quietly replied that she belonged to the lizards, and he thought again that something didn't add up for him. After thinking for a moment, he said that the girl did not resemble the members of the Komodo he knew, neither in hair color, skin tone, nor eyes. She began to feel very nervous. She was very curious about what the Duke was thinking now, looking at her like that, seeing her emotions. He said in a conciliatory tone that he had no intention of sending her back to her family and that he shouldn't have said that at all. He continued, saying that he would make her a special offer that she would surely like, and then he twirled his finger. Magic flickered throughout the room, and for a moment, Aaron even thought she would fly up like a feather. But this did not happen. The room suddenly became cooler. Then a piece of paper and a pen appeared and quickly wrote something. The written paper landed smoothly in her palm, and at that moment, the Duke asked if she would like to become Richard's sister. This meant she would have food, clothes, education, as well as security and a home where she could live for the rest of her life. The Duke announced that she would want for nothing, and these were special privileges that other demi-humans could not even dream of. However, he knew as well as she did that no one would refuse such an offer, but she had too much input too. Answer immediately, but you shouldn't spend all your time in the capital. It's time to see what's happening in a certain small settlement. A new character appears in our plot, another child walking down an unfamiliar street. He looked at the map in his hand and swore that everything in this town was so confusing that he felt he had already walked here. The new character thought that he must tell his father that action needed to be taken here to clean up the mess. He walked with his nose buried in the map, trying to figure out the house numbering. The boy was so engrossed in his plans that he didn't immediately notice the strong wind, and a gust blew off his hood. This boy might be another main character from the original work. He had two outstanding physical features. He quickly pulled his hood back over his face so that no one would recognize him. He also thought that nothing was going right today, and that maybe he shouldn't have left the house, especially with the bad weather. But he really wanted to get a birthday present for Lady Lillian, so he was willing to go to great lengths. He was even prepared to faint just to get what the lady wanted so much to try. Inosh, as the boy was called, continued on his way along the cobblestone street, determined to see his plan through to the end. But like many children of that age, this hero was reckless and did not pay attention to what was happening around him. However, unlike him, others knew exactly what they were looking for and what they needed. In the estate of Duke Colin, the gentleman called for the housekeeper, Lisa. He had an urgent task. He gave her the contact information for the director of the shelter and asked her to tell him that the children had arrived safely and that he should not worry. The Duke also asked to be polite to Albion, as he intended to invite him to the estate in the future. Left alone, my Lord Michael became lost in thought, as a lot had happened in the last few days. One unresolved question bothered him more than the others. He couldn't understand the motives of this lizard girl. She had thanked him for his offer, but still asked for time to think and weigh the pros and cons. Erin remained a mystery to him. He could only read in her eyes that she had no expectations. But he had made her a completely reasonable offer, one that would have pleased anyone of a much higher status than her. Then he asked if she wanted to return to the orphanage, to which Erin explained her position quite concisely. He said he didn't know about him, but for many other children, this place meant a lot. She also pointed out that if it weren't for the shelter, she would most likely never have met his son, Richard. The Duke thought that at first glance, she smiled brightly, but in certain situations, she showed a determination that did not match her age. Her personality was so different from her appearance that one couldn't even guess she belonged to the Komodo family. Comparing her to his son, he thought she also felt oppressed simply because she was different, and he couldn't return to his family because in half-beast families, mutants were considered either angels or devils and nothing else. Due to her appearance, she had most likely experienced various hardships and therefore became mature beyond her years. After careful consideration again, Duke Colin picked up a pen and paper and began to write a petition for the adoption of a girl named Erin. He understood that she, of course, could not be compared to his son, but he would do everything to ensure that she grew up to be a happy child. The document was ready. My Lord Michael read it again and was convinced that he had the strength to make another child happy. Our heroine collapsed onto the bed in the quarters provided for them. She was very tired. This was not surprising. She hadn't expected so much to happen, and moreover, she had to make fateful decisions. Today, after arriving at the estate, she had a private conversation with the Duke, and only after calling Albion was she able to have dinner. She really wanted to rest in peace and quiet for a while, but the two boys continued to argue, and therefore did not give her a minute of peace. Looking at the screaming Richard, the girl thought that her business in this house was basically done. Then she turned her gaze to the second boy and decided that now she should take care of him and send him to the temple. Until she could withdraw money from her account, all she could do was keep running. Of course, there were also the balance fragments, which she needed to somehow return to Arno item. She considered various options, but they were all too risky, so she decided to use something like a courier service. This made her think that she could include a letter with the delivery, in which she would try to clear her name. They weren't letting her rest anyway, so she decided to take a walk to the small shop and buy some stationery at the same time. Our heroine could have stayed in the soft bed a little longer, but Richard jumped up to her. He demanded that she take action immediately, as the second boy was talking nonsense. When Richard demanded that Lucilian be scolded, he said that he had only said that Erin could not live in this house anyway. These words further angered the young Duke. He was not willing to accept such a formulation of the question. The girl heard him loudly declare that he and the snake were together, and there was nothing to be done about it. And in the end, he announced that he was getting married. She looked at him in surprise, comparing him to a boiling kettle on the stove. He was so agitated. The boy's argument flared up with renewed intensity, and the girl decided it was best to retreat as soon as possible. Richard did not retract his statement. He continued to talk about how he and the snake were already a family, so they could get married. He thought he needed Erin's support, so he turned to the bed where she had been lying just a moment ago. The girl was already in her cloak and standing at the door. To the boy's question, she replied that she was going for a walk. The boys each tried to follow her in their own way, but she flatly refused, promising to return soon. She needed to be alone to think everything over, especially since each of the questions was extremely important. Lately, it seemed to her that, if she was distracted for even a moment, history would try to change its course, and she needed to reverse this trend. She knew that if she could hold out for a while, she would be able to see Chan's reverse harem full and prosper. Now, she was going to the small shop, especially since she had the director's wallet, and at the same time, she could get some fresh air. Our heroine wrapped herself more tightly in her cloak and pulled her hood down lower. Duke Colin's words came to her mind, saying that this cloak now blocked her magical power. When she showed a surprised expression, he realized that she knew nothing about herself, so he began to explain that all half-beasts acquire magical powers upon reaching adulthood. The Duke also said that she couldn't just let it be, and she had to learn to control her power, and other demi-humans or another mage could help her with this. She thought that the growth period was most likely a molt, and it seemed she had been kicked out of Item Castle even before that. She was so focused on the fact that she had started emitting magical power at the orphanage that she didn't notice the passing servant. He either tripped or something else, but the suitcase he was carrying fell heavily to the ground. The girl felt embarrassed, and she offered to help. The man turned around, and our heroine asked if everything was all right, adding that she could help carry the things, and it wouldn't be difficult for her. But the servant just mumbled something in gratitude, snatched the suitcase, and quickly began to leave. He almost ran to the door of the house, and her words of help clearly did not reach his ears. She stood in the alley, recalling his appearance, and thought that he was probably not feeling well, and he was also covered in a cold sweat. However, it was getting late, and she had to hurry, and walking up to the gate, she introduced herself to the guard and said she would be back soon. Our heroine sincerely hoped that she would be back before the moon rose, and she quickened her pace. There are not many pedestrians on the street anymore, but still not everyone had gone home. The woman felt her magic, although she noted that even with the cloak blocking it, all the power of the half-beast still seeped through. She asked her assistant to identify the species, but he couldn't say for sure, although he added that it was something unusual. Taking the hair she had found in her fingers, the woman said she had never encountered such energy before, and the color alone was amazing. She held the praise mark tightly in her hand and quickly began to think of a plan to capture it. She told her assistant that they needed to be ready, and they would end today's work with this special specimen. The horse's hooves tapped out a brisk rhythm, and the carriage, jolting from time to time on the bumps, carried its passenger to the designated place. The passenger was reading a letter, and although it answered some questions arose. The director read to the end and thought, this is a girl named Erin who appeared at his orphanage one day. A lizard girl with a naive, childish personality. She was an ordinary 5-year-old child who didn't even know how to hide her magic. But not everything added up, Albion thought. The structure of the sentences in the letter clearly indicated that she was well educated. In his opinion, she was quite familiar with the language of the Empire, so it was unlikely she was from the South. He was tormented by the questions of where she came from and how she got here. He put on his wolf mask and wondered how she had managed to find Richard's family, something he had never been able to do. The driver announced that they had arrived, and the director got out, thinking that now he only had questions. But now he had no time to think about this problem, as he had arrived at the tiger's den and nothing could distract him. Albion had come to an underground auction, the largest in the Empire, organized by the ruling guild of the criminal world. Here, goods full of secrets were auctioned, and half-beasts and even people were sold. He took out his VIP ticket and thought that the scale of this auction was so large that even the Emperor turned a blind eye. The director came here to buy the children and take them to his orphanage, but something unexpected happened. If Duke Colin had contacted him a little later and not told him that the children were fine, he would have canceled this trip. Confident that his children were safe, he decided to focus on this matter, and imagine his surprise when he saw Erin in a cage. He had very serious reasons to be worried, and the salesman accompanying him had already begun to praise the goods. The director was wearing a mask, so the girl didn't recognize him, and he had to somehow give her a signal that it was him. The seller told me that this was a unique piece delivered just today and suggested taking a closer look. When the merchant said this lizard was a worthy investment, Albion trembled with anger. It took all his effort not to lash out, but he still clenched the ticket so tightly that it crunched between his fingers. He was very uncomfortable with the remarks the seller made to get him interested in the goods, but he held back. He also had to get rid of this escort, so the torn ticket served as a perfect excuse. The man saw that something had happened to the VIP invitation and stammered that this shouldn't have happened. He ran to correct this unfortunate oversight and promised that he would be back immediately with a new ticket. Only when the merchant had disappeared from sight did Albion turn to the cage where the girl was. Kneeling down, the director began to take off his mask to show Erin who he was and called her name. She recognized him. He asked if she was all right and if she was hurt, but without waiting for an answer, he said they would discuss the details later. He needed to give her some advice as soon as possible, so he said he would definitely get her out of here, but asked her not to take any action. Albion explained that he could only carry out her release if no one else was interested in her, and she nodded in understanding. Hearing footsteps, the director stood up and put the mask back on his face. The merchant ran up, holding a new invitation. Then he asked if the buyer wanted to use his special privilege on this particular product, but the director refused. Albion needed more time to implement his plan, as he needed to buy the children and free the girl. He carelessly told the seller that he also wanted to see the other goods and quickly walked away from the cage. They disappeared from sight, but the girl could still hear the merchant praising some demi-human in every possible way. Our heroine was sobbing quietly. She tried to remember under what circumstances she had gotten into such a ridiculous situation. She realized she had been kidnapped, but the more she thought about it, the more absurd the whole story seemed. It was completely dark when she was returning home from the shop, and then she lost consciousness and woke up here. In the original work, Cien came here, met the prince, and became his friend, and Albion saved them, naturally getting closer to the Imperial Palace. She thought that she really couldn't find out anything, as she was locked up, but since the director was here to save the children, she wouldn't die. Thinking that all she had to do was wait, she heard someone cursing viciously, claiming that the worker knew exactly who he was. The girl tried to see what was happening, but it was not a good idea. They walked straight up to her cell and opened the lock. The next minute, a boy was thrown into her cage, falling heavily beside her. The auction staff closed the door and angrily advised them to sit quietly and pray before being sold. The boy sat up, propping himself up on his elbows, screamed again that he would send all the scoundrels to the guillotine when he got out. After that, he calmed down a bit, as he realized his screams were useless anyway. Her new cellmate turned his head to look at her, and our heroine was startled by the unexpected discovery. Finding a new object for his anger, the boy pointed at her and demanded in a commanding tone that she lower her head. He continued, saying that even if she was a peasant, she should have at least the most basic manners. He also complained about where the world was heading, and then said that he would forgive her this time anyway. The castle guards would be here for him soon. Then he added boastfully that if she behaved well, maybe he would allow her to be saved. But our heroine was no longer listening to his speech. She was worried about his cough. The boy was almost choking. After the young man finished coughing, he said quietly that he was cold and wouldn't mind an extra blanket right now. He continued to lament how cold it was in this place, and that he would gladly put on something warm. Our heroine was a kind girl, and she was not without compassion, so she moved closer to him and hugged him. She just wanted to share the warmth of her body, but the boy started shouting that she was a cunning one and called her an enemy spy. Aaron stepped back a little and replied in a conciliatory tone that it was cold here and that he would catch a cold if he sat on the floor. He pushed her away rudely and said that she didn't even realize what a precious body she was. Touching. He added with a cough that if she fell in love with him, he couldn't return her feelings, as he was in love with another lady. He started coughing again, and our heroine thought that she had a bad feeling. Just then, the description of the crown prince from the original work came to her mind. It was said that he had golden hair and pale skin, an arrogant, aggressive personality, a small mole under his left eye, and scarlet as if bloodshot eyes. He was also an unfortunate minor character, born with an incurable disease. Our heroine realized that before her was Eno's Sean Orion, as that was the name of the young, rude prince. Aaron sat in the cell with the heir and she remembered reading about the meeting between Chan and Enos. The protagonist took the prince's hand, supported him, and conveyed to him that not all was lost. She told him that if you truly believe you will survive, then a miracle will surely happen. At the same time, Chan was so convincing when she told him not to give up under any circumstances that he believed her. Albion helped the protagonist and the prince escape, and it was just in time, as the Imperial Guard had already arrived by then. A few days later, in the Imperial Palace, from the prince's room came a persistent cough. The doctor stood next to the emperor at the heir's bedside and said that the situation had worsened after the incident. The doctor said the symptoms had intensified and they were doing everything they could, but it was unlikely the prince would live through the winter. Unfortunately, the doctor's prediction came true, and the heir died sometime in the winter, and the emperor and his wife said goodbye to Enos. When the days of mourning were over, the closest confidants of the imperial palace gathered to determine the root cause of the disease. It was said to be a disease called the plague, which was created and spread by the anti-aristocratic party. Moreover, Ailen, a commoner who had been a soldier of the prince, was made the culprit, as it was he who had infected the heir. The emperor ordered all traitors, along with all their friends and relatives, to be brought before him, and a reward of 100 million gold coins was offered. The rebels were caught right on the streets, although many of them tried to escape the empire's judgment. Some of them said they knew nothing and had done nothing of the sort, and that they were being unjustly accused, but no one listened to them. The guards, blinded by money, arrested everyone, even those who just wanted to have a party, and everything was justified because they were catching rebels. But not everyone was happy with the new order. One day, as the guards were leading another group, they were stopped. The guard stopped and demanded that they move aside while he was still asking politely. The girl leading the dissatisfied crowd replied that the country was in chaos and the emperor was silent while the innocent were being executed. She slammed the shaft of her weapon on the ground and said that no one was trying to stop the infection. She had waited 10 years, but would wait no longer. This girl was the heroine of the original novel, and with a banner in her hands, she called for a revolution. When our heroine read about this in her past life, she was even surprised by this turn of events. She reread some key points, but still couldn't believe that the novel had devolved into a revolution. It turned out that the auction scene, the rescue of Anash, and the appearance of the infectious disease ended this way. All of this was a signal that the illusion of adoption began with health and ended in disgrace. Aaron thought that if you believe the original work, the heir was currently suffering from infectious disease. Our heroine had no desire at all to sit by and watch this boy die next to her. She decided that no matter how bad his character was, she must not allow this to happen. His dying so young was definitely not in her plans. Most importantly, she could not allow the genre of political intrigue. She wanted to watch the plot development of a children's work with Chan's participation. For this, Anash had to live. Catching her gaze, the prince said displeasedly that he had already told her, and no matter how hard she tried, nothing would come of it, and added that his lady was not a maker like her. His lady was noble, beautiful, sublime, and sometimes even smart. Since our heroine had no intention of flirting with the prince, she told him that she also had a beloved. She had read the novel for a reason, and this excuse helped her endure all the hardships of her past life. He asked again, and then Aaron said that she also knew a person more beautiful and intelligent than anyone in the world, and it was a girl. Our heroine herself did not expect that she could tell such a secret to a strange boy. However, it worked, and Anash said, "All right," and added that he understood everything and did not object to any manifestation of love. After that, he apologized for misunderstanding her before and, opening his arms, asked her to hug him. The girl tried to explain that there was obviously a misunderstanding, but the prince wouldn't listen. He only repeated that it was cold. She thought that they probably wouldn't meet again in the future, so it didn't matter, and she moved closer and hugged her cellmate. After warming up a bit, the prince went to another corner to take a nap. Looking at him, Aaron saw water dripping from the ceiling. She quietly approached him and shook his shoulder, but he was apparently sleeping soundly and therefore did not react. Then the girl lifted the hem of her cloak and began to cover the crown prince with it. She did not expect what happened next. Half asleep, he swung his arm, and his elbow hit her right in the face. She was in pain, and most importantly, felt very wronged, and she sobbed. Then he turned around and asked what was wrong. He saw the paper she had hastily picked up from the floor in her hands, and he stared at them in surprise. Then he asked if she was really going to write a letter, and she confirmed his guess, adding that it was something important. The heir quickly snatched one of the sheets and then, almost apologetically, said that he might have something important too. But his natural rudeness got the better of him, and he asked in a different tone why she had even spent money on this kindling paper. I twisted this leaflet again and said that since the situation was as it was, he would at least use this one. Our heroine looked at this character and tried hard not to lose her temper. Every word he said made her blood boil. The prince began to write that his health had been deteriorating since his imprisonment. He continued to write that it was worse now than yesterday. He felt that with every breath, he felt worse, and this might be his last letter. After writing these words, the heir became dejected. He himself did not expect that his days would end so sadly. He thought of his beloved and thought that he had never been able to buy her the treat that had gotten him into this mess. Thinking again that this might be his last letter, he wondered what else he could say. And in the estate of Duke Colin, there was an incredible commotion. All the servants were mobilized to find Ailen. Richard was crying loudly, and even his father's words that all measures were being taken to find the girl did not help. The Duke ordered every corner to be searched, wondering where she could have disappeared to, as everyone was very worried. The future high priest was praying to the only God he sincerely believed in. He climbed onto the roof to get closer to the heavens, as his voice and prayers would be better heard that way. Lucilian called out to his mistress in his mind, hoping to find her as soon as possible. At one point, he even blamed himself for listening to her and not following her. Then he spoke to God again, asking why this had happened. Our heroine didn't know how much time she had left, so she decided to spend it usefully and took out the fragments. She studied them, and, as she expected, they all fit together perfectly. They were definitely the balance fragments. After putting in all three of her pieces, one from Richard and two from Lucilian, she sealed the envelope, hiding the letter under her cloak. She thought that now all that was left was to wait for Albion to come and save them. After that, she needed to find a way to get this message to the Item family, especially since she had also included an important message in the letter. In the letter, she wrote a list of ingredients that could stop the infection, but this would change the original plot. After all, this medicine was originally developed by Karen. He found the source of the disease, a very small, invisible to the naked eye bug. After discovering this insect, the young Duke of Item, after many trials and errors, developed an insecticide. Modern people are familiar with this medicine, but everything happened in a fantasy, so it was difficult to find this medicine here. This discovery was a breakthrough, and thanks to the Item family distributing the medicine to the people for free, the epidemic was brought under control. The disease gradually subsided, and the country avoided a crisis, but the planned revolution still took place. Our heroine was tormented by doubts about whether she, as a minor character, could do such a thing to the plot. She thought that she couldn't think of a better way for now, so she decided to act as planned. Maybe she would change her mind, but Anash handed her his letter, telling her it was a love letter and asking her to read it. This was too much for her, so she intended to refuse flatly. She showed him her reluctance with her whole appearance, but he insisted, explaining that it was written to his fiancée. Since she was a girl herself, she would be able to appreciate how sincere he was, adding that she just shouldn't get any funny ideas. He wrote to Miss Lillian Daisy, informing her that from now on, she could stop avoiding him, even though he was the best man in the Empire, and so on. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't find any flaws in himself, but if there was something wrong, she could say so, but he was sure there was no such thing. Anash asked our heroine what she thought of his letter, and of course, she couldn't appreciate all his clever suggestions. She looked up at him and said she couldn't praise him for his high style and added that this was not a love letter, but a complete problem, and what's more, the prince himself looked like a stalker. This comparison saddened the young heir, and he said in a bitter tone that he had written this letter with such determination. Aaron glanced at the paper again and thought. She had heard the name Lillian, but she couldn't remember this heroine. She found it strange, as she remembered some things very clearly, but other moments she couldn't recall. It was all very strange, as if someone was voluntarily opening and closing the doors of her memory. Then she turned to the prince and suggested that he try to put in warm feelings and a little more sincerity, explaining that he was writing to his beloved. His answer not only surprised Aaron, but shocked her, because he said he saw no point in putting in sincerity or frankness. He didn't continue, but the girl herself could understand why, because if he had only a short time left to live, then why give him hope? The prince started coughing again, and a little blood began to drip from the hand he used to cover his mouth. The cough grew stronger. The boy was choking for air. The pallor of his face became more pronounced, and then our heroine began to worry. The excitement grew stronger with each passing second. She had to do something. She jumped to the bars and began to call for help, screaming that the boy was not well. Her voice echoed in the desolate corridors of the underground prison, but that was all. There was no answer. Why now, when there was such an urgent situation, had everyone disappeared as if into thin air? Our heroine thought. Prince Anash started coughing violently again, and the girl couldn't think of any way to help him. But she still hoped that Albion could help, so she set into the air to hold on a little longer, as they would be rescued soon. He stammered in reply that he was in pain, and Erin became quite agitated. She didn't want him to die now at all. The original plot couldn't help her now, couldn't give her any clues, because this situation simply didn't exist. She approached the unfortunate and very sick boy, sat down next to him, and thought. She placed her hand on his shoulder, which was trembling violently from the cough, and unexpectedly for herself, she began to pray. She prayed for at least someone, at least one person to help them escape their captivity at this moment. An image from a book she had read in her past life appeared in her mind. Angels were depicted there, and she thought at the time that they were so beautiful and could go anywhere to help people. The angels seemed so wonderful to her, but she didn't know if they would be just as beautiful if she saw them with her own eyes. She thought at the time that one day she would be lucky enough to meet them, and at that moment, another miracle happened. At that moment, she couldn't believe her eyes, because in front of her was none other than Lucille, an angel, she said very quietly. The future high priest smiled at her and looked at her with his bottomless blue eyes. In the large hall, the grandest auction in the empire, organized by Bright Moon for the first time this year, was declared open. The auctioneer presented his first lot. It was a half-beast, which was now in vogue and could be admired. During this speech, other events were taking place in the hall. A man walked down the steps, grabbed another customer by the collar, and then he unceremoniously threw him out of his chair, which did not interfere at all with the depiction of the first lot. The buyer shook himself off and began to call for security to deal with the idiot who had allowed himself to do this. He pointed directly at his offender and demanded that he be immediately removed from the room, but the man had already settled into his former place. The offender himself paid no attention to this. Only his honey-colored eyes sparkled through the slits of his eyes. The victimized buyer took a closer look and finally saw the bright dragon mask and realized who was hiding underneath. The guards had already run up to him and wanted to know the cause of the commotion, but the man did not want to get involved with this. Family. He adjusted his crooked hat and began to settle more comfortably on the steps, trying not to look in the direction of the dragon mask. The man made some excuses to the guards and began to tell them that he was an idiot and had just fallen awkwardly. Next to, the representative of the Duke Item family, a lady in a very elegant dragonfly wing mask sat and watched her neighbor. However, Arno himself, and it was he, was completely unshakable, and the commotion he had caused did not bother him. A light gleamed in his eyes. He had come to this auction for only one reason. He was looking for Erin, his daughter. Miss Lillian Daisy was a girl of stunning beauty and talent, from a family that enjoyed a good reputation in high society. Although she was still too young, she was talented and a strong contender for the future head of the family. The emperor told his son Anash to remember this face from the portrait, as one day she would become his bride. After some time, many guests gathered at the imperial temple. Everyone wanted to attend such an important event. A gift exchange ceremony was taking place inside. The priest first announced the future bride, who was Miss Lillian of the Daisy family. After that, he introduced the future groom, the second son of the imperial family, Anash Shan Orion. The priest said that from that day on, the two were bound by an engagement vow and wished them good luck and endless blessings. Then he said it was time to exchange gifts, and then the prince had a neat box in his hand. At the same time, he thought that all this was meaningless, as he would die before he grew up anyway. He didn't understand what sin this girl, destined to be lonely for the rest of her life, had committed. He considered this ceremony useless. Miss Lillian stood with her head bowed, so the minister asked her to raise her chin. The crown prince held his gift in his hand, and suddenly he wanted to turn this stupid ceremony upside down. But Anash didn't have time to carry out his crazy idea, because the bride raised her head. Then he saw Miss Lillian's face, and he froze as if struck by lightning. The portrait could not be compared to the real person. The boy didn't even hear the priest's words about him having to put the ring on the bride's finger. When he came to his senses, he thought that the girl was stunningly beautiful, but this would not change his decision. He promised himself not to develop feelings for her. He decided for himself that he would do everything to make this lady hate him so that he wouldn't have to marry her. In a semi-conscious state, he heard someone say that with the help of this cloak, they could get backstage and then outside. The prince opened his eyes slightly. The voice continued, saying that it was unlikely they would be caught, as they were too small. He was fully awake now, but it was still difficult to understand what was happening. Just then he felt some movement. The small voice asked a certain Lucilian to bend down a little, and then said that they were now ready and could go. The prince began to twitch. The future high priest stopped, and our heroine asked what was wrong. When Aaron heard the cries in the air that his precious body should not be touched, she quickly covered his mouth with her palm. She said quietly that there was no need to make a fuss, and that this boy had come to save them and had provided him with emergency assistance. Then she added that the best thing they could do now was run, and asked him to believe it, even though it was unexpected for him. Looking at Lucilian, Anash asked again if this child could really save him. They quickly cut off the conversation, as they heard from behind the door that a certain lot had been sold for 300 million gold coins. But they didn't have time to listen to what was happening on stage, so nodding to each other, they hurried towards the exit. Our heroine asked the prince if he could walk on his own, and he replied that he could handle it. Fine. And on the stage, the auctioneer asked for silence, as he was announcing a special, high-quality item as a break. He said that it was unique and incomparable to anything else, a man with blonde hair and red eyes. Our people were making their way backstage, and the man on stage said that such a rare product could not be found anywhere else. The prince turned to Aaron and asked quietly how anyone could have the nerve to call him a commodity. The next lot announced was a lizard, a rare pink mutant, delivered just before the start of the auction. The man on stage continued to praise her in every possible way, but it was not this that excited our heroine, but the man sitting in the audience. The girl also ignored some points about how clumsy she was, or that she could still do a lot of things. Aaron peeked out from behind the box and looked at the hall again. There was no doubt. There was a man in a red dragon mask. Squatting down, she began to recall what the original novel said. This mask was only worn by one person, but there was no mention of him appearing at this auction, and this fact shocked her. She stopped. The boys were already ahead, and since she had slowed down, they were actively waving at her, urging her to hurry. The last thing she heard in this place was that they were asked to pay attention to these high-quality goods. However, these wonderful lots were already on the street, and in the moonlight, they ran with all their might. But the prince was not used to such walks and was still very weak, so they decided to take a break. The fugitives sat under a large tree, catching their breath, but they didn't have much time, as their absence would soon be discovered. Lucilian asked the girl if she was very scared, and then apologized for not being able to show up sooner, and she responded with gratitude for his arrival. Anash intervened in the conversation, saying that he had only gone with him because he was dizzy, and now let him explain who he was. Lucilian introduced himself, then apologized for the late greeting, and added that he had come because he had heard the mistress's voice. The prince asked again what it meant, that he had come when he heard, and clarified that maybe he was from the security detachment, but the answer was no. Then the future high priest explained that he had heard the voice of the soul and had descended from heaven, but the heir considered such words to be nonsense. Aaron asked the boy to go inside again, as she had someone inside who needed a message. She explained that it was very important and told him who it needed to be given to. One was a man in a dragon mask, and the other was a wolf. The boy looked at the envelope handed to him and agreed to fulfill the request, but added that he also needed something in return. He asked to be hugged and opened his arms. His companions looked at him in complete confusion. Then he explained that he just needed a strong hug to help him regain his senses. For our heroine, it was not at all difficult to satisfy such a simple request. She pressed her whole body against the boy. Then she asked if she was hugging him tightly enough and received the answer that it was even more than. necessary. Suddenly, Lucilian said that it was possible that his mistress was not a lizard at all. She asked in surprise what he meant, but he stopped her and began to get up from his knees. The next second, the air around them began to shimmer and glow, and then something like a glass dome appeared. The future priest said that he had set up a protective barrier around them, and he himself would be back as soon as possible, and added that if they didn't move and sat quietly, they would not be noticed and nothing would threaten them. He asked them again not to make a sound, and after saying goodbye, he began to slowly disappear before their eyes. Our heroine wouldn't have said anything anyway. He had so shocked her with his statement that she needed time to realize it. She repeated to herself his words about her possibly not being a lizard and wondered who she was then. Footsteps were heard in the distance. They were approaching quickly. Erin thought that people had been sent to find them. Soon she saw them. There were many of them, and they were being urged on. The leader demanded that the fugitives be found at all costs. She saw the auction staff, wearing masks and carrying torches, trying to find the boys before the high-end goods arrived. She also heard voices. They decided to split up and search the area as thoroughly as possible. The guards left, but our heroine understood that it was too early to rejoice and that she had to continue to sit quietly. But then the prince started to cough. Then she offered to give him a cloak to keep him warm and not make a sound, and Anash covered his mouth. And then he said very quietly that he had been annoyed for some time, that someone like her was still poking him. She shivered. Not only was it cold, but the prince also decided to point out the difference in their status. He talked about how even in such a situation, rules must be followed, but she still addressed him informally. She didn't want to argue with him, especially with his character. He wouldn't listen to her arguments anyway, so she just apologized. Anash rustled something in his pocket, and then she saw him tear his letter into small pieces. Erin looked in surprise as the remains of the love letter slowly fell to the ground next to them. Asking why he did it, she added that he had said he would send it to his fiancée. He looked at her with a look of distrust and replied that, after all, she herself had insisted that the letter was stupid. She protested that she hadn't said that and that he had twisted her words. So he told her he had changed his mind. Continuing, he said that it would be better to leave silently than to write such a clumsy letter so that her feelings would fade faster. To her, these words were not right, so she said that although he knew how to express himself that way, he still loved his fiancée. She explained her point of view, because to get a little closer, you need to convey your feelings, at least in a letter. Her interlocutor looked at the sky and said thoughtfully that he would die before the end of this winter anyway. He told her that he was doomed from the start, and as he got older, he heard that he wouldn't live another year, and the reason he had held on for so long was because his father had bought him priceless medicine and invited the best doctors. And now he had reached his limit too. So how could he marry the beautiful Miss Lillian to a withered flower like him? It was unacceptable. Then he turned to smiling, faced to her, called her a fawn, and asked if he was wrong. She didn't like this nickname he had apparently decided to call her, but that was only half the trouble. Erin sat a little closer to the prince, grabbed his shoulder, and asked him in a completely serious tone to listen to her carefully. She said that when they got home, he should tell Karen Item her exact words so that he could give him the dewormer. He would give him everything. The prince looked at her and asked if she knew Karen and why this particular dewormer. She answered reluctantly about their acquaintance, saying that they only knew each other a little. But the important thing was that the prince was now infected with another disease, and added that this medicine would surely cure the disease. And Anash called her a fawn again and said she spoke in riddles. This time, our heroine decided not to let him get away with calling her various insulting nicknames. She sat opposite him and said firmly that her name was Erin, and that from now on she asked him to call her only by that name. The prince was again tormented by a cough, but before the attack, he managed to call her not just a fawn, but a strange fawn. Then the persistent cough began to almost suffocate him. Although he tried to cough as lightly as possible, he started talking about his whole body again, and she asked sympathetically what exactly. What had happened to him? Suddenly, she heard voices. The people chasing them were back. They were continuing their search. One of them told the others that he had just heard someone talking in the direction of the dead tree, pointing directly at them. An auction house worker ordered everyone to gather and search the place thoroughly. She knew she couldn't let them be found, because then they would be sent back to the auction. At that moment, she had only one thought in her mind. She needed to concentrate and send a mental message to Lucilian. Her faithful assistant did not keep her waiting and, after appearing, reinforced the protective barrier a little more. The men who heard the voices over there were at a loss. Someone was definitely here, but they couldn't find the children. The boys heard the pursuers cursing, because if they couldn't find the runaways, they themselves would become the victims. However, the prince, exhausted, fainted and fell to the ground. His companions approached him. Lucilian checked the air and reported that it was of little use now, as he could do nothing about a congenital disease. He looked at the departing guards and said they should get out of here before someone came back for them. Ailen turned to the boy. He then said that he had completed his task and delivered the letter to the person she had asked. She said that the prince must be sent away first, and that it would be enough to leave him near the palace gates. He then protested. He said that under no circumstances could he leave his mistress, but she began to plead. The girl stated her reasons, saying that she would only be a burden now, while the heir's life was in danger. But it was not easy to convince the boy to abandon her in the forest to fend for herself. Our heroine looked pleadingly at Lucilian, asking him again to send the prince away first. The boy looked at her, waiting for her to give up the idea, but she was adamant. He had no choice. He replied that he would obey, and then slowly rose into the air, as if he himself were woven from something ethereal. He slung the prince over his shoulder and asked her to sit quietly as before, and he would return as soon as possible. Just as he was about to disappear from her sight, he ordered her to wait for him and not to go anywhere. It was quiet in the forest. Only the wind rustled in the treetops, and nothing prevented her from immersing herself in her thoughts. She returned to the thought of what would happen if Cullen created the repellent now. After all, then the novel adoption illusion would no longer be the work she had read. As she was thinking about what would happen to her and Shauna and that man, she heard someone's light footsteps. The first thought that flashed through her mind was that the guard had returned. The only thing she could do was sit quietly and not move. Maybe she could get away with it. Our heroine even covered her mouth with her hand so as not to scream by accident, but she heard a familiar voice. He called her name, and she would not have confused the figure that appeared in the woods with anyone else. Just then, the moon peeked out from behind the clouds, illuminating with its light the handsome face of the young Duke of Idem. Arno looked straight ahead, calling his daughter's name, and then asked if she was there. Our story goes back a little while to the estate of the Duke of Idem. On this beautiful sunny day, Arno was sitting at his desk in his office, studying documents. He wasn't reading the papers in his hands very carefully anyway, when a loud, childish laugh came from the courtyard. He jumped up and rushed to the window. How he wished to see his little daughter there, the one he had failed to protect and who had disappeared. But his expectations were not met. It was one of the families living on the estate, but in another wing. The little girl ran to her father, laughing with infectious, childish laughter, but it was not Ailen. There was a knock on the door. It was Kalo, the butler. He apologized for the intrusion, but the young master allowed him to enter. The servant came in and, while pouring his master some hot tea, said that he had heard that the holy relic had been returned and asked how things were with the frenzy now. Arno grunted in displeasure, and the butler confirmed his suspicions, saying that the Duke looked quite ill. This did not reassure his faithful servant, although the young Duke added that his high fever had subsided a little. Then Arno also said that this was not all. After Ailen's disappearance, he had been having headaches, and no matter what he did, they did not go away. Kalo put the kettle on the table and said that he was very sorry, but it would be good if the master could get well soon. The butler had worked in this house for a long time, and he could see that Arno was not just sulking. Something was more serious. Then his gaze fell on the documents, from under which a VIP invitation to an underground auction, about which there were bad rumors, was peeking out. Noticing the servant's gaze, the Duke said that a drowning man will clutch at a straw, so he decided to try again. Realizing that Kalo was not very happy with his actions, he added that this was definitely the last time. There would be no more attempts. However, the butler took this statement with a grain of salt. He had lost count of how many last times there had been these days. He thought so, but said nothing because he had once seen such pain in his master, and now, years later, he saw it again. It was a terrible blow because Arno had lost his beloved, and now the same pain was tormenting the master's soul again. The Duke did not miss the auction. He waited, and not in vain. After several lots were sold, a pink magical lizard was announced. The auctioneer praised the item, describing all its features, which perfectly matched the girl named Ailen. But it was not only the young Duke of Idem who connected these two facts. There were others in the room who were interested in this commodity. He was in a hurry because there was finally hope of finding finding his missing daughter, so he did not see the reaction of the person sitting next to him. Arno jumped up and demanded that the guards take him to the child immediately. His impatience was understandable, because for so long he had received only messages that she could not be found. The guards did not resist such an onslaught. They also understood who was hiding under this mask, so they led him to the dungeon. What a disappointment awaited them when they found an empty cell with only a small white scarf. The man in the goat mask was apparently a senior guard, so he was extremely displeased that both of the best lots had disappeared. He yelled at his subordinates for not being able to look after the high-quality goods and threatened them with death at the hands of the guild head. The senior guard continued to threaten, ordering a detachment to be sent immediately in search of the pink-haired girl and the yellow-haired boy. However, Arno could no longer hear what was happening around him. He only heard the boy's voice, who asked if he was the Scarlet Mask. He raised his head and saw the person who was talking to him, but such a meeting was unexpected even for him. The boy was hovering in the air and, greeting the Duke, said that he needed to pass something on. Arno didn't know how to react. He wanted to tear this boy to pieces, but he decided to find out what was going on first. The past few days had emotionally drained him. He could barely contain himself, but now was not the time for a fight, especially with a boy. The young man was still hanging in the air, and the air around him was gently shimmering. The Duke had never seen anything like it. He handed over the letter, and Arno immediately noticed the signature. It was from Ailen, with a line saying that the holy relic was inside. The young gentleman had just missed finding the girl in the cage, but he received a message in such an unusual way. The boy said goodbye and disappeared. Arno eagerly opened the letter and immediately began to read. The guards ran to carry out their orders, and the Duke read that she understood he was angry with her, but she needed to tell him something. So she went on to give the recipe for the cure for the epidemic that was about to sweep the empire, and asked that this letter be shown to Cullen. In the end, she asked for forgiveness and wrote in a postscript that she really hadn't touched the balance fragment and asked to be believed. Reading to the end, he thought that if she wanted to leave him, she shouldn't have shown her remorse. Then his attention was drawn to a faint pink trail that came from a few of her hairs left in the room. This could only mean one thing. Ailen was nearby. Hope flared up again in Arno's soul. He followed this trail into the forest. He called out to her, asking why she was hiding from him. She was scared and decided it was better not to answer. After all, if he caught the thief of the holy relic, she was done for. But at the most inopportune moment, her nose began to itch, and she sneezed loudly. Our heroine was terrified. She thought he might have heard and would now come closer to grab her. The Duke did indeed walk up to the protective barrier that Lucilian had set up before he left. She was surprised at how quickly he had found her and that the protection did not seem to affect him. He did not notice any obstacles. She did not even dare to look into his eyes, so she pulled her hood as low as the fabric would allow. First, he asked her to look at him, and then asked if she didn't want to see him anymore or if she was afraid of him. Seeing her trembling little body, he decided there was no need to push, so he said in a gentle tone that she had called him Dad. She had promised to be his loving daughter and to delight him every day with her bright smile. He looked at her with sincere and loving eyes, adding that they would become a real family. The girl still did not dare to speak. Then Arno asked if she doubted that they were a family. She then shook her head because she was still not going to lie. She had always been taught that it was bad. The Duke held out his hand to her and said that in that case, they should go home where everyone was waiting for her. At that moment, she remembered that this was only before he asked her to leave their family. Our heroine had once agreed to such an ending, but she couldn't do it again. She looked at his outstretched hand, and she really wanted to agree, but it was a really difficult decision. For some reason, she remembered the day she couldn't answer the patriarch's question and turned into a lizard in front of everyone. She saw before her eyes how she was sitting on a column and, looking down, saw his hands outstretched to her. Now she saw him again, asking her to come back to him. It was the same gesture. Then, she miraculously disappeared from the hall and returned to the estate, but now she did not want to use this method. Her only desire was to return to her loving family, so she timidly held out her hand, but she almost immediately pulled it back. She had accumulated too many secrets, and she was afraid that she would have to deal with them as well. Arno didn't know why she was doing this now, but he still couldn't just let his daughter go. However, he saw her confusion and tried to understand her feelings. So he told her that he was very scared because she had disappeared so suddenly. Ailen turned her head away, so he wouldn't see the embarrassment she felt from being burned so many times. He didn't want to ruin everything with his assertiveness. He pulled back his hand and said he didn't know if she was doing it of her own free will. but he still needed to connect with her. So he said that if something was bothering her, she just had to tell him. Our heroine began to say something very quietly, but he could not even make out her words. So he leaned closer to her. Then she repeated her words, saying that it was just a game of a real family, and if he got tired of it, she would have to leave. And also that for the first time in my life, I felt what a family is and was happy. But if all this disappears, it's better to stop now. She also said that maybe she could be considered selfish, but it's always scary to be emotionally hurt. Arno understood that her words were true, so he decided to be honest with her about his feelings. So he said that at first it really was like that for him, but then he sincerely became attached to her, which he himself did not expect. Maybe it all started on the day when he lost his mind and everyone ran away from him in horror. Only she alone, not afraid of the consequences, ran up to him, looked him straight in the face, and saved him. He remembered how he carried her to her room and the feelings he had for this child who was not afraid. He said aloud that, apparently, from that moment on, he began to treat her as his real daughter. The girl shyly began to say that she was a disgusting and ugly lizard, and he couldn't stand reptiles. At this statement, he chuckled and said that he actually liked lizards more than other animals. Then he added that from the very beginning he didn't care if she was a demi-human, but it would have been better if she had told him earlier. Arno also said that he didn't want to find out about it that way, and then, to reassure her, he said that it wasn't her fault. And in general, he believed that it was his fault that he could not become a good father whom she could trust. With these words, he brought her into a frank conversation. So, she complained that she didn't even know how to turn into a human. Then the Duke replied that this was not the biggest problem, because she could find a mentor in the South who would help her. However, our heroine still could not tell him many things, but she did not want to remain completely silent either. She said that she had many secrets, and Arno replied that he would support his daughter in whatever she did. After a short silence, he said that the only thing he would ask of her was that she try to tell her dad what she wanted. Ailen still did not dare to look up at him, but she gathered her courage and asked if she could go home then. After these words, the girl looked him straight in the eye. She wanted to see his reaction before she heard his answer. Although the Duke was expecting these words, he did not immediately understand if he had heard correctly. But when the meaning finally reached him, he replied, "Of course." Perhaps he grabbed her too abruptly and picked her up. But joy filled his soul so much that he had no strength to restrain himself. It all happened so quickly that our little girl did not quite understand what had happened. But then he said that he was glad she was back. When he called her Ailen item, she calmed down and realized how much she had missed him. She smiled, but she had one request, and since he had allowed her to tell him everything, the girl voiced her wish. Arno called his men and gave his order, which was to take all the demi-humans from the auction. But that was not all. He ordered the extermination of all the staff from the guild, after which the Duke's men jumped up and disappeared from sight. The girl clung tightly to her adoptive father, whose warm hands carefully held her tired body. When he went to the auction, he promised not to try to find her anymore, and imagine his happiness when he was lucky enough to get his daughter back. In the midnight forest, a lone man stood against a tree. He made no sound and did not move. He was almost invisible, but not for those who knew where to look, and the second man, returning from Arno, informed the one standing there that the young master had given the order. Having conveyed the order that it was necessary to take the demi-humans and kill the rest at the auction, he began to wait for the reaction of the one who was waiting for him. He was indeed very surprised that this order was given by the young gentleman, and added that the Duke had apparently made up his mind after finding his daughter. After that, he also said that Arno had never summoned them, the guard that had protected the family for decades, but simply ignored them and threw them away like garbage. The head of the Item family's secret guard closed his weapon case and said that he was glad to see the young master return. It was the commander of Trem, named Khan, who had served Lord Morel for many years and was glad to be able to tell the Duke the good news about his son. He jumped up sharply and disappeared into the treetops, from where he ordered his subordinate to follow him, because they had a lot of work to do. This was good news. Now the man who had always refused the title of head of the family and never summoned them had changed. The Trem employee put on his gloves and thought that it was good that the heir had decided to take the title, but for some reason he still felt uneasy. In the forest by the old tree, everything became quiet, but not for long. A few minutes later, a voice was heard calling for the mistress. Lucilian returned to the place where he had left our heroine, and when he did not find her there, he was very alarmed. He called her a few more times, but received no answer. Then he looked around and realized that there were no signs of a struggle, and therefore she had been taken. The boy was scared because bad people could have found her. He began to worry, thinking that he should have returned earlier. The only thing he could do was to search the area, but before he could do so, a man in a bear mask came out into the clearing. The auction house employee thought for a moment and then asked what the boy was doing here alone without his parents. This was not a place for children to play. Then it occurred to him that this lost child could be used for his own selfish purposes. He thought that this boy was a real commodity. With a face like that, he could be auctioned off as a top lot right away. The man stroked his chin and, in a syrupy voice, said that judging by his clothes, the boy was not a nobleman, and he had probably gotten lost. He also suggested that the boy follow him, and he would treat him to something tasty, but Lucilian decided otherwise. He quietly ordered the man to kneel, but the man chuckled and said that the little one had misjudged the situation. Then our hero repeated his order. This time the auction house employee could no longer disobey. Lucilian said that if they were silenced first, the danger to the mistress would be less. If this man was a believer, then it was necessary to give him time to repent of his mistakes and put his hand on his head. A glow appeared around his palm as he continued. When everything returns to oblivion, good and evil also lose their outlines. After that, the boy disappeared, leaving only his last words, which would remain in the man's head forever. He wished that the auction house employee would repent for all his actions every day from this day on. The man staggered along the forest path and laughed at the thought that he would regret kneeling before the boy. He continued on his way, cackling madly and repeating the same thing over and over again, which was the word repent. That night, the Duke's men did not leave the road to the illusory castle. Instead, they demanded to be let in. The guards crossed their spears at the gate, demanding to see a ticket and warning the trim men not to come any closer. After the commander announced that it was the young master's order, he forcibly removed the uncooperative guards from the road and added that they would not leave even a speck of dust, but all the demi-humans would be taken away and delivered safe and sound. A little later, the illusory castle was filled with sharp screams and the smell of blood. Our heroine heard voices discussing some patient who, despite such a serious incident, was in good condition. She didn't understand who they were talking about because it wasn't about her. Someone was talking about the money the doctor was extorting and so on. She felt herself open her eyes and saw the doctor, who said that from the test results, she was now in a deep sleep. She saw her brother from her past life. He was, as usual, not in a very good mood. Then she wanted to continue her dream. At that moment, the doctor reported that he felt that the patient simply did not want to wake up. Our heroine thought that this was just a dream and she didn't have to wake up in this world. She wanted to go home. Hearing her name, Ailen, she opened her eyes and saw the familiar surroundings of her room in the world of adoption illusion. Then two familiar figures bent over her. It was her two older brothers who were in a hurry to make sure she was awake. They took turns calling her name. There was some alarm on their faces, but she was still too weak to understand the reason. The girl looked at them, moving her gaze from one to the other and back, and then quietly asked her brother a question. At this word, Cullen was overjoyed and almost jumped for joy, saying that she had finally woken up. Killian, continuing his brother's words, added that everyone was very worried because she had not woken up for more than 10 days. She repeated the number somewhat detachedly, and only then did it begin to dawn on her what they were telling her. Our heroine sat up sharply in bed and, almost screaming again, asked again about the number of days. She almost shook Killian by the shoulders, asking about the disease and whether they had managed to make a cure. Here she began to ask questions without stopping, whether Anash had recovered, how Chan was doing, and where Lucilian and Richard Colin were. The older brother asked her to calm down, saying that he would explain everything to her slowly, and began by saying that it was already the 13th day. Then he said that the atmosphere in the house during this time was serious, and the head of the family was always irritated about something. The father behaved so sternly that it seemed as if he would kill anyone who did something wrong, and the servants hid from him. He didn't see exactly what Shauna was doing, but she was sitting in her room all the time doing something It seemed like a stuffed toy. Ailen took a sip of water, and when she heard that it was clear that Mila had slandered her and that she had already been dealt with, so her sister didn't have to worry. But Brother Cullen, although he was as weak as everyone else, locked himself in the laboratory as soon as he received her letter. And he hadn't slept for several nights. He was in a hurry to finish the preparation of the medicine as soon as possible. Ailen looked at her brother with concern, but he reassured her, saying that it was her request after all, so it was okay. Cullen joined the conversation and said that after she disappeared, a disease began to spread and no one knew the cause, but then he received her letter. Killian spoke again, saying that they had made the medicine as best they could and began to distribute and spread it. They apparently also sent people to the Imperial Palace, and from all indications, managed to stop the disease in its infancy. Her brother told her that the disease had not been completely stopped, but the patients were already beginning to recover, and all this was thanks to her. He added that she had saved them, and then asked the question she had been dreading, because Cullen had always wanted to know how she knew about the ingredients. Killian followed up on his brother's question, and they were both curious if she was also interested in chemistry and pharmaceuticals. The brothers waited for her answer, but she couldn't tell them the truth, and who would believe it? They vied with each other to ask her to tell them how she found out, and they even claimed that she would make a huge contribution to medicine. Our heroine had always known that this tricky question would come sooner or later, but she was not yet ready to answer. After all, how could she explain to them that in her past life, she had simply read a novel in which she now found herself? In the original, Cullen did everything himself. It was all his merit, and the main character was sincerely grateful to him. Ailen sat on the bed with her head bowed and said nothing. But this time she was lucky, because the conversation was interrupted by the arrival of her father. Seeing that she was awake, he hurried to her bedside and first asked about her health. When she replied that everything was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief and said that he was glad she had opened her eyes safely. Arno asked with concern if she wanted to eat or needed anything, but she shook her head. She needed to buy some time to prepare her answer, so she said she was tired and wanted a rest. Seeing her father's concern, she asked for forgiveness for making them worry so much. He bowed his head and fell into thought. He was glad that he had found her first and that she had now come to her senses, but he understood that she needed to rest. Arno wanted to support the girl and, taking her hand, said from the bottom of his heart that she would always be his daughter. He continued that in the current situation, he would always be on her side and asked her not to forget it. But she was still not sure. Then he asked her not to say such things again, and she smiled. He was glad to see a smile on her face, and even more glad that she sincerely thanked him. After that, he stood up and told his sons that they were leaving now. Then the boys began to complain that they wanted to stay with her a little longer. Cullen argued that, in general, they had been communicating with his sister for several weeks, but his father's look said it all. Since one look was not enough for the older brother, Dad and Killian almost dragged him out of the room. Already at the door, Arno told his daughter that he had checked the information about her relatives and found out that she was registered under that scoundrel. It would take time to rewrite, but she could choose her favorite date because he had a big gift for her. After wishing her a good rest, he left, and Cullen, taking another look into the room, invited her to come to him at lunchtime if she was bored. After that, the door slammed shut, and our heroine was left alone, and she sat on the bed for a little longer. Then she flopped onto the pillow and thought deeply, remembering the phrase about the big gift. Then, a passage from the original novel where Shauna praised her brother Cullen came to mind. Then our heroine thought that someone like her did not deserve any gifts. A question was heard in the corridors of Itamov Castle. The boys were curious why their father was going to the Imperial Palace. He had to explain again that it was to register her in the family register, and the head of the family could not do this. After all, to accept a child without a family into a noble family, the personal permission of the emperor was required. He explained that there had been precedents in the past where nobles had used their power to abuse adopted children. And now, although it was unnecessary trouble, there was nothing to be done because the law was created specifically to protect illegitimate children. Arno turned halfway and, glancing at his sons, told them that he wanted to nominate Ailen as the head of the family. She said these words with such a mysterious smile that the boys thought their father was just joking. But when he asked them seriously what they thought about it, the sons were speechless. Only a few minutes later, their surprised and indignant cries echoed through the halls and corridors of the estate. Arno himself did not hear this answer, and he did not really need it. He was already mentally in the Imperial Palace. A little later, the still future head of the item family was walking down the corridor of the imperial palace. He was a frequent guest here, so he confidently walked towards the door where the emperor was waiting for him. Going inside, he saw the head of the empire standing by the window, and the sun was playing in his glass. The emperor greeted him as the head of the item family, and then, swirling his glass, added that he was not yet his guest. He turned around and said that in that case, he would make a correction and invite the future head of the item family to come in. His Majesty sometimes allowed himself some liberties, but in this case, Arno decided to ignore it. He proudly raised his head, as befits a nobleman of his status, and smiled brightly, as if he had not heard anything. He greeted the emperor, calling him the greatest and honor-filled son of the empire, and slyly added that it seemed that dementia had already caught up with the emperor. Smiling, the interlocutor invited him to sit down, and then said that he had no intention of mocking his guest and apologized, explaining that too much had happened recently. The younger son got into trouble, and then the disease spread among the nobles. After that, he complained that it was as if all the misfortunes of the world had fallen on him, shortening his life. Arno replied that he had heard about the illness of the emperor's second son, and then asked if the medicine created by Cullen had helped. Then the emperor thanked the guest for his help, saying that the repellent had helped, the high fever had subsided, and his son's health had improved. Although he noted that they could only cure the infectious disease, the congenital disease remained. His Majesty took a sip of tea and thanked Arno for the auction, and for the fact that the Duke's men had killed almost the entire gang. He continued that the rest would be dealt with within the imperial palace, and the guest chuckled. Arno noted that it turned out that the imperial palace was going to take all the credit for itself, and added that it was a truly brilliant and sun-like decision. The emperor took a sip from his cup and wanted to respond to his guest with some rudeness, but he restrained himself. He only said that he would not simply take away this merit. In return, he could ask for whatever the interlocutor wanted. At that moment, a piece of paper gently landed on the table, right in front of the emperor. It was a petition for adoption. The emperor had already seen the image of the pink-haired girl. The heir of the item family said that he was going to adopt someone, but this procedure had to be done here and now. The emperor studied the document and asked if this was a new trend for adopting lizard girls, and added that something similar had been received recently. Arno smiled and said that if this was a provocation, then it wouldn't take long to arrange a duel. But he suddenly stopped. The phrase that had just been said reached his consciousness, the one that said that a similar petition had been submitted recently. To make sure he had heard correctly, he asked the emperor what he meant. Then His Majesty read out a petition that said that the girl Ailen item was a pink-haired lizard girl. Then he raised his eyes to the surprised guest and reluctantly told her that she had been adopted by Duke Cullen 2 days ago. For Arno, this was a completely unexpected blow. He thought that he had already gone through a lot and that there would be no problems with the adoption. In the estate of Duke Cullen, things were not going smoothly either. The maid had knocked on the young master's door for the umpteenth time. She bowed her head and thought that he hadn't come out today either and counted how many days it had been. Then she heard footsteps behind her. She couldn't see who was approaching her, but she heard a man's voice asking him to forgive her. Turning around, the maid saw a man who introduced himself as Albion and said that it was he who had asked to see Richard. When he asked if the young master was inside now, the servant replied that he was, but she was not receiving visitors. Then the dean said in a regretful tone that he had come to talk about Ailen. The maid perked up and said that if it was about the girl, she could tell her everything and she would definitely pass it on. Just then, the door opened a crack, and the purple head of a young gentleman peeked out, who immediately demanded to be told everything. Richard widened his view a little and, looking at the dean, asked what kind of conversation it was. It was already late. In the evening, a light twilight enveloped the sky. Richard and his guest were served tea. Albion began the conversation by saying that he knew the boy was not eating well and not sleeping well. He continued that he understood his feelings, but still advised him to take care of the basic needs of his growing body. He also said that Ailen, wherever she was probably also worried about him, and if she knew how her friend was doing now, she would be angry. But no matter how unpleasant it was to listen to the dean's lectures, Richard was more concerned about the girl herself. So he asked if she had been found. To this, Albion, with his head bowed, replied that he had looked for her everywhere, but so far without success. But as soon as he had any news, he would let her know immediately. He needed to get his former ward out of this depressed state, and Ailen's toy appeared in his hands. The young Duke jumped up in surprise. He did not expect such an amazing gift. It was the girl's favorite toy. The dean explained that he had intended to give it to her, but now let it stay with Richard. He also said that after learning about his ward's mood, he simply could not help but bring it and hope that it would comfort him a little. The boy looked at this tiger as if it were made of gold or silver. This reminder of the snake was so precious to him. He hugged the doll, thanked her, and said that it was great because they didn't have a single toy in their house. After that, he continued to talk about what a good start it would be when his little sister, Ailen, returned. The dean was drinking tea when Richard said he had a request. He asked to pass on a message to his sister when they met. The guest did not hear what exactly the boy wanted to say next because he choked. Looking at the young master, Albion asked again what exactly he had just said about his little sister. Richard, shaking the tiger in his hands, said that it turned out that the visitor did not yet know that his family had decided to adopt the girl. He looked at the tiger cub, which Ailen herself considered to be like her father, and talked about her becoming a member of the Collin family. A few days later, Arno and the Emperor were sitting together, looking at the document confirming the official adoption. His Majesty told his guest that, to his great regret, nothing could be changed. Arno said the name Ailen Collin, and the paper in his hands caught fire. He chuckled and asked, "How dare they?" The document burned right before his eyes. The Emperor decided to take action and asked the distraught guest to calm down. Then he began to tell that Duke Collin's missing son had recently been found, and it was Ailen who had found him. In light of these circumstances, the Duke decided to thank her and therefore submitted a petition for adoption. Arno's eyes flashed. He said that he could not accept this fact, and then demanded that this Duke be brought to him. The Emperor again began to call for the violent visitor to calm down, and said that he already had 2 sons. So, you shouldn't do things that you will be ashamed of in front of them later. You should be a good father. These words reminded the heir of Idem how his beloved wife had asked him to be a wonderful father to their children. At that moment, her image appeared before his eyes, and he could never refuse this woman. The Emperor's words reminded him of his promise to be a good father. The remnants of the document rotted in his hands. The Duke became depressed until he saw the right solution. He looked at the Emperor, and an unusual look of plea for help appeared in his eyes. His Majesty was better aware of the situation, so he could give practical advice that would help solve this problem. He said that Duke Collin said that his son considered Ailen his little sister and was very attached to her. The ducal family itself had almost never asked the Emperor for anything, so this was a good way to repay their debt. Arno also heard some words that, in light of these moments, there was no turning back. He closed his eyes. The Emperor added that if he could come to an agreement with Duke Collin himself, then everything could be replayed. He understood the idea, agreed, stood up, and heard His Majesty say that he was glad they had come to an understanding. He added that if negotiations were to take place, he would do everything in his power to ensure that the parties could come to an agreement. However, he was disturbed when he heard Arno's comment that it would be a disaster if one of the ducal seats were to become vacant by accident. The guest began to talk about the fact that if the culprit suddenly disappeared or died, then the permit could be canceled altogether. Then he turned around and, with a smile, said goodbye to his friend. He continued on his way to the door. Now he had a new task, so he had something to do since the official path was no longer available. The Emperor remained sitting in his guest room, his mood completely ruined. As Arno walked away down the corridors of the Imperial Palace, the master of the house himself thought that he had told his guest everything in vain. The heroine of the original novel saw her little sister and happily ran towards her. Ailen was also glad to see her, although she did not expect it to happen so soon. Shauna rushed to hug him and said that it was great that her little sister had returned home safe and sound. She also said that she was very scared, and besides the fact that she herself was upset, her uncle was also constantly dissatisfied. Then our heroine asked about the reason for the dissatisfaction and received the answer that he had always been like that. She just didn't know it. Then she talked about her cousins, one of whom was gloomy and always locked himself in the laboratory, and the other was a carbon copy of his father. And now that she had met Ailen, life had taken on new colors and asked the girl not to go anywhere else. However, our heroine found the adjectives used to describe her brothers a little strange. In the original, around this time, Cullen, Killian and Shauna were almost inseparable, got along well, and were the talk of the castle. The main character said that she hadn't played with Ailen for a long time, so she suggested they go for a walk and get some sun at the same time. Then she suddenly said that it was not possible now because she had important business. Then the girl clarified that her sister was going to a purification ceremony. She replied that it was something like that, but they could meet a little later and suggested meeting on the ground floor after lunch. Our little girl waved goodbye to her little sister, not noticing a figure appearing behind her. The man standing behind her called her by a nickname that had once accidentally stuck to her, Fluffy. It was so familiar to her, and the voice was memorable that she decided to see who it was. Looking up, she saw that it was none other than the head of the family himself and the butler standing behind her. The grandfather looked at her sternly and asked how she dared to disappear without first answering his question. She answered awkwardly. She didn't mean to run away. Lord Morell continued to scold his granddaughter, saying that she had made everyone worry and then returned. She should have warned them. After that, he said that she should have told the truth then and asked how she ended up at the underground auction. He added sternly that she should have known that she had no right to leave the castle without his permission. Ailen knew that she had nothing to say to all these accusations, and no matter what she said, it would not save the situation. Tears spontaneously rolled from the corners of her eyes, and she mumbled that it was not on purpose. Through her sobs, our heroine asked for forgiveness, but her grandfather's character was very stubborn, and he just looked at her. And my lord asked why she decided to cry. He just asked why she ran away, because everyone was worried. Kalo decided that the poor child should not be left unattended any longer, so he went over and began to wipe away her tears. Then he said that he should have started translating earlier, because the patriarch just wanted to say that he had been very worried all this time. My lord was still shouting something, and the butler explained that the duke's character was such that he could not frankly admit things, so he had to intervene at such moments. The butler translated that he was asked to be silent because he told the girl her grandfather's true feelings. The harsh and caustic words of the head of the family became completely harmless in Kalo's mouth. Phrases like small as a quail's egg turned into a cute fluffy thing, like a little chick. Now Lord Morell attacked Kalo himself, regretting that he had allowed his servant so much. The verbal skirmish between the head of the family and his butler was so funny from the outside that our heroine could not stand it. At first, she just giggled quietly, but then she couldn't help but laugh out loud, which of course surprised the adults. The butler quickly came to his senses and was glad that the girl had calmed down and her mood had clearly improved. But the grandfather expressed his feelings differently. He yelled at her, saying what right she had to laugh so infectiously, and threatened to shut her up. This time, Kalo did not have time to smooth things over. A fireball flew past them, but it was blue. The ball hit the wall hard, damaging it, and they heard a question asking what had just been said. Arno item, with blue energy in his palm, demanded that the threat his father had just made to his daughter be repeated. His energy was gathering its magical power, and one could already hear it whispering with all the colors of the rainbow in his hand. He was ready to launch the next ball at any moment, but for now he was just asking what his daughter had just been threatened with. Lord Morell was mad with rage. He asked what his son was doing and what kind of immoral behavior this was. He added that Arno had been told since childhood that you can throw swords around, but you can't use magic without a good reason. He continued to scold his disobedient and wayward offspring, but he did not listen. Arno himself hurried to his little daughter, took her in his arms, and gently asked if he had scared her too. He asked for understanding, explaining his actions by the fact that he could not let this crazy grandfather torment her. The patriarch was not in debt and answered in his own style, and Kalo informed Arno that he would be billed for the property damage. The butler was already telling my lord that the heir would have to answer for his actions. Then he looked carefully at his master and reminded him that they had an agreement. The patriarch chuckled and then called out to the fluffy little thing. His son turned his head, wondering what else his father wanted. Our heroine was a little nervous at first, but quickly calmed down because my lord looked surprisingly embarrassed. He had reason to be shy, because he asked his granddaughter to forgive him for scaring her then. He continued more confidently, saying that he knew the girl was not a criminal. He just wanted to check if she was a demi-human. To this, Arno grumbled that if his father tried to check again, he might drive the child to her grave. The grandfather snapped, and Ailen cheerfully replied that since she had returned home safe and sound, everything was fine. She said that it was her own fault for hiding the truth, to which the patriarch responded that this issue must now be closed, and that this matter needs to be dealt with properly, and you can't turn a blind eye to the fact that she lied about her essence. Arno tensed up, and Lord Morel, almost justifying himself, said that he was not scolding her, but she had better prepare for the kinship test, and added that it doesn't matter if the mistake was made by that scoundrel or something else, but since she is in the item family, the relationship must be checked. Kalo again smoothed things over, explaining that this check was a purely formal procedure and no one was going to kick her out. The head of the family scolded the butler again and wanted to continue, but heard his granddaughter say that she felt better after these words. Ailen thanked her grandfather and promised to be a wonderful and obedient member of the item family from now on. Then my lord, in his usual manner, asked if that was all the little one could say, and Kalo translated that it was a compliment expressed in this way. Tired of everyone talking to him like that, the patriarch turned around and said that these conversations would only shorten his life. But remembering another important point, he told the fluffy little thing as he walked away that she would soon have a private teacher. He added that since she was going to be a worthy member, then studying was a must and advised her not to be lazy. This was not very interesting for our heroine, because in her past life, she had spent a lot of time studying. Although she understood that she was only 5 years old here, she decided that these lessons would be in the form of a game. That way she could stick with it. The books were already delivered to the room. There were books on arithmetic and etiquette, as well as art, reading and writing, and other subjects. Arno flipped through one of the textbooks and said that there were fewer books than he thought, so his daughter would be done in a few weeks. He also said that it was a bit of a hassle, but it would come in handy later when she received her birthday gift. He approached her, knelt on one knee, and added that if she didn't want to study, then he could work it out with his grandfather himself. Then he asked if she could handle it, and then her past life personality shouted that she couldn't refuse such a handsome man. Realizing that now was not the time to upset her relatives, she agreed, and then Arno gently stroked her head. After saying that she was smart, he kissed her, and then, remembering that he had business to attend to, said that they would see each other later. Then Dad Arno playfully ruffled her bangs, and it was so cute that she was touched. Our heroine jumped up from the bed because she really wanted to thank her father for his affection. She did the first thing that came to her mind. She repeated his gesture and loudly kissed him on the cheek. She made a heart with her fingers and thanked her father for taking such good care of her all this time. Her impulse was so spontaneous that Arno was stunned. In their family, they rarely allowed themselves to show their true emotions. He looked at her with undisguised surprise and then came to his senses because it was not polite to stare at a child like that, and smiled. Once again, after saying goodbye to his daughter, he went out and walked down the corridor. A maid passed him. She was busy with her own affairs, taking towels to the laundry, but stopped when she heard a loud bang. Turning around, she looked at the young gentleman with concern. You never know what to expect, although she knew he had a bad temper. Arno thought that his heart was aching and he really wanted to destroy something right away. He remembered how Ailen had smiled at him happily a few minutes ago and thanked him so sincerely for his care. This memory softened his heart. He smiled. He was glad that at least he had done something right. A servant calling his name interrupted his thoughts, but scared the maid, and the sound of her hasty retreat was heard in the corridor. The servant brought a message from Lord Khan from yesterday. It said that they had tried to attack Duke Colin again yesterday, but were defeated again. And Tram lost elite fighters in this skirmish. After reading the message, Arno crumpled it up and threw it to the servant, saying that if they couldn't handle it in a month, their own heads would roll. He was disgusted by the thought that such a well-prepared secret detachment could not cope with one duke. It was late at night in the Empire, and almost inaudible footsteps were heard on a deserted street in the capital. A man in a long and rather expensive coat approached a lonely building and looked at the window on the second floor. It was Duke Colin. He was going to make someone pay for stealing his daughter. He knocked on the door, and after it opened, he heard that the working hours were over for today and was asked to come back tomorrow. But the Duke was not going to give up so easily. He demanded that they light the way for him, because he needed to see the dark side of the moon. The servant's attitude immediately changed, and a fawning smile appeared on the face of the worker who opened the door. The one-eyed young man opened the door wider so that the client could pass, and said that he would take him right away. They went down a dimly lit staircase where the shop owner received her clients. The door clicked, and Duke Colin found himself in a room where he was greeted. A masked face looked at him, and he heard someone say that it was an honor for them that the Duke had come to such a humble place. When asked what had brought him here, Duke Colin replied that he had recently been plagued by assassins and wanted to know who had sent them. Tea was being poured into cups when a masked man said that it was indeed an uncomfortable situation and that it was apparently not comfortable to sleep either. The Duke replied that he had not come here at such a late hour for small talk. Then they asked for his forgiveness and asked him to explain the essence of his visit in more detail. He replied that the story was long and, sipping his tea, told everything he knew at the moment. He reported that about a week ago, hired killers had started visiting him. Every night, skilled warriors would attack, trying to find a weak spot. Fortunately, they did not get into the rooms of his wife and child. Then the Duke was asked if he had recently done anything that might have made someone very angry. After thinking, he replied that he could not say no, because his actions could hardly be called charitable. Duke Colin continued that while defending his home, he had said several times that if there were problems, they had to be solved with words. Then one day, he heard the following words. They said that there was nothing to talk about with him and that thief. The masked man was also surprised by such a name, and therefore said that the Duke had a lot of money. Why would he do that? Then my Lord Michael replied rudely that he had never stolen anything in his life. Sometimes he was bribed, but that was all. They responded conciliatorily. The man agreed to take the order, track down the mercenaries, and provide protection. They immediately began to calculate the cost of this work, but the Duke asked for one more thing. He needed to find a child. He showed her a picture and explained that she was a lizard girl named Heroine. At the mention of the child, the shop employee flinched slightly, but said nothing. The client handed over the package and said that after she left the mansion, there had been no news for a month. The Duke also added that all the details were inside and asked if they would take this order again and if they would be able to handle it. The answer was that they would, because finding people was the specialty of this shop. They returned to calculating the price. All 3 points proposed by the client were listed. The Duke was told about the possible difficulties and risks in implementation, and then they said that it would cost 2 billion gold. He thought the price was too high and said that it was too much even for villains like them. The interlocutor said that there was no need to call them that, especially since they were risking their lives instead of him, adding in a more friendly tone that it was not too much money for the Duke and that he could afford it. After saying that he needed to think about it, he was about to leave, but a worker appeared in front of him and handed him a piece of paper. When Duke Colin saw what was depicted, he was speechless. He could not even imagine that everything would end like this. They handed him a portrait of his own wife. It was a collection of photos of the Duchess of Colin, one of a kind in the world. He was told that it contained photos from different years, from the time his wife was 1 year old until the day she came of age and won the festival. After that, he received an offer to buy it, along with the current order, for only 100 million gold. The Duke gritted his teeth in anger and mumbled that they wanted to blackmail him with this album, which had been stolen in an incomprehensible way. Nagadjua also said that it was simply ridiculous and that he would not fall for this cheap trick. But no matter how hard he tried to bring down the price, he couldn't do it. The album was still more important, and he gave in. Duke Colin left in a very gloomy mood. This was not the deal he had expected, but there was nothing he could do about it now. The workers saw him to the door and invited him to come again, although they were just waiting for him to leave. As soon as the lock clicked, they immediately took off their disguises and began to talk about how difficult it was to deal with nobles. The man behind the mask said that the order for the lizard girl was the third of its kind and suggested that she had done something wrong. A voice from the back room confirmed his guess, but added that it would be easier to find her. The shop owner appeared and said that the longer the tail, the easier it is to step on. She slammed her fist on the table in anger and shouted that it was a damn lizard, but this gesture did not bring satisfaction. The worker asked if, since this lizard was asked to be found, it could then be simply killed. The woman forbade taking a life and added that after this demi-human disappeared, mercenaries appeared at her door. They broke into her auction, so these people were clearly connected to this girl in some way. Otherwise, the little ones would not have been able to escape. The shop owner continued to talk to herself, saying that it all started with this lizard, so it wasn't enough for her to just kill it. It didn't take long for the woman to come up with a way to get revenge for the inconvenience caused. With a snap of her fingers, the curtains parted, revealing another adjacent room. The view also opened up to a multi-level terrarium with various reptiles. The far side of the moon ordered that as soon as the first part of the order was completed, this girl should be brought to her immediately. To prevent this from happening, this product must be delivered alive, because she prefers reptiles to other species. She tapped on the glass of the terrarium and whispered that she was looking forward to their next meeting. Our heroine herself woke up in her bed, completely unaware of what intrigues and machinations were being woven around her. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the table and Ailen's scattered, scribbled papers. She had been writing letters to everyone for almost the entire night. She needed to explain herself to all the characters in the novel. It was hard for her to find the right words, so some of the papers were crumpled up on the table. Richard would live with his parents and want for nothing, and in the future he would meet Shauna and become the master of the magic tower. She also tried not to worry about Lucilian, because he should have already started his training at the temple by now. Our little girl tried to convince herself that she would be able to stay away from the main characters and return to her secondary role. Her only desire was to stay away and watch everyone from the sidelines. She was mostly concerned about the relationship between Shauna and Arno, but they were destined to become closer after a while. Ailen tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. It was hard to forget and leave everything behind, but the time had come. She had too many good and sometimes even happy memories in this world. Richard was one of them. Sleep did not come, and thoughts did not give her peace. She tossed and turned for a long time, trying to calm down and find a compromise. She still hoped that if she took a back seat, the original plot would return to its normal course. However, just after she had changed and was ready for breakfast, Arno asked her to come out into the corridor. She was completely unprepared for this visit. Before her, as usual, Lucilian was kneeling. The boy smiled and called her mistress, so all her hopes of never seeing him again were dashed. Arno watched this scene for a while and then asked if his daughter knew this pet. The girl again slightly corrected the facts, because she said that she had met this boy when she was in the orphanage. She wanted to know how he got there, but she didn't have time to ask, because Lucilian had already started talking about pets. She held out her hand to get him up from his knees, but her faithful friend began to rub against her fingers. She became more and more uncomfortable as time went on. The situation required some kind of solution. One look at her dad was enough for our heroine to understand that she could not delay any longer. However, Arno himself decided to act in his own way. He grabbed the boy by the scruff of his neck and said that he was rather dirty. A servant had already rushed to help, so the heir of the family said that he could not give such a thing to his daughter. Arno handed him over to the servant and demanded that Lucilian be washed until he shone, and told his daughter that he would bring the boy back himself. Looking at the servant who was taking her acquaintance away, our heroine called out his name in confusion. Her father squatted down to be at her level and, with excitement, said that purely out of concern, he wanted to ask her something. After that, he said that if any stranger said he was her dad, she should absolutely not go with him, because he was her only father. When he asked if she understood him, she nodded, because she understood that he was just teaching her about safety. After saying that his daughter was smart, he kissed her, thus expressing his affection. His return to the family was more than just a joy for him. This girl gave him light and peace of soul. Lucilian heard their conversation, but when he heard the sound of a kiss, he couldn't help but turn his head to see for himself. Ailen thought that she understood her father's concern very well, so she promised to follow his advice. The boy was still looking at his mistress. He didn't want to follow the servant, but he decided not to resist for the time being. Arno told our heroine that he had business, so he was leaving, but if she needed anything, she could find him in his office. Left alone in the corridor, Ailen wondered what kind of pet Lucilian had been caught as. She tried to remember if there was a similar plot in the original, and came to the conclusion that the boy appeared as an adult. After thinking for a while longer and remembering what was written in the book, the girl realized that Lucilian should be training standing at the temple right now. Taking a few steps forward, she saw that her father was not feeling well. He was swaying as he walked. It seemed to her that he was seasick, and our heroine ran up to Arno in concern. She asked excitedly how he was feeling and said that she would immediately send for a doctor. The father replied that he had just felt dizzy for a moment and that the pain would soon go away on its own. However, the girl saw that everything was not as simple as he said. His pale face and uncertain movements convinced her of this. The young Duke himself was well aware of these symptoms, so he turned to her with a request to return to her room. He tried to convince her that everything was not so bad and urged her not to worry, but she did not believe him. The longer she looked, the more she became convinced that it was nothing other than the frenzy. And she thought that in that case, she could not leave him. She needed to be nearby to help. Our heroine put her hand on his shoulder and shook him gently. She needed to get his attention. She could not leave him at such a difficult moment because he was the first to ask her to be his family. He was the first to ask her to stay with him. So how could she be so ungrateful? Arno asked her to be part of the family, and remembering these words, the girl offered him her 5-year-old shoulder. Not knowing if anyone was nearby, she decided to call for help anyway. She needed to call the main character. She began to scream that they needed to send for Shauna because Dad needed help right now. She felt his whole body pressing down on her like a dead weight, and she could barely hold on. Then she said to herself that this was a person who was important to her, and let him not get sick, never get sick again, and be completely healthy. Finally, hurried footsteps were heard in the corridor. The maids heard her call and rushed to help. The girls did not immediately understand the situation, so they began to ask what had happened. One of them, who was closer, stopped, and then even took a small step back, frightened by the bright flash. Our heroine continued her inner monologue, saying that she did not want to lose the person she had just come to cherish so much. She did not know, and could not have known, that a circle of pale, pink magical energy was raging around her. Her former personality woke up in the modern world, where she had left her helpless body. The voices of her not-so-friendly relatives could be heard. They were again arguing about the money spent on treatment, thinking that she didn't understand why she kept coming back to this nightmare. Our heroine began to close her eyes again. For a moment, all the sounds disappeared. The girl calmed down, but opened her eyes again when she heard her name. Ailen. Everything was still blurry, and she couldn't focus, but not for long. She saw her pink paws, and the first thing she thought was that she was out of luck again, and again a lizard. But she couldn't think about this topic. What was happening around her required her attention. She was sitting on her dad's lap, and saw her brothers pinning Lucilian against the wall, and discussing how suspicious he was. And Cullen was holding the tip of his sword to the boy's throat, which scared our heroine very much. Realizing that without her intervention, things might not end well, she jumped to the floor. Cullen was in a very belligerent mood. Although he had no intention of taking a life, kicking the boy out of the house seemed like a good idea to him. Ailen ran up to Lucilian and shielded him with her small lizard body. All the boys were happy that she had woken up, so they immediately forgot about their quarrel, and even the older brother put his weapon back in its sheath. They all vied with each other to say that they had heard she had fainted and were very worried. Arno demanded the attention of all the boys, said that was enough, and asked them to calm down. After he bent down and called his daughter back to him, she turned around, thinking that the incident was over. So she hurried to her father, who asked if she was okay and how she was feeling. She answered in lizard language and quickly climbed onto her father's shoulder, rubbing against his cheek, which pleased him. He also said that they were very scared when she lost consciousness, but now they needed to discuss the rest. He was very interested in Lucilian's remarks, so he turned to the young guest and asked what he meant by the fact that his daughter was apparently not a simple lizard. Lucilian had once said this, but then in the forest under the tree, he had also said the same thing to his mistress. When night fell, Arno put his daughter to bed and, waiting for her to fall asleep, fell into thought. She was snoring softly, while her father was thinking about what his young guest had told him. He said that he could not reveal the details, because there were certain circumstances that prevented him from doing so. But all Arno could know was that his mistress was currently in a growth period, and her appetite was greatly increased than usual. These could also be accompanied by various symptoms, such as growing pains, so extra attention was needed. It was also important to monitor the temperature and environment. Then Arno asked why he should believe him, since he didn't even know his name. Lucilian smiled and said that the young master was saying funny things, and that he knew what he was talking about, because he was his mistress's faithful lapdog. The Duke sat by his sleeping daughter's bed and thought that he had been wrong to take this guy in. Then he remembered that yesterday, after seeing the light emanating from Ailen, his pain had disappeared. It was the most wonderful light, and he was sure he could smell that fresh scent again. The lizard girl turned over in her sleep, and the blanket slipped, revealing her pink back. Arno, as a caring father, thought that this was not right and decided to fix the blanket. He covered her back and looked in surprise at what was sticking out of her back. It was not just growths. Sitting back in his place, he thought, because he had definitely seen her flap her little wings. Yes, they were real wings, which an ordinary lizard girl could not have. There was still a lot they didn't know about Ailen, her father thought, but he didn't care what her true nature was. The most important thing for him was that she grew up healthy and happy, because he considered her his daughter no matter what. A few days ago in the estate of Duke Colin, the master of the house told his guest that he had no idea what he was talking about. He added that he knew he was reckless, but there should be a limit to everything, and asked what exactly they wanted from him. To this, Arno replied that it was an art to pretend not to be involved for so long. Although knowing the master's character, he was not surprised. Duke Colin called his interlocutor to decency, to which he said that in that case, he would start with an introduction. He continued that he had heard rumors that uninvited guests were coming to this house every night, and he had come to check if the master was still alive. These words alerted the Duke, and the guest said that to his regret, he saw that his interlocutor was safe and sound. Now Duke Colin fully understood who was behind these nightly visits. He said aloud that he had been wondering who it could be, although he did not find it strange that it was the heir of Item. After that, he asked what exactly the visitor needed, or was this a challenge to start a war between their families? When Arno laughed at this suspicion, Lord Michael shouted that the way the guest was talking left no doubt about his involvement. This whole conversation could have developed into a big scandal, but the visit was for another conversation. Therefore, the guest told the master of the house that the thief who stole his daughter was acting too brazenly. Duke Colin couldn't stand it, jumped up and shouted that he had come without an invitation, and then called me a thief. After saying that was enough, and to stop talking nonsense, but without continuing, a thought flashed through my mind. She said the word thief because he had recently heard it from the mercenaries he had disarmed in his own home. Clenching his fists, Lord Michael said that now he would not get away with it, because it was definitely the guest's doing. He also asked how he dared to do such a thing in a house where there were women and children. Despite Arno's recklessness, he decided to stop the pointless argument and turn the conversation back to the track he needed. He snapped his fingers and recreated the burned document, saying that it was Ailen Item, a child from a side branch of his family. He also added that he was going to adopt her, but someone managed to interfere and ruin all his plans. Duke Colin looked at this document and thought that this girl was Arno's daughter. He needed to think carefully about the current situation, because there was also Richard, to whom he had made a promise. The guest continued that the Duke had better cancel the adoption now, because that was what his daughter wanted. The heir of the Item family heard the question and was asked if Ailen was at his house now. He replied that wherever the girl was now, shouldn't her parents be looking for her, especially if it was her own father? Lord Michael said that, in fact, when he first met Ailen, she was in an orphanage with his son, and he asked if Arno really wanted to adopt her, why she was in an orphanage so far from the capital. Item had nothing to say to this, and then the master added that he had checked and found that no one had even reported her birth. And even if the guest was telling the truth, he had not kept a close eye on the child, and it was his fault that he had not submitted the application earlier. And Arno lived for pleasure, had no friends, no social skills, so it was unlikely that he could raise a child. He added that he did not trust people like him, and ended by saying that he could raise the girl better. After saying that the conversation was over and that he hoped they would not have to meet again, he headed for the exit. The heir of the Item family asked somewhat absent-mindedly if his interlocutor would repeat the same thing if his head were cut off. Duke Colin retorted that he should try and see if his daughter would like it, knowing that her father had ordered a murder. Already at the door, he also said that his son and Ailen's current relationship could not be ended simply by order. In the end, he added that Richard and the girl were very close, like a master and his pet. The last words deeply hurt the proud Arno item, but there was nothing he could do about it now. But he was not going to give up. The master of the house was glad that he had managed to put the guest in his place, but still said that he saw a lack of understanding on his face, so nothing would come of it. Then he informed the servant that Duke Item was leaving and ordered him to be seen off with the highest honors. Arno returned to the estate and, entering the gate, was greeted by his faithful servant, who asked the master to hurry inside. He also added that if the young duke was hungry, then everything was ready and he could have lunch. However, the heir of the family stopped and did not listen to the servant's chatter. He was drawn to a familiar energy. Looking in that direction, he saw a boy sitting completely still, leaning against the wall. The energy emanating from this young stranger was so strong that the Duke could almost feel it, and he was familiar with it. He had encountered it once, and after thinking for a moment, he remembered where and when he had encountered this power. It was at an auction, and after considering his next steps, Arno decided not to leave this child on the street. The servant, seeing that the master had stopped, asked if the Duke was going somewhere else, or if he needed anything else. Arno pointed to the wall and ordered the guy in the black cloak to be brought to him. The servant thought that the boy looked untidy and asked if the master really knew this ragged person. The answer was that he would make a great pet for his daughter. It was not in his rules to go against the will of the heir of the family, so he replied that everything would be done. Now Arno knew better what his daughter needed, so he gave the appropriate instructions to all the servants. He went into her room, called her name, and began to talk about how he had asked for more food to be prepared. He told her that she would have the opportunity to eat her fill, because this time even the portions would be different. Calling her name again, he began to almost coax her to show herself so that they could go to the dining room. Ailen was, of course, only the size of a small lizard now, but she was still not used to hiding. Looking around the room, he tried to find her location, and then he heard a muffled sound. Walking over to the bed, Arno picked up the pillow and whispered that Dad had found it right away, and this time there would be a huge pudding. He said that he had asked for everything to be prepared so that it would be flawless and that there would be plenty of food. Imagine his surprise when he lifted the pillow and saw that his little daughter was crying, albeit in the form of a lizard. Then he began to fuss around her anxiously, asking if her stomach hurt. I guess that the last meal might have been undercooked, but she continued to whine. In that case, the only thing he could think of, given his character, he decided to cut off all the cooks' heads. She mumbled something in her own voice and shook her head because she did not agree with such a harsh decision. Arno realized that the quality of the food had nothing to do with it, so he sat down on the bed and asked what was bothering his princess. He asked her to tell him everything. Then our heroine became depressed. She herself was worried about what had been happening to her lately. Recently, she was tormented by a terrible hunger that she had never imagined before. She woke up and ate constantly, finishing the whole breakfast, then a second one, and even before lunch. She was very embarrassed because even after eating so much, her stomach was still rumbling, so she ran to her room to hide. The lizard thought that of course they were a family, but still, to devour everything without measure, it looked disgusting and repulsive. In her past life, this had also happened to her. Once, sitting in the school cafeteria, after finishing her lunch, she started eating snacks. I heard the boys leaving the cafeteria discussing her gluttony and even comparing her to a pig. Even then, she was very embarrassed by her behavior, although she herself did not understand why she always wanted to eat. She felt that this hunger was not just physical, but an inner desire. Then she decided that she would try to endure. She didn't want them to look at her that way here too. Arno stroked her head and said that for the cook, the fact that she ate with such an appetite was the best compliment. He had recently overheard the cook in the dining room saying that since he had started working here, you were the first to eat his dishes with such enthusiasm, and for him, it was the best compliment. The father also said that this applied to everyone else because she brought happiness even without noticing it herself, and that she was a real miracle and good fortune that had come to their item family, so she should not be sad. He repeated again what he had already told her several times, which was that no matter what happened, they were on her side. Ailen sighed, feeling the warmth of support, that she could really trust them and rely on their friendly shoulder. Although it was a somewhat unusual feeling for her, she still felt better in her heart because everyone was happy with her, her brothers, and Shauna. And most importantly, she made her dad happy, and he, in turn, made her life happy. She was so overwhelmed with emotion that she could no longer remain in her lizard body because she could not speak. Our heroine thought that now she wanted to talk to her dad and tell him about her experiences. She succeeded. She turned back into a girl and immediately asked if she would turn into a very large lizard if she ate so much. Arno smiled and replied that it would be even better if she were a huge lizard because that would be cute. Ailen cried and asked if her dad would stop loving her if she continued to eat so much. He reassured her, saying that she didn't have to worry about that at all, because it was simply impossible. After these words, his daughter calmed down, but the hunger was already making itself felt. Therefore, hearing the offer to go to the dining room, she did not hesitate to accept and quickly finished the first portion. Our heroine did not take much time to finish the second course, and her father asked for pudding again. Looking at the empty plate, she chuckled sadly, thinking that some hungry demon had possessed her. Arno distracted her with his question. He was curious how she had managed to return to her girl's body, and if she remembered how she had done it. She looked at him happily and replied cheerfully that she just really wanted to talk to her dad. Then he asked if yesterday, when he was in pain, she had also just wished for something similar. Ailen replied that yesterday she had asked her dad not to get sick and to be healthy. She was embarrassed, but still added that her thoughts were about how she didn't want to lose the family she had just found. After this phrase, the girl heard Arno laugh, so she asked him why he was laughing. The father stroked her head and replied that it was so sweet that he was very proud of her. He answered sincerely, but she still pouted a little, and Arno said that he had 2 more pieces of news for her. The first was that the teacher was arriving tomorrow and her lessons were starting, and the second piece of news was waiting for her in the room. When they returned to her room, a new maid greeted them, who bowed and introduced herself. Her name was Lauren Druz, and she said that from that day on, she would be serving her young mistress. The new maid added that she would do her best to serve diligently and diligently. She wagged her tail, thinking that her personal maid had appeared a long time ago, and then asked to be taken to Shauna's room. Lauren looked at our heroine with some surprise. Then the girl thought that the maid simply did not know where her sister's room was. She explained that she had business with Shauna and therefore asked to be escorted, but Lauren was silent. After waiting for a while without a response, Ailen called the new girl's name to get her attention. The maid flinched, turned away, and then, asking for forgiveness, cleared her throat and said that she would see him out right away. She also said that she didn't even know, and then stopped, and our heroine looked at her, not understanding what was happening. Then a thought occurred to Ailen. Lauren must have been looking at her tail, and certainly not in a positive way. As she opened the door, she thought that she still had a long way to go, and that many people still looked at beastmen with suspicion. She followed the maid down the corridor, thinking that she had suffered a lot and had gone through almost everything possible. But her heart had not hardened, and every time she encountered harshness and misunderstanding, she felt sad. She had no choice. She needed to calm down, because the most important thing for her now was her loving family. So she continued on her way, lost in thought, with her personal maid walking ahead. On the way, they met 2 maids who were cleaning and chatting cheerfully about their own affairs. When they came alongside them, the girls stopped to greet the young lady. The maids wished her a good day, and then almost stared at her tail, which our heroine was not hiding now. Ailen heard their comments that it was indeed a lizard tail, because the lady was a lizard man. Someone whispered that it was said that she had grown a tail the last time she was brought home, and that she had also played with Mela. One of the maids said that this was the first time she had seen her in person, and before that she had only heard rumors from a special building where this girl lived. When they reached Shauna's room, the maid asked if she should call her sister, and our heroine replied that she could handle it herself. Walking up to the door, the girl knocked loudly, and in response, a faint voice was heard asking who it was. Our heroine thought the voice was very weak. She even thought that maybe her sister was sick. However, she replied that it was her and that she had come to visit because she missed her since they had not played together for a long time. Shauna replied that she would come out now, but she had to tidy up first because the room was a mess. She asked to wait a little, after which a loud noise was heard behind the door, and then the door swung open. The main character invited them in and apologized again for making them wait, explaining that it was necessary to clean up the mess. They went to the table in the center of the room, and Shauna served tea, asking how much sugar to put in. Then she began to chatter that she should have some delicious cookies left, and she would definitely treat her sister to something. As she went to get the dessert, Ailen noticed that a cabinet would not close because it was too full. Our heroine thought that her sister had stuffed everything into the wardrobe, and then remembered that she had done the same thing in another childhood. She did this so that her mother would not scold her, and it was the fastest way, but she did not expect such a feature from Shauna. However, the door of this piece of furniture could not stand it and began to open little by little, and a soft pink toy peeked out from inside. The main character of the original, holding a tray in one hand, quickly closed the treacherous cabinet door with her other elbow. But Ailen still noticed that the toy was the same color as her tail, and at that time her sister was setting the table. After wishing her a good appetite, Shauna sat down on the sofa next to our heroine with a cookie in her hand. Ailen, of course, didn't care, but she still thought that her sister would sit opposite her, as etiquette required. She took a sip from her cup and asked if her sister had been busy lately, and apologized for coming so suddenly. Shauna smiled and replied that she was just resting because she had been asked to go to the Imperial Palace, and she had been thinking about it. Our heroine clarified this, and her sister explained that the prince's condition had recently worsened. Therefore, the emperor himself asked the Item family to help the heir with their purification abilities. He also said that he had tried very hard, but there was no progress, and the visit itself was not very pleasant. After all, the prince was suffering from his illness, so he was extremely sensitive, and recently he had been very irritable. It was even difficult for her to hold his hand, so she was thinking about whether to go this time or refuse. Then a main character had an idea, and she invited Ailen to go with her to give her moral support. Shauna said that her sister also wanted to go to the palace, and if they went together, she would be much calmer. Ailen thought that the sick prince was probably Anash, and that the main character would not be able to cure him with her current abilities. In the original novel, the death of the second heir was an important turning point in the genre and plot. After Anash's funeral, the empire would be in chaos, the country would be on fire, the people would suffer, and the nobles would plot a rebellion. For our heroine, as a reader, it meant a wonderful beginning and a terrible end. At that time, she didn't care if some minor character lived or died, because this world was not real. But now everything had changed, and these people were her family. So if she could prevent the tragedy, she would. And since the roles of the children were most important to her, she needed to be near them to guide the situation. And if not to guide, then at least to be present and help the main characters with all her strength and knowledge. So our little girl agreed to go to the palace, which made her sister very happy. The main character not only thanked Ailen, but also rushed to hug her, and in doing so, once again, almost strangled the girl. After breaking free from the embrace, she said that she needed to get permission from the patriarch, but if they asked together, there should be no problems. Ailen couldn't help but wag her tail. She couldn't do anything about it, but her sister had an irresistible desire. Shauna said that it might be an unexpected request, but she asked for permission to touch the tail, at least for a little while. This desire was indeed strange, so the girl did not answer right away, and the main character took it as a refusal. She began to talk about how soft it looked and that it was impossible to resist. Then Ailen turned her tail towards her sister. For the main character, it was a real gift, and she gently touched it and began to say that it was soft. Then she said that before she had only imagined in her mind what it was like, but now, touching it, she could understand that it was the best. The longer she felt the tail, the deeper she sank into her thoughts. She felt every inch of the pale pink skin so carefully that Ailen began to worry. So I asked if everything was okay with the feeling because the tail was big and ugly, and then looked at my sister. Seeing that her sister had a nosebleed, our heroine became even more worried and pointed it out. Sean tried to reassure the girl, saying that this happened to her often, so she shouldn't pay attention. But Ailen couldn't do it, and she offered first aid and surprised her sister with her skill. Maid Lauren was waiting for her young mistress in the corridor, and, looking at the little thing in her hands, she was thinking. A girl coming out of her sister's room interrupted her thoughts and announced that the visit was over. After that, she asked the maid if she knew where the patriarch was now, and added that she needed to talk to him about something. Lauren said that my lord should be in his office now, working, and offered to escort him. Her young mistress agreed, and they went through the estate towards the study. Ailen heard the maid humming quietly, and she thought the voice was sweet and kind. They continued on their way, and then our heroine saw that the maid had dropped something and went closer to see. I was very surprised when I saw a small keychain. It was in the shape of a small pink lizard. He looked so much like our little girl that she called the maid and told her what she had picked up from the floor. Holding out her hand with the keychain in it, the young lady asked if it was Lauren who had dropped this little thing. Then she also said that this keychain was interesting because it looked so much like, but she didn't finish because the maid quickly took the figurine away. Lauren thanked the master for returning it and said that in the future, she would be more careful with her things. Then they moved on. Ailen analyzed this behavior and thought that this keychain was clearly very important to her maid. When they reached the office, the guard told them that the chief would receive them, but a little later, some cleaning needed to be done. He also added that as soon as the premises were in order, they would be called. The guard bowed and said that it was an honor for him to meet the young lady, and then introduced himself, saying that he was Philip. Then he asked for forgiveness for his audacity, but he was curious if she liked sweets. When she replied that she liked them like everyone else, he opened his pouch and took out a small gift. The sweet turned out to be a lollipop tiger. It was carefully wrapped and even tied with a ribbon. Philip knelt on one knee and handed her the treat, saying that it might seem a little unexpected, but he thought that this lollipop would suit her very well. His words were interrupted by a sharp blow to the head. The second guard apologized for the rudeness shown by his companion and promised to correct them. Our heroine stood up for Philip, explaining that she really liked the lollipop and that this one was in the shape of a little tiger. She accepted the small gift. She was glad that the ordinary workers of the estate knew about her favorite toy. She sincerely thanked Philip and added that she would eat this lollipop with great pleasure. It was said with such feeling that the guard could not find the words to return the favor. Just then, the door opened and Kilo appeared in the doorway. He said that the office was in order and they could come in. Our heroine, clutching the lollipop, ran inside. She really needed to talk to my lord. The patriarch said that it was a surprise that the fluffy little thing had come to him and asked what she wanted. She said hello and then said that she had come to him today with a small request. She wanted to go to the Imperial Palace tomorrow with her sister, Sean. Then she looked at her hands and realized that she was still holding the lollipop, and she thought it looked rude. Lord Burrell also noticed the sweet, so he asked what she was holding in her hands. She quickly hid the candy behind her back, but explained that it was a small gift from the guard. He thought for a moment and asked her to come closer to him. She lowered her head and went towards him. The patriarch repeated his request and added that she should also sit on his lap because he needed to see for himself. Our heroine fulfilled the request and heard my lord ask why she was trembling so much over a single candy. He added that she could eat as many sweets as she wanted and then asked what her request was for today. Ailen repeated that she wanted to go to the Imperial Palace tomorrow with her sister, but she needed his permission. This was an unexpected request for him, so he asked what exactly she needed there. She replied that she had met the prince at an auction and they had become friends, so she wanted to visit him and wish him well. My lord asked again if she was really talking about Nosh and that it was he she wanted to visit. Ailen looked carefully at his frowning face and thought that she had not expected things to be so easy. But the patriarch smiled slightly and said that she did have classes tomorrow, but they could be moved to another day. She was glad that she could go tomorrow, but my lord tempered her enthusiasm a little, saying that she would not miss any more classes in the future. He also told her to study hard, and the girl agreed, promising to be diligent and thanking him for his permission. Ailen showed her bright smile and sincerely said that her grandfather was the best, and he slammed his fist on the table. Lord Burrell was known for his great strength, so the tabletop could not stand it and broke in two, although this was not the first time. Our heroine had witnessed such a thing once, but still did not expect such a reaction, so she looked at her grandfather in surprise. Then the patriarch realized his mistake, so he said that there was just a bug on the table and a bug with 20 legs. This explanation did not convince the girl very much, and my lord turned the conversation in another direction, talking about what was planned for lunch today. He had prepared something much tastier than a lollipop and suggested going to the dining room for a snack. She agreed, although a moment from her past life, full of blood and sweat, flashed through her mind. On a clear night, when the stars twinkled like precious stones, a full moon majestically rose into the sky. But in the room of the main character, Sean, the light was still on, and the girl herself was quietly humming some melody. She had a thread and a needle in her hands, and she was sewing a stuffed toy, and since she was doing it well, her mood was high. The stitches were neat and even, and most importantly, she got real pleasure from her work. After biting off the thread, the main character thought that she had put her whole soul into this toy. I thought that after Ailen's disappearance, I worked on this project day and night. Looking at the now finished soft lizard, Sean was pleased with herself. It was a real masterpiece of her life. She came up with an idea and brought it to life. It was a toy dedicated to her sister, Ailen. She was so filled with joy and pride that she screamed so loudly that she scared a passing maid. She stomped her foot and thought that it was so perfect that no one could imitate this first-class quality. She danced around the room. Shauna said that she had just made the most perfect toy for Ailen. However, there was one obstacle that clouded her happy thoughts, because her sister had not yet made her debut in high society. So, for now, Shauna could not put this toy on the market, but that was not the most important thing. It was enough for her that her sister was not hated or feared, but loved, seeing how cute she was. Not so long ago, our heroine entered the room and greeted her grandfather and dad, explaining that she had been told they were looking for her, so she had come, and then Lord Merrill asked her to come over. The main character clung to her grandfather's hand and heard that floating stones had indeed been found in the place the girl had indicated. But that was not what interested Shauna. She looked at the stranger's pink hair and also noticed her honey-colored eyes. She could not take her eyes off this lovely person. She thought she had never seen anyone like her before. At that time, she did not yet know the whole backstory, but she hoped to become friends with this girl in the future. Another day or two passed. She couldn't remember exactly, but as she was walking down the corridor, she overheard a conversation between two maids. They were talking about the fact that the child the young gentleman had decided to adopt was actually a lizard man, and that she had stolen the Duke's earring and then slandered Mela, and yet the maid was so concerned about this Ailen. The maid said that the young master, in a fit of rage, had even cut off the servant's hand and then sent her to the underground prison. Shauna did not like this statement, and although she was new to the Item family, she still did not expect them to be so inconsiderate of her feelings. Then one maid told the second that the statement that demi-humans respond to kindness with anger was not unfounded, and she felt sorry for Mela. The original heroine couldn't stand it and went up to the servants and said that none of this was true and that it was the maid who had committed these crimes. She advised the girls in a sterner tone not to spread false information and to pass this on to the rest of the servants. She really couldn't believe all these rumors, and she was sorry that she had to scold the maids. She had never stood up for anyone in her life, but now she simply could not remain silent. After the incident in the Great Hall, our heroine's image was greatly damaged, and various rumors began to circulate among the servants. It was Shauna who took the initiative, and with the support of Cullen and Killian, they were able to correct the distorted information. They did their best, telling the truth about Mela's crimes, which improved our heroine's reputation somewhat. But despite this, the stereotype among ordinary people about these dirty and stupid demi-humans was not so easy to correct. The heroine of the novel was worried about where the girl had disappeared to and tried to somehow explain this traceless disappearance to herself. Out of her own helplessness, I came up with the idea that I could do something more significant, and so the idea of a toy was born. The first versions were not very successful, but after several trials, the final result began to take shape. One day, Shauna did not have time to put away one of the versions, and the maid who came and saw the toy and asked what this cute thing was. Running up to the table, the girl replied that it was a toy Ailen that she had made. The servant girl sat down and examined the soft lizard, saying that she had never seen the young mistress in such an image. Then Shauna thought that she could make one not only for herself, but also for others, so she offered it to the maid. When the maid agreed, the heroine was glad, because now she would have the opportunity to attract more people to her side. The next day, she made a small copy, which turned out to be soft and cute. Sophie, that was the maid's name, showed her little keychain to her other colleagues, not even trying to hide her admiration. She said that if anyone wanted, the young lady could make more, and soon after, it was being talked about here and there. The item estate began to change, and Ailen, who had been considered a dark demi-human, was once again called a cute lizard girl. Thus, thanks to Shauna, a new fashion spread throughout the estate, and these keychains began to appear in different corners of the house. People, using their abilities and special skills, began to make all sorts of lizards, showing them to each other and exchanging them. No one expected that a new culture would appear in this estate, which would eventually spread beyond its borders. This phenomenon spread like wildfire, reaching further and further, reaching the capital, and then the whole empire. Even Shauna, the culprit of this syndrome, did not know about it for a long time and continued to make Ailen dolls. But this activity distracted her from the sad memories of the cute pink-haired girl. On a clear day, Arno was eating in the dining room, surrounded by his children, and his sons were arguing about who loved Ailen more. Shauna was not far behind, and she convinced her brothers that their sister preferred fish to meat, and everyone offered her their portion. The younger generation of the item family jumped up and, sticking their forks into the small piece of meat, wanted to get a bite. Cullen and Shauna, in a fit of rage, were ready to tear each other to pieces, just to be the first to please our heroine. Their father listened to the argument about who was the best guardian for Ailen and who had the most right to feed her sister. In the end, the children annoyed their father, and he first demanded that they observe etiquette and eat from their own plates. He looked at Cullen and asked if he had really forgotten his manners somewhere else and was behaving so indecently. The boy apologized, returned to his seat, and began to watch with envy as Shauna fed her sister. But it was not only Cullen who was jealous. The young master also could not help but turn to Ailen, who also turned to him. He asked her to come closer, and she, after chewing what was left in her mouth, went towards her father. Our heroine did not quite understand what her dad wanted, so she approached him little by little, asking if it was enough or still not enough. When she came close to him, Arno picked her up as easily as a feather and sat her on his lap. The eyes of the other children turned to their father in anger. Cullen was outraged by this behavior. He shouted that it was too much because just a few minutes ago, he himself had pointed out the etiquette. Arno looked sternly at his son, who also had a wayward character, and asked what was wrong with his manners. The son obediently sat back in his place and said that he would pay more attention to etiquette and laws in the future. Killian advised his brother to sit properly, and Shauna watched with wide eyes as her father fed her sister, very envious. The Duke saw and understood how they were looking at him now, but despite this, he asked Ailen if the food was tasty. Shauna thought that he was looking at her just like that, showing with his whole appearance that he was the winner in this situation. She also thought that they were like in kindergarten because he decided to wrestle with a girl who was small enough to be his daughter. He behaved as if he were still a small child, and it even seemed to her that the years had not taught him anything. However, she herself noticed that he had become much better lately. After Aaron's return, Arno became much calmer, but before that, he was ready to kill if someone touched him. And Cullen became much gentler, and Killian, although he didn't show it, was still very attached to his sister. I also thought that not only that, but the head of the family and the butler, as well as the new maid Lauren, all loved Ailen equally. But surprisingly, Shauna herself became attached to her. Everyone loved her, as if someone had forced them to do so, as if this was the fate prepared for them. But she was pulled out of her thoughts by the culprit of these reflections. Aaron asked when they were planning to leave tomorrow, and her sister replied that everything would be ready before lunch. Arno, sticking his fork into another piece of food, asked in surprise where his daughter was going tomorrow. The girl replied that they were going to the Imperial Palace because she knew the prince, and he looked at the main character of the original. But she did not feel uncomfortable under his gaze. She fully understood his love for his daughter because she deserved all the best in the world. Duke Colin and his son were walking along the alley and started talking about the letter he had mentioned earlier. It was a letter of recommendation to the Royal Academy, which arrived right after the news of Richard's return was announced, and added that it was extremely rare for them to send it so quickly. They must have believed in the magic of the respected Colin family. He also said that if his son enrolled, he would most likely be placed in the magic department, where all the elite study, and in the future this would help in inheriting the title. Then he asked if Richard was interested in enrolling. The young gentleman replied sharply that it was not in his plans, and Duke Colin thought the answer was too sharp. Richard added that he had no interest in the Royal Academy until he knew what had happened to Ailen. His father was agitated and said that the opportunity to enter the academy was very rare and there would be no second chance. But Richard was only concerned about his girlfriend, so he talked about her again, asking if it was true what his father had said about her being safe. Lord Michael could not tell everything, but he did say that he did not know exactly where the girl was, but he was sure that she was all right. He had learned from a reliable source that Aaron was alive and well, but he did not specify that he had learned this from the Duke of Idem. To support his son, he said that he hoped to see the girl soon and asked him not to worry about it. He saw how upset his child was, so he added in a more affectionate tone that his friend probably missed him too, and explained her silence by the fact that she most likely had not yet recovered, but as soon as she adapted, she would immediately contact them. He began to talk about the fact that the only thing they could do now was to wait, and that something had happened to Ailen, so she had not yet appeared. Duke Colin had already managed to calm his returned offspring, and he wanted to support him a little more. He put his hand on his shoulder and heard his son say that it had taken him 10 years to return to his family. Therefore, if it was necessary to wait for 6 months, he would cope with it, and they would be able to reunite with the snake because she had given him a promise. Richard told his father about this promise for the first time, so the Duke asked again, asking what kind of promise it was. He guessed that his son and this little girl had promised each other to be friends forever. The heir's answer was so unexpected and unacceptable that the Duke's heart almost broke. But he quickly came to his senses and, realizing that it was just a childish, naive view of life, Duke Colin smiled. The conversation was about the fact that the girl and his son had decided to get married, although Richard clarified that they had promised to become a family. The boy thought about his father's words and was sure that Ailen simply could not contact him now, but he could wait. The Duke decided to sober up his offspring right away, so he told him that it was not so easy to talk about a wedding and that there were some difficulties in this interpretation. After these words, Richard looked at his father and asked if he was really against this wedding. I thought that it was simply impossible and heard his father say that he personally did not see any obstacles. They were a great couple. For the young Duke, the words said were not unexpected, so he continued on his way, pleased with himself, saying that he was looking forward to meeting the snake. Duke Colin could not tell his heir everything, although he could not refuse him. Therefore, he decided for himself that he would not tell his son where Ailen was now, because he would go there instead of waiting. So, in late spring, Duke Colin realized that the situation was much more complicated than it had seemed at first. Then he decided that under no circumstances would he tell his son the truth, and he also thought, but he did not yet know what the future held for them. In the Idem estate, events were taking their course. The heroines were getting ready to go to the Imperial Palace. Butler Kalo greeted the young ladies and held out his hand to help them into the prepared carriage. He said that the staff had done their best to make their journey both fast and comfortable. Ailen and Shauna returned the favor, but while our heroine was thinking about the splendor of the carriage, her sister had other questions. She saw the heir of the Idem family standing next to the butler and thought that she had not planned to go to the Imperial Palace with her uncle. Kalo dispelled her doubts, saying that he had business at the estate, so the young master would stay at home. He added that, on the other hand, it would be good if he went as a guardian, but the heir had found another solution. Arno, holding his daughter in his arms, said that he had assigned Trem as their bodyguards, and the girls could call them at any time. He explained that these people had been working for the family for many years, so they could be trusted to watch from the shadows and follow the girls. However, our heroine already knew a lot about these people from the novel and knew that Trem had a hard time because of Arno. She was already on the steps when her father told her that he wanted to ask her to avoid meeting the Emperor if possible. He said that the chances of such a meeting were small, but if she saw him, it was better to try to avoid contact. He also asked that if the meeting did happen, she should not pay attention to what the Emperor said. But she was alerted by his request to retell their conversation with the Emperor if the meeting did happen. The young Duke added that if necessary, he would talk to His Majesty himself later, as a nobleman to a nobleman. The carriage door closed, and Kalo wished them a good journey, while the Duke asked them to be back by evening. Her father's advice worried our heroine, so she looked out the window and asked what kind of person the Emperor was. She explained that it would be better to know a little more about him. Then she heard the answer that their ruler was a rather arrogant person, but it was believed that he was a good emperor, but this statement only applied to humans. His Majesty considered other races to be nothing special, and he was deeply convinced of this. Because his golden hair and red eyes were a sign of royal blood, he was proud of his features. Therefore, he simply despised other races and, according to his beliefs, considered non-humans to be as superfluous to this world as a snake's legs. After such a description, our heroine thought that the Emperor was simply obsessed with the human race. She didn't have time to make any comments, as Arno took out the magic ball and told her that he had prepared it. At first, she said that it reminded her of a communication stone, but an inner voice told her that it was something else. She suddenly realized that it was a bomb, and she told her father her guess. He confirmed the guess and advised her to use this item if necessary. Our heroine couldn't help but asking if His Majesty could die after the explosion, to which Arno chuckled. Then he said that he would most likely die, but then another ruler could be chosen, but he only had one daughter. Ailen looked at him with bewilderment and even some fear. Her sister was not very happy with such a proposal either. He glanced at the girls and said that he would take care of the cleanup if necessary. Then, in a tone with a hint of sarcasm, he advised her to resign herself boldly and, if possible, with all her might. The carriage started moving, and our heroine, looking out the window again, shouted words of thanks to her dad. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, His Majesty scratched his ear and smiled, thinking that someone was talking about him. Upon arrival, the sisters went inside and were greeted, and the butler noted with surprise that Lady Ailen had also come today. After that, she thanked Lady Chan for being able to come again and informed her that the prince was waiting for them in the reception room. The servants, although they were looking at our heroine, did not forget their duties, so they said that they would see them there now. The main character of the original asked the butler how she knew her sister, Lady Ailen. In response, she said that she had heard a lot about her recently and had also learned about the latest stories, and therefore had great respect for her. If the prince found out that the young Lady Ailen had come, he would be very happy, so there was no need to delay. Chun took our heroine by the hand, and they followed the servant to see Anash. The heirsmaid informed him that the young ladies could come in and asked him to help him in every possible way. The heroine replied that she would do her best to improve the prince's health, and then asked our little girl to wait for her. She still told her sister that she would let her know when she was done, and asked her to bring her. Our heroine was walking down the corridors of the imperial palace, accompanied by a maid. A servant pushing a cart full of books was coming towards them. The servants exchanged friendly words and wished each other a good day. Ailen was curious about what was in the cart, so she turned to the maid and asked if there was a library in the imperial palace. She received the answer that, of course, there was, and, moreover, the Imperial Library was famous for having the largest collection of books. Then the young lady asked to be taken there, where she could usefully spend her time reading while waiting for her sister. A few minutes later, they reached the library. The maid opened the door, and our little girl went inside. Seeing the huge size of the room, Ailen could not help but let out a cry of surprise. She turned her head, trying to judge the size with her eyes, but realized that she could not do it so quickly. Then she thought that this library was so spacious because it was located in the Emperor's palace. She promised herself that she would definitely visit this place next time if possible, and stopped at the first shelf she came across. There were books on law and linguistics, history and botany, and even rhetoric. It was hard to find anything. Ailen was thinking about what she should read, and then she saw a publication about the life of another world and thought that it would be useful to study. As she climbed the ladder, she thought that maybe she could find a medicine that would cure the prince. But she couldn't reach it. She complained about her short arms, and suddenly someone took the book. Turning around, our little girl saw a man who asked if this was the publication she wanted to read. Then he read the title and said that it was the Encyclopedia of World Plants, and he was curious why such a little girl would read such a book. He added that his youngest son at that age only asked for books with bright pictures. He flipped through the tome and asked why such a young lady was interested in plants. while Ailen looked at her interlocutor's appearance. Arno said that this man was proud of his royal qualities because he had golden hair and red eyes. Her father said that the emperor's character was arrogant and rude, and that there was no one more arrogant than him. She thought that it was simply impossible, and that maybe she was in front of some representative of the royal family. However, according to etiquette, she had to answer his question somehow, so she said that she liked to look at plants. The nobleman handed her the book and said that in that case, she should take it and read it for her pleasure. Our heroine thanked her interlocutor and held out her 5-year-old hands for the book, but he suddenly took it away. She said, "Thank you again," and they handed her the tome again, and the game began to drag on. The interlocutor said no, and that he had changed his mind, and again pulled back his hand with the object of their dispute. Then he said that he had looked at the book again and thought it was quite useful, so he decided to read it first. Ailen was still smiling, as etiquette required, and the man asked her to let him go first. The girl quickly got off the mobile ladder and said that he could take it, and she would read another book. After wishing him a pleasant reading, she said that she was taking her leave and quickly began to leave her intrusive interlocutor. She thought, what a childish uncle. Are the members of the royal family really so childish? Our heroine wanted to look around the library better, but nothing worked, and she had no choice but to return to the reception room. The maid waiting for her said that the young lady had returned so quickly and asked if she liked the royal collection. Then, to the girl's surprise, she changed her tone and, in a solemn voice, said that she saluted the sun and the glory of the empire. The emperor, it was he, asked what the servants were doing, looking after the young lady. The maid replied that everything was correct and that she was looking after the lady, while Lady Shan was busy with the treatment of Prince Anash. Then the emperor said that he would take care of the young lady himself and sent the servant to do other things. Then, turning to Ailen, he said that he had business with Prince Anash anyway. He invited her to follow him and added that he would be happy to accompany her and called her by name, Ailen. When he asked if she had seen the heir, she replied that she had seen him about a month ago. His Majesty walked down the corridors of the imperial palace, and our heroine could barely keep up with him and said that his son had told him about her. Anash told his father that this child spoke to him informally, but he thought that deep down he liked her. The emperor said that he had already thought about inviting her, but she had come herself, and the prince would surely be glad to see her. After that he asked, since she had come to the palace, she probably wanted to see his second son. Ailen replied that she did intend to see Anash, and that she was very worried about his health. He liked her words, but he warned her that the situation was not very good now, and the room would be a mess. Meanwhile, Anash himself grabbed the book and shouted that he demanded to be left alone. He yelled at Shauna to get out, and then, swinging the book, threw it at her with all his might. The main character of the original was very upset by this behavior of her ward. Just then, our heroine, accompanied by His Majesty, entered the room and found this whole unpleasant scene. The emperor guessed that he would find himself in this situation, but to smooth things over a little, he said that his son was having a hard time now. Our little girl had not seen the prince for a while, but she did not expect him to look so pathetic. He was breathing heavily, coughing up drops of blood that splattered everywhere, and his handkerchief was completely soaked in red. Anash looked up at the newcomers, and then the emperor said that he very much hoped that she could help his son. Shan looked at her sister with some fear, and her name was called, and she hurried to see her. Feeling supported, the main character turned to the prince and said that she was here only to help him, so he should trust her and be patient. To this, the prince replied that he did not need the so-called purification, and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, repeated that he had told her this more than once. Then Anash shouted for Shan to shut up and get out. Then our little girl could not stand it anymore and ran forward. She stood in front of her sister, protecting her with her small 5-year-old body. The prince looked at the girls in surprise, but when he saw Ailen, he called out her nickname in bewilderment, Little Dear. Shan grabbed her sister by the shoulder and asked her to leave the room, explaining that it was not safe here now. But then the emperor intervened, thanked Lady Item for her help, and added that the prince's condition had not improved. Then he suggested that she leave and rest, so that her sister could communicate with the heir. When the main character refused, citing the fact that she could not leave Ailen alone, the emperor assured her that everything would be fine. He asked her not to worry, and that she would be taken to the living room to wait, and our heroine took her hand. Ailen echoed the emperor in a confident tone, saying that she was quite capable of talking to the prince alone. She looked at her sister, asked her not to worry, and said that as soon as she finished talking, she would come to her right away. Shan did not agree right away, but after weighing all the pros and cons, she still agreed. After that, she went to the door, where the maid was already waiting for her, and she bowed to the emperor in the air. The girl told her heroine that she would be waiting for her in the living room and promised not to worry for no reason. The prince called her little dear ball again, and in a rather cheeky way, asked her to come closer. Ailen reminded him that she had a name, but he just brushed it off and then asked about the blonde boy, explaining that he meant the smiling boy who had been standing near the imperial palace for some time. She realized that they were asking about Lucilian, so she replied that she herself knew little about him and had only recently met him, and added that, in any case, this boy currently lived in the item estate. The prince noted that the guy was rude and said that if he had not saved him, he would have been executed for sure. Inosh was in a bad mood, so he turned to his father rather disrespectfully and asked what he was doing there. Then, changing his tone, he asked more calmly why the respected emperor had come to him again, and that there was no point in asking about his health, because his father received reports every day. He said with a slight tremor in his voice if his majesty really wanted to hear from him that he was dying. The emperor tried to hide his excitement and said that he had come to visit his child and see how he was feeling. Inosh coughed and replied that he was tired of being asked about his mood every day, and what could he say if he was dying? He added that he did not want to hear this question from his respected father and asked the emperor to leave. His Majesty changed the subject of this unpleasant conversation and said that his mother was bored and therefore was waiting for her son at any convenient time. The heir replied that he understood everything and had taken note, but now he was already starting to feel sick from irritation. His father was upset and did not want to show his concern, but he apologized for bothering him. He glanced at our heroine and, turning to his son, wished him to have fun with his friend. Then the prince said carelessly that she probably had fun and ate well after returning from the auction. But at that time he was lying like a dead man, and it was difficult for him to even take a step from the pain, and he was offended by this. He also said that he could, of course, visit his mother, but he felt that he was really facing the death penalty. He began to talk about how difficult it was for him to endure all this because everyone was looking at him. Everyone pitied him for being so young. After all, it would not be surprising if these people died tomorrow from heart attack or were hit by a carriage. But all these nobles continued to sympathize with him, considering themselves good people, and this situation had been going on since his birth. After finishing his speech, the prince looked at the girl and said that she now had the exact same look. Our heroine lowered her gaze, and although she understood that she should not compare herself to others, she had a different opinion about his illness. She was still surprised by the question she was asked, whether she felt sorry for him, and whether she was sad because she could not do anything. The prince watched her reaction carefully, waiting for an answer, but she remained silent, so he asked another question, whether this assumption was correct. After answering in the negative, our heroine remembered the original novel, and she needed to assess the situation. She wondered if she should interfere in the plot of the work again. But she also did not want to stand aside. She sincerely liked this sickly character from a novel. A downpour was raging over the item estate, and Lord Myril noted that it had been sunny just a moment ago. He was negotiating with the help of a necklace and asked his interlocutor sharply what reason he had for canceling. Kalo listened to the conversation and heard the gentleman tell the person that he had promised to come this week. The patriarch asked the necklace where the unforeseen circumstances had come from and that all issues should have been resolved in advance. He was furious because he had paid, so he slammed his fist on the table and informed his interlocutor that from that moment on, there was no business between them. When the butler asked what had been canceled again, my lord answered in the affirmative and added that he did not know where this nonsense had come from. Kalo flipped through the documents and said that it was a problem because there were almost no teachers left to turn to. Flipping through the papers, he said that this gentleman said he couldn't. This one also canceled everything, but suddenly the connection with this one was cut off. The butler was also worried about the current situation, so he recommended another candidate to the lord. However, he added that he was from a village, a little young, but known by his nickname, Genius Baron. After studying the resume, my lord became furious because this tutor was not just young, he was only 14 years old. He pointed this out to his butler and ended by asking why it was not possible to give a proper education to a member of the item family. To this, Kalo began to list the merits of this teacher, especially since he had already worked for many nobles and proved his qualifications. He continued that the teacher might seem rather plain, but because of this there was a chance to better guide the young lady. Despite his doubts, my lord agreed with his butler's arguments, because in some ways, Kalo was absolutely right. After all, this tutor, although young, still had a good track record, which said something. In the end, he concluded that if they didn't like this teacher, they basically always had the opportunity to refuse his services. The head of the family looked at the photo in the document and whispered that he did not know what would come of this little baron. He thought that in this situation, unfortunately, he had no choice, but he decided that he could trust once. In the dining room of the Ailen family estate, Lucilian was trying to persuade the young lady to open her mouth so that he could feed her. The boy said that he would feed her himself and, kneeling before her, offered her a spoonful of pudding, which she loved so much. Ailen looked at the boy and asked what he was doing there, and he replied that she did not know the whole story. He said that a few days ago, he had been allowed to be the master's pet, and now he could live in the estate next to her. She protested that she already knew that, but she wanted to know how he had brought her breakfast. After all, it was Lauren who did that. To her remark, Lucilian replied that he had asked the maid properly and that she had trusted him. Our little girl listened to this with some distrust, but decided not to focus on it and asked him to stand up. She began to eat her pudding, and the boy, standing next to her, said that he knew she had gone to the imperial palace yesterday. Understanding that he was concerned about the prince's health, she said that thanks to the medicine, the infectious disease had been cured in time. She continued that, however, the congenital disease was getting worse, and Anash looked even more emaciated than before. She said that the prince had become paler and had lost a lot of weight, and ended by saying that she was very worried about this. Then Lucilian asked if she would mind taking him with her next time she went to the prince. When Ailen asked the boy about his request, he replied that he was worried and therefore, if he could help, he would do his best. To this, she replied that Anash had recently refused most visits, but had asked about him, so it might happen. Lucilian perked up and said that he would at least say hello to the prince, especially since he was his savior, so it was unlikely that he would kick him out. Our heroine agreed, saying that she would first need to get permission, but she would definitely ask about his visit as well. The boy thanked her, bowed, and then promised not to cause any trouble. Remembering her meeting with the prince, she hoped that by the next meeting, his condition would be at least a little better. That time she never found the right and warm words. She could not give him the best hope. The most she could say was that His Highness would be all right. He turned away and said that if that was all, then she could go, and he wanted to be alone. And added that what could a child who did not know what it was like to cough up blood know? He also said that it was foolish to ask her anything, yet she requested to see him again next time. The prince once again told her to leave while he could still speak civilly, as she was already getting on his nerves. Realizing that this visit was over, our heroine bowed and said that in that case, she would take her leave. For a moment, he lay motionless and silent. Just as the young lady was about to reach the door, he called out to her again, once more calling her little dear. Then he suggested that she bring a gift next time, as she was visiting none other than a member of the royal family. So she shouldn't come empty-handed, and next time, if she didn't give him anything, he wouldn't listen to her. He concluded his long speech by reminding her that she was from the Ailen family, so she shouldn't act so foolishly. Our girl understood the prince's words. She should behave in a manner befitting her noble status. She said she would consider his advice, wished him well, and then took her leave. After the young lady left the bedchamber, he closed his eyes wearily, interpreting her behavior as that of a mere fool. It was a beautiful sunny day, and our heroine went to the park, sitting on a bench to study another book. A young maid approached, greeted the young lady, and the girl returned the greeting. The servant did not stay long and continued down the lane, but at some point, she turned around and wished Ailen a good day. The young lady returned the wish and watched the maid go, a vague sense of familiarity attracting her attention. She couldn't possibly know all the servants in the manor, as the Ailen family had many, but this girl reminded her of an acquaintance. But before she could dwell on it, her thoughts were interrupted by her approaching father, who said he was looking for his daughter. He handed her a book, explaining that it had been sent especially for her from the imperial palace. Arno sat down beside her and asked what she was reading, to which she replied that it was exactly the book she wanted to read. He then noted that his daughter had recently developed an interest in plants and had already read all their books on botany. Ailen said she was really interested in it for a special reason. She was looking for a plant that could cure. The prince, he flipped through the book, saying he wasn't surprised, as she was amazing, though he didn't understand when she had gotten close to the boy. She looked up at him and asked if he knew about the illness, or at least its name. He closed the book and said he had heard that all the doctors summoned by the emperor could not determine what was wrong with the second prince. The doctors unanimously claimed he wouldn't survive another winter, but Anash, against all odds, managed to pull through this. Period. Thus, rumors of a miracle spread throughout the empire again, and everyone praised the prince, saying it was thanks to the grace of the god Amr. Arno also said that this was the case until last year, but now, as far as he knew, his chronic illness showed no improvement. Hearing that after some recent unpleasant events, the prince might really not survive, our heroine became utterly desperate. Seeing her so upset, the duke stroked her head and said that perhaps Anash would pull through this time as well. That way, the prince would have something to be proud of again. Then he smiled and said he would also try to find a way. He told her he knew many skilled doctors in countries outside the empire and told her not to worry. Ailen thought to herself that the old Arno would have bluntly said the prince would die soon. In the original work, he was a person who didn't care about anyone's feelings. Even if he noticed, he didn't see the need to bother. But now everything was different, and maybe our heroine could truly become a member of the item family. The young lady thanked her father, and he replied, "What's wrong with doing something for his own little daughter?" He then asked how her training was going, and the answer was that she was thoroughly undergoing preliminary training. Arno already had great confidence in his daughter, but he told her that he was a little dissatisfied with her tutor because he didn't like him. To her question of why, the duke smiled and replied that he had actually requested a female teacher for her. He added that he had no other serious complaint about this teacher, and his daughter said that in that case, everything was fine. Afterwards, she asked her father the teacher's name, and he thoughtfully replied that the name was very common, nothing special. The name of this genius baron was Elliot Horn. He walked in and announced that from today, he would be in charge of the young lady's education. Papers flew around the room, and the tutor apologized, adding that he was so nervous that he made a mistake. He knelt on the floor, adjusting his glasses, and decided to introduce himself again, telling her his name, and that from that day on, he was appointed as her mentor. He also said that he still had many shortcomings, so he asked the young lady for her kind consideration. Our heroine looked at the young teacher, thinking it was impossible, and began to recall the original work. Just then, Elliot raised his hand to his nose and found that it was bleeding. However, our girl didn't notice this. She was worried about why this young man had come to her instead of Shauna. She clearly remembered reading about the teacher's first appearance in the novel, The Adopted Illusion. The book described him starting to introduce himself, but tripping and falling, after which he began to apologize. This character repeated the lines from the original work verbatim, which started to worry our girl. In the novel, the protagonist saw her tutor bleeding, became worried, and felt she might need to help. Shauna approached the teacher and excitedly asked if everything was all right and what she could do for him. Elliot replied that he was fine, just a bit clumsy, and that this kind of thing happened to him often. Although Ailen understood it was the same scene, she couldn't help but react, so she asked him how he was. When he replied, just as in the original work, the young lady thought to herself that in the novel, he appeared around the middle of the story. He was appointed as Shauna's tutor, but everything from his name to his job was a careful forgery. The person in front of her would become the center of the upcoming events. The author of the novel called him the devil, or the most terrible villain. After recalling more of the plot, she realized that this young man was the leader of the largest criminal guild, Full Moon Hill Rosemont. With a strained smile on her face, Ailen tried to calm herself and regain her composure. Her mind was screaming, not understanding why this genius baron had come to her. But she had to return to reality, where he was telling her that he had been clumsy since their first meeting. He said he wanted to make a good impression, then placed his briefcase on the table, adding that it was time to start the first lesson. Afterwards, the tutor said he should formally introduce himself and stated his name again, saying he was 14 years old. He also said he had a younger brother, who was 9, but recently he had been very busy and they didn't have much time to communicate. He also mentioned that he collected stamps and that he was very curious, so he liked to study different things. To these confessions, our heroine thought to herself that what he collected were beastmen and that he was engaged in secret investigations. She also introduced herself, explaining that she was a beastman lizard, but she had only recently grown a tail, so she hadn't had time to get used to it. However, she was embarrassed by her own words and promised to try to hide it during class. Elliot said there was no need to hide it, explaining that the color was indeed very rare, as it was a mix of white and pink, making it very beautiful. That's why he liked this part of her body. Then he narrowed his eyes, adding that the tail was very alluring and reminded him of someone. He changed the subject, saying they didn't have much time today, and asked if he could introduce the curriculum to her. He handed her the documents, saying he had organized everything by subject so she could choose her favorites. There is a big difference between the basic and advanced knowledge, but she gathered her courage and chose a few items. After looking at her choices, he suggested she pick something else, as she had marked the program for children aged 7 and up. But she pointed to his own notes and said her choice was because she wanted to become one of the top 10 noble ladies. The tutor didn't question her decision, so he just said he would prepare everything on the topic by next week. Then he thoughtfully repeated the last sentence, looked at her, and asked if she could grant him one request. Without getting her answer, he said he might seem rude, so he asked for her forgiveness in advance. He asked if he could touch her tail, and she replied with complete calm, no. He then began to say that as soon as he saw it, he immediately fell in love with it and was sure that touching it would give him an unforgettable feeling. He looked at our heroine with an almost adoring gaze and continued to persuade her, saying he would only touch it once. But Ailen had no intention of indulging someone else's desires, so she looked him straight in the eye and replied that she didn't like people touching her tail. She, of course, asked for forgiveness for her refusal, but Elliot had no intention of backing down and continued to plead. She didn't like his persistence on this matter, so ignoring his persuasion, she refused again. After telling her she was right, he asked for forgiveness and then suddenly burst into tears, surprising the young lady. She handed him a handkerchief, saying it was good to let out emotions, but problems couldn't be solved with tears after all. Elliot took her handkerchief and heard her say that the only people who could solve problems with tears were those who lived in the right environment, and then asked him to stop crying. Our heroine added that even when she cried, no one helped her, so he shouldn't do it either. The tutor listened carefully to her argument and decided to agree with her, at least this time. He asked for her forgiveness and shame, saying he had caused her this inconvenience for nothing. He stood up from his chair, adding that he had made a huge mistake and it was really time for him to go. The teacher bowed and said that as they had agreed, he would prepare for next week's lesson. Then, completely unexpectedly, he said he was just asking in case, but had they met before? She was surprised by the question, but after thinking about her answer for a moment, she said that today was their first meeting. Elliot smiled and said in a casual tone that he had a strange feeling that she knew him well. Ailen also heard him say that this was just his opinion, that he was just saying it and she didn't have to pay attention. He pulled the doorknob and continued to smile, saying that although their meeting was short, it was still very pleasant. He started to say see you next week, but took a clumsy step and tripped again. As the door had already started to open, it swung wide open under his weight, and he fell into the hallway. The textbooks scattered on the floor. Ailen followed the teacher out to check if he was still alive, then called for someone to fetch a doctor. Lucilian was sitting in his room, studying another tome, but his attention was drawn by the noise in the hallway. He heard someone ask how he was feeling and also heard the reply that everything was fine thanks to someone. He looked out of a small window and saw a young man, surrounded by some unpleasant shadows with human-like silhouettes. The young man thanked the maid and asked for forgiveness for the inconvenience, while the shadows caressed his shoulders. This scene left a deep impression on Lucilian, and he began to recall where he had read something similar. The book was about the devil and described the main signs by which he could be identified. It was a clear day, and the carriage was moving slowly along a forest road, surrounded by century-old trees where birds sang in the crowns. The maid sat on the bench opposite her mistress, and the rhythmic swaying of the carriage sent her thoughts wandering. A young lady called her name, pulling her out of her thoughts as she had decided to ask her a pressing question. When the young lady asked about the prince's condition, she replied that his current situation was not very good. Carol added that she could hear the doctors trying their best, but for now, only the cough had subsided a little. Lady Lillian looked at the scenery outside the window and asked her maid for her opinion on the prince's health. She replied that she believed Anash would recover one day, especially since the young lady was always taking care of him. The maid added that even today, the young lady had convinced her father so that they could visit the prince. Earlier, However, she thought to herself that if her mistress was in a bad mood like yesterday, she would surely be scolded. Lady Lillian herself listened to Carol's positive words, but it didn't ease her tension much. She was still very worried, but didn't show her inner feelings. She already knew that the servants suffered because of her frustration. Meanwhile, completely different events were unfolding in the imperial palace. The maid stood in front of the prince's bedchamber, recalling the instructions she had received. She was told to rush over as soon as he called. If his condition worsened, she was to call the matron immediately. If she heard any noise, her thoughts were interrupted. She opened the door to the bedchamber, as it was the noise that had attracted her attention, and she heard the prince ask how he dared to come. Anash shouted that he remembered him, which was why he let him in, but as soon as he saw him, he immediately felt worse. He yelled that last time he had practically thrown him in the imperial palace like a sack of potatoes. Then he continued, saying that now he had appeared again with a smirk on his face as if nothing had happened, and pointing at Lucilian, he told him to get out. To be more convincing, he also shouted at him to get lost, but the boy nonchalantly replied that he didn't want to go. Our heroine decided to intervene in this pointless conversation, saying she had good news for him. She also said that he would even be surprised because the emperor had allowed him to go out, so he could go for a walk today. The prince was indeed very surprised, and therefore asked her not to lie, as her father would never allow it. To this, the girl said she had asked several more times, and added that they could have something to eat after the walk. When he commented that he didn't play such games with children, Ailen retorted that, in fact, he himself was still a child. This again sent Anash into a rage, and even when he shouted that she had become as rude as her companion, she did not back down. The maids watched in amazement as the young lady told the prince that it was he himself who had asked her to be more confident. He then replied that this didn't mean being on equal terms with him, while Lucilian praised the girl's words about self-esteem. These two visitors infuriated the heir. He could no longer stand their happy faces, so he grabbed the first thing at hand, saying that the little dear should know her place. He threw the pillow at our heroine with all his might, but Lucilian managed to intercept the projectile and, without a second thought, gave it a good beating. Then he returned the favor. He threw the pillow in the opposite direction, hitting the target. The young lady did not expect such a turn of events, and although she was stunned, she enjoyed the prank. With the pillow in his hands, Anash furiously shouted that he had completely lost his mind and was clearly very crazy. After these words, the frightened maids watched as pillows began to fly around the entire room. The prince demanded that everyone leave, as no one could be so disrespectful to a member of the royal family. He aimed at our heroine again and again, through the pillow that was almost torn, with feathers already falling out. Ailen saw the object moving, but fear prevented her from dodging. She froze. The feathers, light and airy, danced around the room, their flight comparable to some kind of frenzied dance. Lady Lillian and the head maid heard the noise as they walked down the corridor, which naturally caught their attention. The young lady asked where the noise was coming from, and the answer was that, judging by the sound, it was up ahead where the prince's room was. Then the prince's fiancé said they needed to head that way, especially since she had come specifically to visit him. Approaching the bedchamber, the head maid saw her subordinates standing by the open door. She was very displeased with their behavior, as they had told her nothing. It was a good thing she was here to sort everything out. But before the matron could intervene, the door swung open, and the second heir to the throne appeared in the doorway. He was in a good mood, laughing heartily as he told the young lady that she now looked like the most ridiculous clown. He still called her by the silly nickname, Little Dear, and added that he thought she was plucking a goose. The maids couldn't say anything, but they noted with surprise that the prince was laughing so happily, even though he was usually so irritable. The heir left his bedchamber, and on the way told the head maid not to disturb him and to let him pass. He also said that now his mood was much better, so he was going for a walk, which his father had allowed him to do. Before he could see Lady Lillian, he mentioned that there was a tea set in the second-floor garden, so he could have a snack there with these fools. But his fiancée heard his sarcastic words. Lady Lillian stopped right in front of her fiancé. He didn't expect to meet her, so he stopped abruptly and looked at her. Our heroine was busy cleaning the feathers off her dress and didn't notice the appearance of another. Character. The young lady watched as the boy helped the girl clean up the mess and heard her ask if she could go for a walk like this. Ailen looked up and saw the young lady, who at that moment said she had come to visit the prince, but had apparently chosen the wrong day. She added that she didn't know Anash had an appointment, so it would be better for them to meet another day. Then she turned and walked down the corridor, and our heroine wondered who this girl could be. She watched him go, noticing the bright, wavy hair, all of which seemed familiar to her. At that moment, the young lady spoke again, turning to Ailen and her companion, saying it was the first time she had seen them. Although it was indeed the first time he had seen them, he took it upon himself to tell them to know their place. Then she added, somewhat arrogantly, that visitors should communicate with people of their own level. At that moment, the young lady felt as if she had been hit on the back of the head with something heavy, because a dusty memory was unlocked, and before her stood none other than the fiancé of the second crown prince. The description matched. The girl had bright red wavy hair and scarlet eyes like the sun. The young lady was the very character who, after the prince's death in the original work, became one of the central figures. The former fiancé of the crown prince, together with the emperor, led the country to its decline. The feathers from Anash's pillow continued to fall slowly to the ground, and Ailen thought, finally, she's here. Lily and Daisy had really appeared, another turning point that could change the original work. Another winter had come. Snowflakes danced on the dome of the church located within the imperial palace. The bells tolled for the last time, and the country was still in mourning. The winter that year was unusually harsh. All of nature's creatures struggled through these hardships, but not all survived. A guard on duty suddenly yawned and, realizing his recklessness, apologized to his comrades. He added that anyway, no more guests were expected today except for Lady Item and Lady Daisy. Then the guards began to talk about the rumors circulating among the nobility, saying that if it weren't for his illness, he would have become a tyrant long ago, and that the prince had a terrible personality, no friends, and no one would even cry for him. Furthermore, in the palace, people both inside and out began to secretly call themselves the keepers of the mausoleum. Lady Lillian came to bid farewell to her late fiancé, saying softly that he could probably rest in peace now. But if he was going to hide it from her his whole life, then he should have left without a word. Also, she hated this world, hated those who cursed and laughed at him, and hated him for making her this way. The young lady said that everyone called him a terrible prince, but she would become a girl worthy of him. She gently arranged her late fiancé's bangs, saying it was time to live up to her status as the tyrant's fiancé. After kissing him, she continued to tell him that she loved him, but they needed to be more honest with each other. As expected of the second prince's fiancé, she mercilessly destroyed everything she didn't like and did not hesitate to commit terrible crimes. Whenever Lady Lillian acted domineeringly and arrogantly in society, Anash's name would be mentioned, gradually becoming a household word. And so, in the original work, time flew by. 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, and as a result, the Oride Empire was shaken. But Anash's name was never forgotten. It continued to be on people's lips, and the young lady supported this harmful tendency. This was the very turning point in the original novel that had so disturbed our heroine at the time. Ailen was well aware of the current situation, so she needed to eliminate the barrier between the prince and Lady Lillian. This way, the Oride Empire could become a more peaceful place, so our girl had no time to think. She needed to do something, so she caught up with the second crown prince and turned to him. In a completely innocent tone, she suggested that they could also invite this lovely little sister to have something to eat with them. The young lady heard the girl say that the four of them could go for a walk and then have a snack, as it's more fun with more people. Anash was stubborn and asked her not to talk nonsense, adding that, unlike them, Lady Lillian was a very busy person. She first tried to persuade the prince, and when that didn't work, she turned to the young lady and invited her to join. The crown prince's fiancé thought for a moment, then said aloud that she didn't know her schedule for the day. Our heroine slowly talked about the schedule, already preparing to pray that the young lady would agree. The girl lowered her head thoughtfully and fell silent for a moment, which greatly excited everyone present. Ailen was on the verge of tears. She desperately wanted the young lady to cancel all her lessons, if there were any. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard that Lillian had finished all her work for the day, which was why she had come. But they were disappointed again when the prince spoke, as he told them not to listen to this little one's nonsense, because the little dear didn't understand anything. While our girl was thinking about how to deal with this guy's ignorance, the young lady said that if he objected, she would leave. Looking at the prince, the young lady thought that maybe he was just shy, but now she needed everyone to go for a walk together. She couldn't miss such a great opportunity to bring these two closer and was ready to plead with the girl. At that moment, Lady Lillian's face darkened, and she sadly told the prince that if he had nothing to say to her, she would leave. Lucilian was always sensitive to his mistress's moods, so in his own way, he directly slapped the prince. He didn't even bat an eye at this, as if it were a very common thing for him, so Anash couldn't even think of anything to say. After that, he told the crown prince to answer the young lady and not to put his mistress in an awkward position. The prince looked at the boy with even more surprise, but he was so convincing that he decided not to argue. He hesitated and said he was just thinking for a moment, then looked at his fiancée. He said that the young lady might be bored, as there was nothing interesting about walking with these fools. Unexpectedly, he held out his hand and even invited the girl to have something to eat with him after the walk. After a short pause, the prince said that it would be great if she could spend her free time with him. The engaged couple stood silently, looking into each other's eyes with a mixture of surprise and exhaustion. Lady Lillian shyly lowered her head and then placed her palm on the outstretched hand. Then, not too quickly, but she still replied that she agreed, and that was exactly what she was waiting to hear. Our heroine smiled when she heard the young lady say that she wouldn't be bored in His Highness's company. The girl also said that the offer alone was an honor for her, and if it wasn't too difficult for him, to let him take care of her. The prince's expression at that moment was so sweet that it was impossible to imagine he would be a terrible tyrant. And in the Duke of Idem's manner, the protagonist fell asleep, her head resting on her hands, right at the table. When she woke up, she looked at the maid and asked when exactly she had fallen asleep. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, and the maid told her that the young lady had fallen asleep while stuffing a toy with cotton. The protagonist from the original work said she had a very strange dream. Then the maid asked her to specify what the dream was about. Shauna replied that in her dream, the entire empire was on fire. She didn't know what it was, but the situation seemed very grim. She went on to say that in that dream, she became the leader of a rebel army and started a revolution. She was looking at the toy, and the maid asked if she might be interested in it. But in reality, Shauna didn't know why she had such a dream. So she said that Ailen was now her most precious thing, and added that even if something similar happened in the future, she would be the first to rush to protect her sister. That's because Ailen made her happy, and she would do anything to make her sister happy. Lady Lillian recited a poem from a book as they sat at a tea table on the second floor of the inner garden. The poem was about how she met him in the willow garden, and he walked through the garden with his snow-white feet. She read so well that her companions listened so intently they almost became all ears. When she finished and put down the book, the prince and our heroine couldn't help but applaud. Ailen said it was an excellent reading and that the young lady had very successfully gotten into character. Then the prince, in an arrogant tone, said that when the little dear became a worthy lady but couldn't repeat this, she would surely be a disgrace to her family, and that she still didn't understand anything, but he advised her to pay attention to her studies and be diligent. Our girl looked at the prince and thought she understood why the original story ended in disaster. It occurred to me that Anash and Lillian were not very honest with each other, and in such a situation, misunderstandings would continue to accumulate. At that moment, the young lady asked Ailen what her guard's name was, although it might be a bit late to ask now. Lucilian answered with his name and added that he was his mistress's favorite, to which our girl shouted that he was her friend. When she added that he was not of noble birth, Lillian was surprised, saying that, however, the boy's etiquette was perfect. The prince commented caustically that etiquette was easy, and our girl thought to herself that it would be good if he could follow it himself. But she smiled as if nothing had happened and asked why he was saying such things again, since it wasn't difficult to remain silent. To this, Anash said she had no right to contradict him, and then Lillian witnessed a not-so-pleasant argument. Their behavior gave her an idea, and she said they seemed very close, then asked where they had met. Ailen started to say that of course the young lady could know, but the story was quite long, but she didn't continue. Looking at the prince's face, she realized that if she told him, he wouldn't let her off easy. She had no choice but to start spouting some nonsense about an international conference. To stop the young lady from continuing her nonsense, the prince intervened, saying they had met by chance and the details were not important. Lady Lillian looked sad and said softly that she was just curious, but if they didn't want to say, then she understood everything. But then our heroine heard some words, saying that a few months ago the second prince was kidnapped. Lucilian said that he met his master there when they were locked in the same cage, and that's how they became close friends. He smiled and explained that this was top secret information and therefore should not be disclosed to the outside world. Then he looked at Lillian, thereby telling her that she should not spread this news, and a heavy silence fell over the table. Ailen said nothing, although she was practically seething with indignation inside, because the boy had just blurted everything out. The young lady looked carefully at the prince and began to ask about the kidnapping, but he stopped her, saying it was nonsense. He said this idiot was just talking nonsense, and there was no need to think about it. But his inner irritation began to grow. He jumped up, shouting that no one had asked the boy, that he must know his place and not talk out of turn, and that he was a worthless commoner, and he would call the guards and order them to cut out his chattering tongue. However, when Lucilian said there was no point in running away anymore, because running away from the truth doesn't solve anything, the prince fell silent. The ladies listened, unable to win the heart of a stranger, even with desperate attempts. Then came the question of how long the prince intended to cling to his pride. Lucilian concluded by saying that one must be honest, because there might come a time when you can't say anything, even if you really want to. After this long speech, the second crown prince looked at the boy and asked how he dared to say such things to his face. Anash clenched his fists and called his interlocutor an idiot. It was a very explosive situation. Something had to be done immediately. So our heroine looked at her watch and said it was time for them to go, that their father was already waiting for them. To this, Lucilian replied that, in fact, they were not expected until the evening, and to shut this talkative friend up, the girl quickly covered his mouth with her hand. Then she grabbed the boy's hand and led him away, explaining that they were leaving in a hurry because they had other things to attend to. At that moment, Anash turned to the young lady and told her that they were planning to have another tea party in 2 days. The prince asked if the girl could come too, but the young lady didn't know how to answer, so she remained silent. He clenched his fists again. This was a completely unusual situation for him, as he had never received any rejections. But he forced himself to be polite, so in a calmer tone, he added that he hoped Lady Daisy could come. The next words were even harder for him to say, but he still said that he and the children would be very happy. This sincere offer was a surprise to her, especially since everyone knew about his bad temper. However, these were pleasant words, so she replied that it was an honor for her to receive his invitation in person, so she would come. Our heroine gave Lucilian a push from behind. They had already heard the most important thing, so it was time to retreat. Although her mood was much better, because this tea party had at least somewhat resolved the issue. Ailen looked up from a book she was studying and asked her father in surprise that she had been adopted by Duke Colin. Lord Arno stood before her and said it was not surprising that she was hearing about this for the first time. She told him that, in fact, she had received such an offer, but she had asked for time to think about it. Arno was frustrated. To relieve the tension, he broke his pen and then told his daughter that he would be leaving for a while to go to the Colin. Dutchy. When she asked him why, he replied that he would rather go and break someone's legs or just kill them. She grabbed the hem of his clothes, stopping her father, and asked if he had seen Duke Colin recently. He honestly replied that he had seen him some time ago, and then asked if he had seen the young Duke Richard, explaining that she had become friends with the boy at the orphanage, and he had long purple hair and eyes and a silver earring in his ear. The Duke smiled and asked about the boy, and then his daughter said she wasn't trying to contact him, just wanted to know how he was doing. So that her father wouldn't get the wrong idea, she added that she was glad Richard now had his own family, although it wasn't an easy thing. She also said that even if she was adopted, she still hoped that the issue concerning her could be resolved peacefully. Arno praised her, but asked her not to do anything and not to worry about anything, because Dad would take care of everything. Then he asked how her search for the herb was going and, pointing to the book, noted that his daughter always carried it with her. After replying that she was trying her best to find it, she added that she was a little confused because she didn't know the name of the illness and therefore didn't know what to look for. Realizing that her father might ask about her main studies, she said she was also devoting enough time to them. At that moment, Arno thought for a moment and then said that there was a medicine that could cure an incurable disease, of unknown origin, and it would be great if the dragon grass really existed. Then Ailen said she had read about this legendary plant. The existence of dragon grass was confirmed in ancient texts, and many researchers had tried to grow it, but obtaining the seeds proved too difficult, so the plant remained a legend. However, it was said that there was a way to obtain the seeds, but no one had been able to do it, and it was currently unclear whether the plant existed. Arno said thoughtfully that perhaps a legendary person or animal knew how to grow dragon grass, although it sounded unscientific. Our heroine turned her gaze back to the text. She wanted to find at least some kind of clue. She reread what was written several times, and then said that it seemed there was only one way. She looked up at her father and said she needed to recreate the so-called dragon nature at all costs. A few hundred kilometers from the capital, a full moon hung over an orphanage, illuminating the quiet courtyard. The night was quiet, and occasionally, from the director's office, one could hear the laughter of children who were not yet asleep despite the late hour. There was a knock on the director's door, and a young lady's voice said that he had received a letter. She stood at the office door and said she was sure he was here just a few minutes ago, then asked if she could deliver it tomorrow. The director was walking from the shower area to his room and saw teacher Cynthia knocking on the door. He was drying his wet hair and said he had just left for a moment to freshen up and asked what had happened. He was bare-chested, so the young teacher was very embarrassed, and she hesitated for a moment before saying he had a letter. She relayed the message with even more excitement and explained that the letter was from the Item family. She quickly mumbled that she had suddenly remembered something else she had to do and then ran off. The director turned the envelope over in his hands, wondering what urgent matter the young lady could have at this hour that made her disappear so quickly. But in the end, thoughts about the letter replaced thoughts about the teacher's escape. He was very curious to know what they had written to him. Cynthia had already told him the letter was from the Item family, and the signature he found on the other side of the envelope confirmed it. He read that he must have been surprised by the sudden letter. She thanked him for his kind reply and wrote that she was doing well. But she was sad to hear that Richard was unhappy, but she also wanted to see him, but as she had already mentioned, she couldn't right now. She wrote that perhaps Albion wanted it this way, but she hoped he would understand her. She planned to see the boy again when he was older, and before that, he would surely meet another wonderful person. Although she couldn't deny that she had secrets, he remembered the person who gave him the letter at the auction. Also, if she was kicked out of the Item family, he didn't have to worry. She had a place to go, but this was a big secret from Richard, although her words might sound suspicious, and for that she asked for forgiveness for the trouble she caused. Ailen wrote that the days had been sunny, so she thought summer was coming soon, and besides that, everything was quiet at the Item estate. The garden was full of flowers, and she was looking forward to what summer would be like and being able to walk in it with her brothers. Also, she had recently started classes, and she had a tutor who she thought was very good, and not just because he always praised her. She wrote that a doll that looked exactly like her had appeared. Then she wrote about Richard again, saying that if he was happy, she was happy too. The girl was also looking for dragon grass, which she needed for an important matter. She asked the director if he knew anything he could tell her, but she wasn't forcing him. Our heroine thought of her father and grandfather, but wrote that while she was engrossed in writing the letter, the sun had already set. But she liked studying, although there was nothing to be done about the boring homework. Then she asked the director how the children were doing and promised that she would visit them one day. And although she had only been there for a short time, she was still interested in their situation. At the end of the letter, the director read that she was bidding him farewell and wishing him health and happiness. When Albion finished reading the letter, he began to think because this girl named Ailen Item was amazing and somewhat mysterious. But anyway, he was glad she had written to him, and then he thought about what he knew about that. Legendary plant. A dragon once ruled the Oride Empire with its unimaginable power, but this legendary creature disappeared many years ago due to human greed. They were born into the world and could only imprint on their parents once. So dragon cubs, like many other newborns, would accept the first person they met as an adult. Dragons could only reach adulthood after being cared for and loved by their guardians. So they were absolutely loyal to their parents and trusted them blindly. Betrayal, war, murder, even destroying the world. They could do anything as long as they received love from their parents. Dragons could neither betray nor doubt. They were the most powerful tools, blindly obeying only their guardians. The assistant entered the room and, due to the large number of documents, accidentally dropped some, so he apologized to the guild leader. while gathering the papers. He said he didn't want to disturb him while he was working and that he would sort everything out right away. He replied that there was nothing to worry about and called him closer, adding that he wanted to show him something. On his desk were pictures of a beautiful pink dragon, and the guild leader pointed out that it was the very same lizard. Then he pointed to one of the pictures and said that this child turned out to be a real dragon. The assistant picked up the picture and said that it looked a lot like wings, but thought it was too early to draw conclusions. He also said that dragons were said to have disappeared many years ago, and he had also heard that the girl was from a side branch of the Ailen family. The young man began to read from the documents that the long Imperial War had ended thanks to the actions of the dragon controlled by the head of the Ailen family. But due to the strife and base greed of people, the dragon clan killed countless of their own kind with their own hands and fell into deep sorrow. The dragon clan could not bear the guilt and decided to disappear on their own, and they disappeared from this land one by one, with only one member of the Ailen family retaining his position. The dragon said that he had formed a more special bond with mortals than any other, and therefore he would personally bless their union, and promised that his descendants would pass on the power of the dragon from generation to generation, and that, after 4 generations, a creature inheriting the dragon's blood would be born. The guild leader said that she now looked more like a lizard, which was probably why the Ailen family had not yet realized this fact, and added that it could therefore be inferred that this was a creature that had inherited the blood, and therefore the prophesied dragon itself. The assistant stood, still holding the picture, and listened as the young man said he couldn't be sure yet. He continued to examine the wings, and although they were still small, it was impossible to confuse them with anything else. He also said that if his first prediction was correct, then this creature had not even properly imprinted its parents within itself, and that meant he still had a chance to get this little dragon. After all, this was a real dragon, not some beast man, so he really wanted to make sure he was imprinted as the parent. The young man said that the thought of it gave him goosebumps, and the assistant looked at the picture again. The guild leader asked Edith to conduct a more thorough investigation of the Ailen family, and he requested personal information, relationships with other families, and to find out all possible weaknesses. After putting on his hood, Edith's assistant said that as soon as he found anything, he would contact me immediately and said goodbye. After Ika left, the guild leader leaned back in his chair and began to look at the pictures. Then he remembered the girl. She had told him that people who solve problems with tears are only lucky if they have the right environment. She told him that even if she cried, no one would help her, and these words brought back memories. In his mind, a great fire raged, engulfing the entire house, and they had just managed to jump out. His younger brother stood beside him, and he was comforting him, telling him not to cry, because no one could help them anyway. These were very difficult memories that would never leave him in peace. From that day on, he clearly remembered that only he himself could help him and his brother Phil. The weather that day was unusually hot. The sun was scorching. It was even difficult to stay outside. The guards were patrolling the park, and one of them said that it was precisely in this weather that they were sent to duty on the streets. The maid went out into the street and said in a lazy voice that it was unbearably hot, even in light clothes. Lucilian showed off his cufflinks, saying that since he received them, he had only thought of one thing, that they were incredibly beautiful. He told our heroine that this was the first time he had ever received a gift from someone, and it was a great honor for him. She asked again, was this really the first time in his life he had received a birthday present? The boy asked what day it was, and she explained that it was a day for giving gifts. Then he said that where he lived, there was no such custom, although he didn't know his own birthday. The maid was surprised, and when he said he was going out to buy gifts for the prince and the young lady because they were having a holiday, Ailen explained that these were gifts to commemorate their friendship so that they could continue to live so amicably. I thought to myself that the original work also said very little about Lucilian's origins. She also had time to think that she didn't understand his line of thought, nor why he was following her, and whether there was a reason she didn't know. But the noise she had heard from the prince's bedchamber a second ago made her leave her companion and rush to see what was happening. This time, the servant said he had just called the doctor and they needed to wait a bit while the maid dodged the things Anash was throwing. Our heroine approached Lady Lillian, called her name, and saw tears in her eyes. It was necessary to find out what had happened in order to assess the situation, although she already guessed that the heir was in a bad mood again and was kicking everyone out. The young lady was very sad, holding back her tears, trying to answer the question Ailen had asked. In a choked voice, she only managed to say that it was the second prince, when the culprit himself attracted their attention. He started coughing, and when he stopped for a few seconds, he shouted for everyone to get out, that he didn't want to see anyone. However, there were already many people in the room, and no one moved, so the prince picked up the candlestick. He continued to shout that this was the last warning, and if everyone didn't leave his room now, he would kill them all. The servant tried to calm the air, but it was no use, so Lucilian, as if nothing had happened, took a step forward. In a calm tone, he suggested that the prince first have some tea and told the others not to worry, that he would take care of Anash. The boy approached the second prince and, using his magic, asked him to calm down. The prince was at the limit of his emotions. He shouted for this guy to get out too, that his words were not a joke. No matter how powerful Lucilian was, it took some time for the heir to begin to come to his senses. The candlestick slipped from his hand and landed with a dull thud on the floor by the bed. The candle fell out and slowly rolled into a corner. Without turning around, the boy asked everyone present to leave for a while, as he needed to do something. The servants protested that they couldn't leave the prince, so Lucilian turned his head and locked his gaze on them. Magic flickered in his bottomless blue eyes, and a moment later, the servants were already hypnotized. Those present hurried out of the second prince's bedchamber, and the door closed behind them, and only then did they begin to regain their senses. The servants asked each other how it could be that they had all left, and the maid said she didn't understand how it happened either. The maid accompanying Ailen and her companion heard footsteps behind her, turned around, and saw the emperor. He asked what the commotion was at his son's door and demanded that everyone move aside and not crowd the hallway. Our heroine looked at Lillian and suggested that she wait in the living room for a while. The young lady wiped her tears with her lace handkerchief, and the emperor went to the door, announcing that he had brought the doctor. But the door did not yield, which greatly surprised and angered his majesty. But the young lady was no longer paying attention to these words. The heroines entered the living room, sat in comfortable chairs, and became depressed. Lillian's mood was particularly bad. She cried into her palms, sobbing that she didn't know how much His Highness was suffering. Ailen thought sadly that this was true, although this episode was not an isolated one, and she was well aware of what had happened before. The young lady continued to cry, her heart breaking with the realization of the hopelessness of the situation. She mumbled that this time it really felt like things had gone too far. The tears could no longer be held back. They fell in large drops, shimmering in the daylight, rushing towards Lillian's shoes. After saying that she was indeed very scared, the young lady explained that she was afraid the prince might leave them forever. Our heroine needed to do something, say something, to calm the girl down and give her hope. She approached the young lady and, addressing her with the affectionate word sister, asked her not to torment herself. Then she said that she had consulted books and found a panacea that could cure any disease, and this herb was called dragon grass. Seeing the other's attention, she continued, saying that although it was difficult to obtain its seeds, once obtained, the prince would surely be cured. She couldn't convince Lillian right away, as she said that all the doctors in the empire had already given up, and it was impossible for such a medicine to exist. But when our heroine continued to speak in a firm tone, a spark of hope still lit up in her eyes. She proposed to plant these seeds, saying that maybe others had given up, but she hadn't, and they should try to take advantage of this opportunity. Ailen reminded them of the promise they had made to each other, as they had agreed to have tea every week. Then she remembered the gift she had prepared and decided that they should be used. She opened the box and said she had ordered cufflinks for Anash and Lucy from a jeweler and a brooch for each of them. When she presented the gift to Lillian, she said she had wanted to give them when everyone was together, but she felt it was better now. Ailen explained that these ornaments were unique and should be worn at every tea party. She added sadly that the next time might not come soon, but we must continue to believe. The young lady held the brooch in her palm, and at that moment, the young lady said that she must hope that day would surely come. Lillian looked carefully at the girl and asked her how old she was, and she answered without thinking that she was 20, then corrected herself to 5. The young lady said in a sad tone that at her age, she was the same. I lived with the confidence that if I worked hard, everything would work out, but soon reality set in. I realized that hard work alone was not enough, and it was better not to have any expectations from the beginning. But then I was young and foolish. Our heroine also said this affectionate word, little sister, and heard Lillian say that she wanted to be foolish again. She held the brooch tightly to her chest and explained that even if she knew it wouldn't work and she wouldn't get anything, she would still try. A smile appeared on the young lady's face. Her heart began to beat strongly again, and a faint hope rose in her. Ailen looked at the girl and waited for her to continue, and she waited because the girl asked her to tell her what to do. Then a smile blossomed on our heroine's face. She was glad that she had managed to touch another heart, and on a beautiful summer day, when the sunflowers were in bloom, their small but grand plan began to develop. Our heroine approached this matter very responsibly, especially since this was her major project to revive the legendary plant. First, she needed to convey all the knowledge she had gathered from books to others, but as simply as possible. Dragon grass is a mythical plant, and to get its seeds, you need to grow 3 types of flowers and crossbreed them artificially. The first flower, the crystal flower, is a very rare variety that grows on the extremely cold rocks of the north. The second, the flame flower, is also a rare species that grows in an environment hotter than hell, namely in the lava of an active volcano. When the first and second are crossbred, you will get the third, which will be an artificially cultivated snow flower. But now it needs to be combined with a marine plant that grows in the deep sea. Then you will get a dragon seed, the very kind that will later be needed to cultivate the legend. So, our heroine gave her friend a short botany lesson, and he listened attentively. Lucy looked at his mistress with complete surprise, so she asked him if he understood everything that was said. When the boy replied that it was impossible, Ailen was about to approach him, but she tripped and fell. She herself understood that they were facing a very difficult task, and putting on her fallen glasses, she asked what they should do. A week had passed since that day at the palace, and a few days ago a letter arrived requesting not to visit Anash for the time being, because the prince's condition was getting worse. But Lucilian was an exception. He visited the crown prince 2 or 3 times a week, and on this day, he had a private audience with the emperor. Our heroine, as Lillian had promised, had to try to make progress. But how could she get flowers that grew in hard-to-reach places? Lucy supported her idea. He said they would find a way and put her glasses on for her. But she understood that they couldn't do it without help. The boy continued to play with the glasses, noting that they made him dizzy, and suggested starting with the ice flower. Ailen turned to her brother, who was very happy because finding rare items or flowers was his passion. Cullen said he would be happy to help his little sister and even pounded his chest with his fist, showing with his appearance that he was ready to do anything. She liked his attitude. He really wanted to serve her and was proud that she had found him. She thanked him for listening to her request and held her research log tightly to her chest, which recorded everything she knew about dragon grass. She even gave it the same name, which her brother read on the cover. So he asked if she really wanted to grow this plant. Our girl asked how he knew, but quickly figured it out. You don't have to be a genius to guess how she gave herself away. Cullen said that dragon grass was quite complex, so he suggested asking the head of the family for advice. He explained that in his youth, he had been involved in researching this plant and could therefore give good advice. She thanked her brother for the advice, but that wasn't all. In return, he asked her to spend the night with him for a whole week. This seemed like a rather strange proposal to her, but in exchange for her brother helping her find the crystal flower, she decided to agree. Furthermore, considering the difficulty of the task, the girl promised to accompany him at night and hold his hand for a whole month. Such a generous reward was both a surprise and a joy for Cullen, and he once again promised to look for the crystal flower. After talking with her brother, our heroine followed his advice and went to ask the head of the family for help, whom she soon met in the corridor. She said that if he was busy, she could come later, but he was happy to talk to his granddaughter. So he said he was just going to his office. Now, he handed the folder to the butler, knelt on one knee like a gallant gentleman, ready to listen to any of her requests. He did it so aristocratically that the girl was even a little embarrassed at first, but she couldn't resist his charm. Lord Morel opened his arms and, almost theatrically, said that he was ready to listen to any of her requests. It was both sweet and sincere, and she could not doubt the truth of his intentions. Ailen clapped her hands and asked happily if he would really listen to her now. After that, she rushed into his arms without hesitation, although he complained that he had already spoiled his granddaughter and she was climbing into his arms. He complained affectionately that this was only possible with Grandpa because only he understood everything and could forgive everything. When they entered the office, the Lord asked her to tell him what request she had come to him with this time. She heard his question but couldn't answer, as all her attention was focused on the table. Our heroine wondered what was with all these animal figurines in her grandfather's office that looked so much like her. The head of the family realized he had made a small mistake, so still holding her, he began to back out into the corridor. When they left, the butler closed the door, and Lord Morel instructed him to clean up inside, and they would go for a walk for now. To this, Kalo reminded his master that it was pouring rain outside, so it wasn't a good idea to go out now. The Duke was embarrassed by the situation, and the butler showed no sign of stopping him from being in the office. So, he said, a little annoyed that it made no difference. Then, turning to his granddaughter, they would walk around the house and watch the rain through the window. Our heroine saw the servants hurrying back and forth, covering the animal figurines with blankets, and she thought that her grandfather had a secret hobby. When they returned to the office, the grandfather told the young lady that he had indeed conducted research on this plant decades ago. He told her that to get the fire flower and the sea flower, they had gone through many failures. But they succeeded, and they cultivated the dragon's seeds. The researchers worked hard to make them grow, tending to them day and night with all possible methods. When the patriarch finished the sentence with, and as a result, she asked what happened next, and the answer was that he didn't remember due to the passage of time. He really had forgotten, but he went on to say that he understood her feelings, but it was a difficult process, and it was unknown how long it would take. Then the Lord added kindly that, in any case, the second prince was lucky to have such a caring friend. When she asked how he had guessed, he replied that it was simple, because after returning from the imperial palace, she always carried a botany dictionary. He stroked his granddaughter's head and added that she didn't know anyone in the palace besides Anash, and she could always share her experiences with her grandpa. Then he told her not to worry, that he would take responsibility for everything, no matter what happened, and promised to help her. He said he would get her the fire flower and the sea flower and advised her to study hard in the meantime, and she was so happy that she told him he was the best. Afterwards, the Lord asked how her studies and her tutor were going, and she replied that the teacher was very kind, and she even found studying interesting. After these words, the head of the family thought for a moment, even remembered himself at that age, and was surprised that such a child had appeared in the item family. In this deep thought, he said that if his granddaughter succeeded, she could become a candidate for the master of the magic tower. To her surprise question, he explained that the tower had begun to look for an heir, and being chosen as a candidate was in itself a very great honor. And the master of the tower is the most powerful magician in the empire, bearing all the responsibility, and Ailen could not only become a candidate, but even the master. He also said that this magician might be higher in the hierarchy than the emperor himself. Then she thought this would be difficult. Looking out the window, our heroine remembered the original work and realized that the moment they were looking for an heir to the magic tower had come. If everything developed as described in the novel, then this child should become the master. An image of a boy with a silver earring and purple hair appeared in her mind. Our heroine thought of Richard. She hoped he was all right, completely fine. It was a hot day in the middle of summer. The residents of the capital of the Oride Empire were busy with their own affairs, but they also didn't forget to just take a walk. Two girls sat at an outdoor table at a cafe, sharing news. Then one of them handed over a small toy. The second girl thanked her for the gift and then added that she wondered if this was really the fashion at her current job and if Ailen was really that cute. She admired the doll and asked if she could also try to make one, and her friend replied that she had given it to her only because she had asked. She also added that under no circumstances should it be said that this was a souvenir from a servant of the item family. Then she made a specific gesture and said that if this reached the ears of a member of this family, their heads would be twisted off. Her interlocutor replied that the doll was so small that if she hid it well, almost no one would find it. She smiled and said that she had worked in this manner for so long and had only seen the young master a few times. She sincerely hoped that she would succeed and not get caught. But as often happens, things did not go according to plan. In front of her, a young gentleman sat in a deep armchair, angrily swinging his leg, waiting for her explanation. Richard asked a leading question, saying that she had made this doll only after seeing the snake he had drawn in his notebook. He said she claimed to have stumbled upon the sketch while cleaning his room and then made the doll because she thought it was cute. The maid understood that she had been caught, but she clearly remembered her friend's warning about being careful. She lowered her head and said that she was ashamed and knew she had done wrong, but the drawing had been haunting her, so she just made it. The young gentleman was carefully examining this miniature model of his girlfriend when she asked for forgiveness. To this, Richard replied that everything was fine, but he wanted her to make him some more of the same in return. To her questioning voice, he said that although she had peeked into his notebook, which was very bad, he would forgive her if she did it again. The maid was silent for a few seconds, so the boy thought she didn't want to fulfill his request. So he started to call his father. Then she quickly agreed, saying she would carry out his order and asked him to be magnanimous. Then he said, in that case, let her make them for him by next week, but more than this one. She started talking about not having enough time, and Richard asked if it might be a matter of money. The young master looked at the confused maid and suggested paying her double for each doll. The money calculator in her head started whirring, and she happily agreed, adding that she would do everything and even more. To this, he said that was great, but she had to make $1 a week, and the maid agreed to this condition as well. She said that in that case, she would not delay any longer and would go to complete the task immediately, and thanked him for his forgiveness. Richard sat in his chair, thinking. Looking at this small souvenir reminded him of his lost friend. He was angry that he hadn't thought of making such a doll himself. He even reproached himself for his slowness. Magic flickered at his fingertips, and he said softly that this was just the right time, because recently everything had seemed so boring and monotonous. A blue light pierced the room, and in a literal instant, the pink plush toy turned into a new specimen. Now his snake was made of fine ice glass, and he decided that this would be his new hobby. The young Duke of Colin had always been talented, so it was not surprising that he decided to make souvenirs until Ailen returned. In the Duke of Items manor, the main hall was brightly lit, with a midterm research report and banquet were being held. Lord Morel moved among the guests, communicating with all of them, not neglecting anyone. Cullen jingled his keys and said that the head of the family had recently resumed his research on dragon grass and had achieved significant results in the scientific community. He told his sister that because this could have a huge impact on future horticulture, they had arranged a rather grand event for the report and encouragement. Our heroine said that it was still amazing to grow all these rare flowers in just 1 month. Then her brother replied that it was her request. He opened the greenhouse door and said that when she saw everything with her own eyes, she would be surprised because he and the researchers had put in diligent effort. The door opened silently, and Cullen suddenly started talking about the party again and offered to introduce her if she wanted, but Ailen refused. She was more interested in what she was about to see. She was expecting something amazing. He told his sister that this was called an all-season artificial garden at will, the crystallization of the latest magic technology. He talked about how within this dome, a natural environment suitable for the growth of crystal flowers was artificially created, while the rest of the flowers were in another room. Also, obtaining the seeds was quite difficult, but through perseverance and coordinated work, we were able to grow so many. She looked at the wonderful flower and heard that when the mass production of rare plants was announced, it would be a real success for the world of botany. He added that there was still some work to be done in terms of cost and efficiency, and then asked if this quantity was sufficient. Ailen hadn't even thought that her brother and the researchers would expand to such a scale, and smiling, she replied that she could do it. Then she threw herself on his neck and began to thank him, calling him by the best adjective she knew. The brother replied that it was nothing, but he was a little sorry that he couldn't say he did it all by himself, but in the research of fire, he deserved 80% of the credit. He later explained that they had already dealt with 2 types of flowers, but now the problem was the snow jade, because crossbreeding and planting were completely different things. Considering the prince, Cullen promised that he would do his best for this winter and asked her to rely on her beloved brother. Ailen held his hand and sincerely thanked him, then said she would also do her best to help. She also asked him to be sure to tell her if he needed anything, and he was moved by her. words. He stroked her cheek and told her to grow up tall, and then she would help her brother, and suggested that she eat well and play well for now. But the girl had no intention of giving up so quickly, so she repeated that she could really help. Their conversation was interrupted by Arno, who quietly approached the children and asked what they were doing there so late. Cullen saw nothing illegal in their actions, so he calmly replied that he was showing his sister the flowers in the greenhouse. Then he asked his father what he was doing there, and the Duke replied that he had gone out for a walk. He added sarcastically that if an intruder suddenly appeared in the empty laboratory, he must be killed quickly, or rather caught. Ailen ignored this and began to talk in a joyful tone about the achievements of the researchers. Arno said he had seen it all. Then his daughter replied that it was a miracle and she didn't even know how to express her gratitude. After thinking for a moment, she promised her father that for all those who had worked so hard, she would definitely raise a dragon. Cullen and Arno were shocked by her words, that they would become the first family in the Oride Empire to revive the legend. The father stroked the girl's head and said kindly that she would succeed because she wanted it so eagerly. He continued, saying that they would succeed one day and Dad would pray for it. With her, he stroked her head again, and the daughter thanked him for his kind words of support, after which they left the greenhouse. She ran to her room, thinking that everything was going so well that she could sleep well today. A good night's sleep. But when she saw the pile of books on the table, she realized she was wrong. She had to prepare because the tutor was coming tomorrow. So instead of going to bed, she sat down to finish her homework while Asilian brought her food. Pigeons flew around the abandoned tower, and the young teacher talked about how people hesitate less when hurting those who love them. He pointed to the text in the textbook and continued, then for those who threaten them, because love is built on a sense of responsibility. Our heroine was not listening very attentively to what he was saying. She was occupied with completely different thoughts. He read, and fear is out of fear of punishment. So if the ruler has not won love, and then looked at the student. Her distraction in class did not escape his experienced gaze, so he asked her to pay attention to him. Then he said that she had looked tired since the beginning of the lesson. Then Ailen replied that she was just thinking for a moment. He asked if she might have a problem, saying that since he was her mentor, she could share it with him. This might sound a bit presumptuous, but if she had any difficulties, he was willing to help. But she knew his true identity, and she thought that with his information network, he would have known long ago what was bothering her. She felt embarrassed to confide in him, but she thought he might just be trying to score points by asking out of courtesy. So she decided there was no need to hide it, and she told him that she was growing a rare plant because her friend was very ill. She said that she and her close friends were doing everything they could, but if this hope disappeared, she didn't know what else to do. Our heroine said sadly that she really didn't want to disappoint all those who had worked so hard, nor did she want to lose a friend. Looking at her, the pseudo-teacher thought to himself that this was probably about the dragon, and if this child was a dragon, then the flower would bloom to show off. For him, this was an excellent opportunity to determine her essence accurately, without even intervening, just by observing. He said aloud that he wanted to help her, but unfortunately, he didn't understand plants, but he would still offer moral support. He also said that he understood her feelings and that this person was obviously very important to her because she cared so much about him. The maid in the hallway heard him ramble on, saying that the young lady's sympathy itself was a great comfort to her friend, and he hoped this friendship would last. Elliot continued, saying that there was nothing more valuable than getting help in difficult times, and he also wanted to meet such a person. Even for a character like the guild leader, Hill Rosemond, this was said very sincerely. Our heroine decided to play along, so she said with a smile on her face that he would surely meet such a person too. She added that life is long, the world is wide, and there are many people, so fate would surely arrange a meeting for him like magic. But when she ended her speech with, maybe we can be friends in the future too, he couldn't take it. He laughed so loudly and unexpectedly that our heroine almost fell off her chair. It happened so suddenly. Bent over in 3, the pseudo-tutor continued to laugh for a while, but finally stopped. But still holding back his laughter, he asked for forgiveness and said that he was not laughing at her words at all. She just surprised him. He wiped away a small tear and explained that she was a very unusual lady, and sometimes he felt that she was the most mature person in the world. Moreover, for a moment, he felt that she was a very knowledgeable person who was pretending to be a child. Ailen did not comment on his statement, because in essence he was right, so she smiled quietly. Then she thought that for a little while, she felt that he had revealed his true feelings, because he had reacted so strongly to her kind words. Although he had a bad temper in the original novel, she didn't know what he was planning with such an innocent face, but she wouldn't let herself be fooled. However, it was time for the lesson to end, so they quickly reviewed the day's content, and the teacher left. The summer in the Empire was quite stuffy, and the sun was so hot that you couldn't go out without an umbrella. But due to her research, Ailen still had no time for walks. Throughout the summer, she and Lillian planted ice jade and snow jade, improved them, and replanted them countless times. During this time, they only learned about the second prince's health from Lucilian, who was the only one who could still visit the Imperial Palace. Ailen studied, solved problems, and in her free time went to the laboratory to care for the flowers, all with her teacher. However, the seemingly endless summer came to an end, and before they knew it, autumn had arrived. Through incredible effort and fervent prayers, they were able to grow snow jade. She sometimes gave Cullen advice, as she had read a lot about plants in the university library in her previous life. So before that winter came, they successfully combined snow jade and deep sea flowers. When winter came, our heroine finally got the dragon's seeds, 8 in total. She and Lillian divided them equally and tried to make them sprout, giving each other hope and believing that they would succeed. Lady Daisy left that day, inspired and motivated by such success, and promised to write regularly. With each new letter from her friend, Eileen's mood became worse and gloomier, and hope began to fade. She wrote to her that she had tried to grow at least one seed, but in the end, nothing worked. She asked for forgiveness for her failure. But bad luck also plagued our girl. She sat in her room, holding the last box with the unsprouted seeds. There was a knock on the door, and it was her father's voice, who had come to see her and asked for permission to enter. She couldn't refuse him, and then he slowly began to open the door. He understood her mood, and therefore did not dare to rush. When Arno entered, he saw his beloved daughter, who, due to her grief, could not even look up at him. To comfort her a little, he said that life is not always as we wish. He sat down next to him and continued, saying that no matter how hard we try, no matter how determined we are, there are always things that are beyond human control. He told her that she had come a long way in her research and was doing everything she could to help her friend. Arno also said that even if the result is disappointing, even if it's not as good as you hoped, you still shouldn't be too sad. She still didn't look up and said she knew the truth, that people like them simply couldn't raise a dragon. She said that a few days ago, on her way to the laboratory, she had heard her brother Cullen talking to someone. From his conversation, she realized that only a dragon could grow this plant, and everyone was keeping it a secret from her. She took a deep breath and said that the main goal of this research was now the mass production of rare flowers. After these words, our heroine fell silent. She had nothing more to say. She just wanted to cry her heart out. Tears streamed from her eyes, and she asked her dad to forgive her for making such a foolish request to him. She said that if she had known earlier, then everyone wouldn't have had to suffer for so long, and the tears fell directly into the box. She wanted to stop, but she said that Cullen wouldn't have had to stay up all night, and Lillian wouldn't have had false hopes. The young Duke placed his hand on his inconsolable daughter's shoulder and pressed her head against his strong shoulder. In a voice tinged with bitterness, he said that it wasn't her fault because he knew everything, but he didn't want to destroy her dream. He almost forced out every word, saying that he simply couldn't tell her that it was impossible to raise a small dragon. He asked her to forgive him for not being honest with her, and looking at her tears, he said that maybe they still had a chance. Arno tried to make his voice sound confident, and said that all was not lost, that they still had one last seed. Ailen looked at the glass box, and her father said that they still had one more try anyway. It was late at night, and almost everyone in the Item family manor was already asleep, but a light was still on in a window on the second floor. This was Arno's office. He had come here to deal with some matters that could no longer be postponed. The conversation with his daughter had depressed him, so he sat motionless in his chair. For a while, thinking, he didn't even have the mental strength to look at the documents on the table. He remembered the tears in her eyes, and he was ashamed that he hadn't told her the truth from the beginning. I asked myself why I had said such stupid things, even though I had always known there was no hope. I even tried to water the seed with my own blood, which should have contained a trace of the dragon's bloodline. But I saw with my own eyes that they had no chance of success, not from the very beginning. He blamed himself for not being able to tell the truth, even today, and for once again giving his daughter false hope of success. Time passed, and he decided that he should still take the time to look at the documents. So he picked up the top one and read it. It was a message from a secret informant that his family had always used, so he called out to them in his mind. A few minutes later, a gust of wind whistled through the office, and the curtain of a long cloak fell silently to the floor behind its owner. Khan knelt and greeted the young master, after which he heard a question about the situation with the dragon's blood. But before he could answer, Arno first demanded a report on what the master of the magic tower had said about it. The answer was that since the dragons had disappeared quite a long time ago, it was not known whether their blood really existed. The secret agent also said that he was questioning various scientists, but this had not yet yielded positive results. When Khan said that he would report immediately as soon as any information appeared, Arno interrupted him wearily. He was tired of hearing the same thing, so he demanded that if the blood was suddenly found, it must be obtained at all costs. After receiving the order, the secret agent said he would appear with information and then disappeared as quickly and silently as he had appeared. Arno was left alone in his office, and his thoughts continued to torment his soul. The night was deep, and a full moon shone in the sky, but it was completely indifferent to his troubles. He was sick with the realization of his mistake, and it was also very painful for him to watch Ailen worry and cry. Her tears pierced his heart deeply, and all his attempts to help her had so far been completely unsuccessful. Although he knew it was crazy and simply impossible, he still hoped that somewhere a real dragon was still alive. However, as often happens, life went on as usual. The next morning arrived at the appointed time. Our heroine woke up and looked at herself in the mirror. The reflection was so terrible that she began to think. She wondered who she really was, a little girl or a pufferfish. But she decided that after yesterday, it was nothing to be surprised about. She still looked at herself in the mirror, thinking that it was to be expected, since she had cried almost all night. She barely managed to pull herself together and slowly dragged her feet across the room. She didn't know what to do with what was left. She had tried all the methods she knew, thinking that she was not a dragon after all, so she could do nothing about it. What worried her most was how she would face Anash and Lillian now, and then she raised her gaze. A loud cry echoed through the house, after which the maid ran in and quickly prepared her for an emergency departure. Lucilian had already approached the carriage that had been brought so that he could go to the palace to visit the second prince. The coachman had already gallantly opened the door for him to get in when the boy stopped, hearing his name being called. He saw Ailen almost running towards him, her personal maid barely keeping up with her. As she ran, she happily shouted to him that she had succeeded, that despite the difficulties, she had done it. He still didn't understand what was happening and asked if she was also going to the palace, and apologized for not being able to accompany her first. Our heroine ran up, out of breath, and grabbed his hand. She really wanted to share this good news with him. She pulled him into the carriage, saying quickly that she would explain everything on the way, but now they needed to hurry. The maid asked her to wait, but Ailen heard nothing. She could only say that a miracle had happened. As they talked, they soon arrived at the palace, and although the route was normal, that day it seemed to her that they had been driving for a lifetime. The servants knocked on the door of the second prince's bedchamber and announced the arrival of Lucilian of the Item family. While waiting for a reply, she added that Ailen of the Item family had come with him, with His Majesty's special permission. There was still no reply from the room, so the maid said she would let them in now. She opened the door, bowed, and let the visitors into the second crown prince's bedchamber. The door closed with a soft creak, and the room was silent, with only the sound of heavy, intermittent breathing. Our heroes hurried to the bed. Ailen was eager to please the prince with the news of her success. Anash lay quietly, making one think he wasn't there at all, and only the constant wheezing from his lungs betrayed his presence. The girl went to the bed and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and apologized for coming without warning. But she had good news, which she was eager to tell him. It was for this reason that she was here now. She said that she and Lady Lillian had been working all this time to grow and make the dragon grass bloom. Although the prince did not answer, she continued, saying that according to legend, if you drink its decoction, you could be cured of any disease. He added that the long-awaited sprout had appeared this morning. Now all that was left was to wait for it to bloom. Her voice trembled a little with excitement, but she said that they could cure His Highness with this decoction. Then she said more confidently that if he waited a little, she would bring a real flower next time. The answer to her was a terrible coughing fit. The second prince cleared his throat, propped himself up, and looked her in the eye. It was difficult for him to speak, but he still asked in a somewhat angry tone if that was all she wanted to say. Anash started coughing again, and a sharp pain shot through his chest, and he tried to take a deep breath, but it only made his condition worse. It became quiet in the room, and our heroes looked at him with concern, but not for long. In a sharp tone, he told them to get out. Lady Lillian also came to visit her fiancé that day. She knew he wasn't receiving anyone, but she didn't lose hope of seeing him. She was about to go up the steps to the main entrance of the palace when the door opened and the guard allowed her to enter. She stood hesitantly for a moment more, and Lady Daisy decided to go in since she was already here. He cleared his throat again and told his visitors that if they had nothing more to say, they could leave, and he didn't want to see them again. Some changes had taken place in the Item estate. The young master had taken over the operational management of the family's affairs. He informed the butler that he would be very busy in the near future, so he had no time at all for this meeting. He also said not to bother him with trivial matters, and Kalo bowed and replied that he would relay everything to the old master. Then he added that the young master had been working very hard recently, not missing meetings or assemblies, and that maybe it was too early to think so. And then he would continue questioningly. Maybe Arno had decided to take the place of the head of the family. Then, in almost the same words, he reported to Lord Morel about the changes he had seen in the young master's behavior. The old gentleman walked along the inner corridors of the castle and agreed with the arguments of his faithful butler. The Duke of Item certainly remembered all the sins of his heir, but despite this, if he had matured, he would have to accept the position. He ended his long speech with the phrase that he could now retire in peace, and was glad that everything had been resolved thanks to Ailen's arrival. While Lord Morel and Kalo were discussing his candidacy for the head of the family, the heir himself was studying the law of succession. This was a special set of rules that had been established many centuries ago, even at the very beginning of the Oride Empire. The law stated that an heir had the right to the status of head of the family only upon reaching the age of 18. However, if there was a representative or any other condition that would be considered and approved by the imperial family, it was possible to enter into the right of succession even at the age of 10, and it was this addition to the rule that Arno was looking for. He had long ago decided that he wanted to pass on the position of head of the family to his brilliant daughter. So now all he had to do was wait. But let's return to our little heroes. Ailen and her faithful companion were still standing by the second crown prince's bed. The young lady told Anash everything she knew about Dragongrass and their hopes for his recovery. Lucilian silently listened to the prince's words, which were filled with the bitterness of illness, saying that all the stories about a panacea were nonsense. The crown prince said many unpleasant things about the young lady, saying that he had always despised her because she was a beast-man lizard. He said he had only pretended to be kind out of pity, and she, like a complete fool, had come running with the medicine, wagging her tail, and that she didn't know her place, that he found it disgusting to breathe the same air as her, and again demanded that she get lost. The prince, almost coughing, shouted for them both to leave, and these were extremely offensive and hurtful words. Our heroine neither wanted nor could respond to the prince in kind, but that was her, and Lucilian believed he had the right to put the offender in his place. He ran to the bed, pulled back the curtain, and looking at the prince, said that he couldn't just leave. Lucy added very seriously that she had come to make the prince feel better, and besides, the young lady wanted to visit the patient. Ailen didn't want to annoy the heir anymore, so she told her companion that she was fine, and then suddenly fell silent. Both Lucilian and Anash looked at her, and each of them drew their own conclusions. The prince threw a sharp phrase in her face, saying that she had a stupid expression on her face and that she was just talking about saving him. But in reality, as soon as she saw the blood, she immediately fell silent, and he would be interested to know how she was going to treat him, but she remained silent. Lucilian addressed the prince by his title, and the prince sharply replied that they shouldn't touch him, or he would kill him. Anash said he was again asking to be left alone and asked to stop talking about how they wanted to save him. He held his head and said he didn't want to hear about healing anymore because he was tired of being disappointed. He said he had no strength left to hope, and just then, the door to the room opened. Also, he asked everyone to shut up, and his only wish was to die in peace. The prince clutched his blood-stained handkerchief and added that she shouldn't come anymore, that he wanted to die and be forgotten by everyone. He asked to pretend he wasn't there at all, and as he expressed his sad thoughts, no one noticed how Lillian had approached. The young lady approached the bed and addressed him by his title. Our heroine made way for her so as not to block the prince. The second prince looked up at his fiancée in surprise. He hadn't expected her to visit him today. The young lady was very sad about his words. She had managed to hear that he didn't want to continue living. Tears streamed down her beautiful face, but she paid no attention. She was in pain. His words pierced her heart deeply. She asked what he was talking about, asking to let him die, asking his loved ones to just forget him. She asked if he really wanted her to let him go, if he didn't understand her feelings. Her voice broke. She covered her face with her hands, but still asked why he always thought only of himself. She said she only wanted one thing, to be with him every day, every hour, talking about all sorts of nonsense and drinking tea together. She dreamed of living every day together, even going to her debutante ball with him. It didn't matter to her how many days, hours, months, or years she spent by his side. After these words, she began to sob, and her words touched his heart, tormented by illness. He reached out and placed his hand on her head. She hugged him and began to ask why he was always like this, but she didn't finish because he apologized. He held her tightly to his chest and gently asked her not to cry, saying it wasn't her fault, only his. Ailen and her companion witnessed a very important scene, the moment when the relationship between the engaged couple entered another level. Our heroine was glad that Lillian had managed to touch the heart that had been so long closed off from everything around it. But suddenly she felt unwell. She felt a slight dizziness, and bright flashes appeared before her eyes. She couldn't stand on her feet and swayed, but fortunately, Lucilian reacted quickly and supported her. I asked her what was wrong, and she replied that everything was fine. She had just momentarily lost her balance. She explained that she had been very tense and then relaxed, and the atmosphere in the room was not very good, and added that she would leave for a while. When he offered to take her home, she refused, telling him to stay, as he still had things to do, and she would wait for him in the living room. She asked him not to worry, and then headed for the exit. The boy tried to see her out again, but failed. Barely reaching the living room, our heroine wondered why she felt so bad, why her head was spinning. Her head had indeed hurt a little in the morning, which she attributed to the fact that she had cried almost all night. Now it was simply splitting. The young lady could no longer stand and squatted down, trying to ease the pain. Looking at her hand, she compared it to the feeling of hitting something very hard. The girl clenched her fist, and through her clouded consciousness, she heard a very loud sound. It was a sound she couldn't hear in this world. Something huge was rushing towards her. Memories of that time flooded her. She was in pain, scared, terrified, and cold to the bone, and everything around her was hateful. She remembered crossing the street in a downpour, and a young man running towards her, waving his hand. The memory of large raindrops forming puddles on the asphalt flooded her mind. A regular Korean student, distracted by a young man, didn't notice a huge truck rushing towards her, unable to brake in time. The story shifts to the modern world, our heroine's hometown. Cars drive past skyscrapers. People move through the center of Seoul, many talking on their phones. Modern hospitals are equipped with the latest technology, which makes the work of medical staff easier. Spacious wards and comfortable furniture create a cozy and peaceful atmosphere that contributes to a speedy recovery. Our student was lying in one of these wards, and a popular youth show was on TV. Cha Misu, that was our heroine's name, woke up in this life and watched the show for a few minutes. She heard the host suggest that they have fun today, too, and dance to a trendy song. She sat up and grabbed her head as it was spinning, preventing the girl from concentrating. The dance music continued to flow from the TV, and the host kept telling everyone to move more energetically. Our heroine saw her Korean brothers, who were sleeping on a comfortable, albeit hospital, sofa. She wondered if she was really back in this unfriendly and already alien world. Looking at the four drip, she wondered why she always came back here, why she dreamed of Eileen's life. The boys on TV were dancing energetically to the music, and she wondered if everything she remembered was just a dream. One of her brothers woke up and began to open his eyes. Cha Misu saw this, but did not greet him. He rubbed his sleepy eyelids, and the second brother even jumped up when he saw her awake. The girl pulled out the 4-needle, got out of bed, and slowly walked across the tiled floor. Blood slowly dripped onto the floor, leaving a small puddle with each step, and her brothers watched her with wide eyes. The young men ran to her, asking when she had woken up, and then in a different tone added that she shouldn't get up and called for a doctor. Everything started to swim before her eyes again. Her head was spinning, but she kept walking. She wanted to get out of this hellish place. Her brother was practically shouting that she shouldn't move and should go back to bed. He screamed that she was bleeding. He called her name and asked if she remembered them, her brothers Ito and Ailen, but she thought her name was Ailen. This thought throbbed in her head, that these two were not her family, that she had only one. Real family. She had brothers who truly loved her, worried and cared for their beloved sister. A smiling Arno appeared before her eyes, her only father, whom she could not forget. She walked down the hospital corridor, leaving a trail of blood behind her, completely ignoring the chatter of her brothers from this world. Her thought was that her real name was Ailen. She repeated it over and over again, and then called out to her father. The boys next to her told her that their father was not at the hospital at the moment, and that she needed to go back to her room and wait for the doctor. Our heroine pleaded with her dad to let her go back, that it didn't matter to her whether the dream was there or here, but she didn't want to stay here. Suddenly, she threw her head back and began to slowly fall backward, losing consciousness, and her brothers caught her. The same show was still on TV, but she could no longer really see it or the boys. Everything was as if in a fog. She asked to be released, to become Ailen again, and the mechanism of time, obeying her wish, slowly began to work. Little Chamisu dropped her drawing and watched as the gears began to turn, setting the whole device in motion. A whisper came to her ear, saying that the sand in the hourglass was running out and she had no time. The scattered drawings depicted the people she loved most, her sister, her father, and a whisper said that soon someone would start looking for them. But one of them stood out in particular. The paper showed an interesting pink dragon, and a whisper asked what her plan was. Time passed. The way of life in the item estate took on a new tone, but no one forgot our heroine. A female voice asked what this was, the door to the room where she had been sleeping for 5 years. Another maid replied that Lady Ailen slept there, and the young master had been with her all day, guarding her sleep just in case something went wrong, but everyone was eagerly waiting for her to open her eyes. Then she opened her eyes, and through a thin veil, she saw the familiar walls of her favorite room. The little dragon rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked how long it had been, then added that she thought she had had a short dream. Then she heard her name and turned around. Sitting by her bed was her one and only beloved dad. He said she had finally woken up, that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time, but had never lost hope. He greeted her warmly and added that he was glad to see her again. After 5 years, she looked at him with her huge eyes, trying to digest the information she had just heard. The number 5 lingered in her mind. She first thought of 5 hours, then weeks, months, and only then did it dawn on her that they were talking about years. She jumped out of bed in surprise, and then hung in the air, which seemed unusual to her. Arno said that he had been very worried all this time and was about to attack the imperial family, but they were apparently lucky. When he stood up, our heroine looked back, wondering why she was still in the air. He opened his arms and said that since they had met again, they should hug his treasure. Then she thought that she was also glad to see him, but she had just woken up and she felt a little embarrassed. His behavior made her a little shy, but his smile was so sincere that she didn't want to be reserved anymore. So, thinking that a hug is never superfluous, she smiled and rushed towards him with her whole dragon face. Ailen snuggled against his chest, her heart pounding with joy. This was one of the best moments of her life. Her father asked if she was okay, if she was in pain, and she answered in her dragon language. But just by looking at her contented face, it was clear even without her answer that she was fine. However, he still placed his palm on her forehead to make sure her temperature hadn't risen after waking up. Our heroine decided to use her growing wings and flew across the room. She flew to the window and began to point at it, repeating her dragon phrase, "Chirp, chirp." The father didn't immediately understand what she wanted, but he later guessed and asked if she wanted to know what had happened to the second prince. When his daughter nodded affirmatively, he replied that he would definitely tell her, but later. He also said she didn't have to worry, as there was no bad news, and he would tell her everything in order. But first he suggested she go and meet someone, as many people were impatiently waiting too. see her. The brothers were walking down the corridor and heard their father's secret message to come to their sister's room. They turned and headed in the requested direction, although they didn't yet know what good news awaited them. It was a happy day for the Duke of Idem's family, and the news quickly spread to every corner of the estate. Ailen was certainly glad to see everyone, but she didn't quite understand why they were all looking at her so carefully. They touched her paws, measured the size of her wings, and turned her over and over as if she were a stuffed toy. She was ready to break free from Cullen's tenacious hands, but first she decided to show her displeasure. She made such a funny face that my brother even stuttered the word cute. He still held her, lifting her above his head, saying that she had grown so much over the years and was so cute. Years. He said he was so worried about her then, but now he was glad she was alive and well, and happy tears lit up his eyes. He also said they were all scared then, but just then, another hand took her away. Shauna snuggled against her, telling her what a joy it was to meet again and that she had prayed she would be okay. Cullen was not happy that his sister had so unceremoniously taken Ailen from him and demanded her back. The answer was that she was just greeting her sister and that it was time for others to have a chance to speak. The protagonist of the original work was ready to hug her sister, saying that it was her turn now and that she was even cuter to her now. And our heroine thought that, without realizing it, she had slept for a whole 5 years and had not woken up until this time had passed. At first she thought Arno was just joking, but when she saw her grown-up family, she was forced to accept this incredible reality. The dragon broke free from Shauna's hands and flew to a safe distance. Then Killian suggested that everyone let her rest. Ailen had grown up in the past 5 years. Her body had become larger, her arms and legs had grown, and most importantly, she had grown wings, which was impossible for a lizard. She actually felt that she was in a fantasy world, so anything could happen. As she hovered under the ceiling, the relatives present, as well as her personal maid, agreed that she had become even cuter. The only thing that saddened her was that Lucilian had not come. She was sure he would come to see her, but her thoughts were interrupted by the servant who appeared at the door, who announced that everything was ready and they could go to the dining room. Killian said that this day had finally come, because today she would receive gifts. She looked carefully at her brother. Then he added that he had a hint that these gifts were simply creepy. At the same time, these gifts were just as precious, so maybe she would be surprised, but for now she could wait with impatience. In the dining room, everything was ready and it was quite quiet. Only the nervous tapping of fingers broke the silence. Arno endured this annoying sound. He told his father that if he was so worried, he should have gone to see him first. The patriarch did not stop tapping and replied that he had nothing to worry about, and his son should remember that this was just his habit. The door slowly opened, and a pink face appeared in the doorway, and the grandfather immediately called her, calling her Fluffy. Then he began to scold her in his usual manner, saying that she had first lost consciousness in the palace and had therefore slept for a whole 5 years. He said they were all scared, and after examining her, he said she hadn't grown much, but her scales had clearly become more beautiful. He wanted to weigh her, so he took her in his arms, but thanks to her wings, our heroine had become more agile. She flew to her father, who hugged her and sarcastically noted that if you hug your grandfather, you might become like him yourself. The patriarch clearly heard this, and so he attacked his ungrateful descendant with angry words. While Arno was seating his little girl in a place of honor, the grandfather continued his long speech, saying that he was doing this with a calm expression. The Lord was still saying something, but our heroine had no time for it. She looked at the table, which was laden with dishes. Her father called her name, snapped his fingers, and the lids slowly rose from the food, revealing what was inside. There were special dishes prepared just for her, and Arno said that inside were all the delicacies she loved so much. A mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. She was ready to eat everything at once, but even she couldn't do it, so she immediately rushed to the nearest plate. Our heroine used her grown paws to rake in everything she could reach. She enjoyed the dishes without discrimination. She even liked that meat and fish dishes could be paired with pudding or pie. Arno silently watched her actions. He was gradually beginning to worry. He couldn't understand how everything fit into her stomach. The patriarch was also worried, but did not interfere with his sermons because, after all, she had slept for so long. The adults understood that the insatiable child could be hungry in such a short time, but she was wagging her tail. and she didn't do it very successfully because she hit the cutlery, which flew to the floor with a clatter. She was already devouring pasta with shrimp sauce when her father decided to talk to her. After all, he called her name, and she responded, but she didn't let go of her now empty plate for a second. He carefully took her paw with his fingers and gently told her that there was still a lot of food. He added that he would give his hungry daughter as much food as she wanted, but asked her to eat more slowly. He also explained that she might get indigestion, so she should eat slowly and that no one would take anything from her. He said all this in a gentle and calm tone, but she still snarled at him. To this, he said that this could not be done, and Lord Morel saw all this, but decided not to interfere in the educational process. Arno said he never interfered with anything she did, but now he was just worried about her. He also said that nothing good would come of such haste, and if she ate too quickly, she would get indigestion. He put so much gentle persuasion into every word that it worked, and she began to eat much more slowly. He patted her on the head as a sign of praise for her diligent behavior, praising her for being so smart and definitely his daughter, because she was so obedient. He once again reminded her to eat slowly, and his calm behavior did not go unnoticed by Lord Morel. The patriarch watched as the sun's rays streamed in through the window, thinking about how this girl had changed his son's character. The sun brightly illuminated the dining room, as well as the little dragon girl sitting at the table, surrounded by now empty plates. When Arno asked his daughter if she was full, a maid entered, carrying a small box on a velvet cushion. After that, the young gentleman took out a document and asked if his daughter could put her seal on these papers. He placed the paper on the table and said that all she had to do was press it, which she did. He was very pleased with himself, and looking at the document, he said, drawing out his voice a little, that now all the formalities were completed. The first gift was the key to the item family's treasury, which she could visit at any time. She obviously didn't understand what had just happened, but his next words revealed an incredible truth to her. Arno handed her the key and continued, saying that they would now look at the second gift. He first congratulated her and then added that from that day on, she, Ailen Item, had become the head of the family. He smiled and asked her to take care of the house from now on, because that was the first duty of the head. Our heroine listened to these words, blinking her eyes. The meaning of all the words slowly entered her consciousness. When she realized what had just happened, she felt completely uneasy. She had not expected such a turn of events. She began to stammer something, tried to explain to her father that this was impossible, that this was generally wrong. How could he have come up with such a thing? She was still very young, and besides, she was a lizard. Arno translated for himself in his own way, saying that he was glad she considered it an honor and that he knew his daughter would. Except, Lord Morel stood up from his chair and said he knew this cunning fellow would do something like this. He pretended to be a diligent heir, as if he really wanted to be one, and even behaved unusually. He thought his son had grown up and confidently handed over the management of the family to him, but he was talking such utter nonsense. The young duke replied that he had fulfilled his duties for 6 months, but in his work he realized that everything was not so difficult. This position had been held by old men for decades, and they had coped well, which meant that his daughter could do it too. Arno turned to the dragon girl and asked her not to worry, because all the main work would still be done by him and her grandfather, and she would only have to coordinate issues. But Ailen had no intention of taking on such a great responsibility so easily. She waved her paws and began to wail in her own way, saying that she was a lizard and could not hold the post of the illustrious dragon. Family's head. Then Lord Morel asked his son what the girl was saying, and after thinking for a moment, he replied that she was saying she was just a lizard. He continued to translate, saying that she was just a werewolf lizard from a side branch, and therefore could not be the master of the family. Then the Lord burst out laughing, and his thunderous laughter echoed through the entire dining room, so much so that the walls shook. Then he asked his son if he hadn't told her anything yet, so she was spouting some nonsense about a lizard. Arno bent down slightly to be at her eye level and said that maybe it was time to talk, and asked her to listen carefully. The first thing he said, that she was not a lizard but a real dragon, sent her into a huge shock. She had long been accustomed to thinking of herself as just a small reptile, although Lucilian had once told her otherwise. The The father began his story, saying that, as is well known, the blood of ancient dragons in the empire flowed only in the veins of the Ailen family. This was thanks to their ancestors' pact with a black dragon, and there was also a prophecy that one day a dragon would be born in their family. He concluded by saying that after several hundred years, the prophecy had indeed come true, and the protagonist of the story was his daughter. She blinked and thought. She had only woken up from a long sleep this morning, and so much had happened in the past few hours. She began to gradually reconstruct the recent events. First, she woke up after 5 years of sleep. Then suddenly, completely unexpectedly, her father passed on the position of head of the Ailen family to her, which neither she nor her grandfather had expected. Well, the last thing that fell on her head today was that she turned out to be a real dragon. Ailen thought that this was becoming more and more like a dream, and to be honest, the situation seemed incredible to her. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong with all of this. Our heroine couldn't let everything be like this. She decided that she had to tell them. I have to ask them to stop making such jokes, and she carefully wagged her tail. An unusually bright light lit up the dining room, and Lord Morel and his son even moved slightly away from it. A few minutes later, a girl appeared above the table and carefully placed her small feet on the tabletop. Her pink curls flowed and slowly fell onto her shoulders, and the waves of her dress swayed for a moment. She deliberately changed back into human form so that she could speak clearly. When the magical light finally faded, she put her hands on her hips and made a very serious face. Arno looked at his daughter in surprise, and she told him that everyone was waiting for her, and she was very grateful to everyone. Then, with a light jump, she jumped off the table and announced that, of course, she was still too young. Besides, lizards even have tails, and she looked back, wanting to show the evidence. Imagine her surprise when she didn't find it. She gasped and asked her father where her tail was. He was not at a loss, as he already knew the answer, but first he advised her not to worry anymore. Besides, he explained that while she was sleeping, they had contacted the Komodo family and found out that she was not of their race. Ailen still couldn't believe her ears. She slowly said that this simply couldn't happen. Then Arno asked her if she didn't like the realization that she was a dragon, or if she didn't want to be the head of the family. He knew that her opinion was important, so he said that if she didn't want to, she could say so, and they would accept any decision she made. The girl didn't know how to answer. She hesitated, feeling her heart beat faster with embarrassment. She looked into her grandfather's eyes, trying to find support in them, but she only saw expectation. Thoughts raced through her head, but none of them seemed to be the right one, so she remained silent. The question she was asked was unexpected and too serious. She tried to find the right words. Our heroine understood that there was no point in delaying the answer any longer, so she closed her eyes and began to speak. That evening, in a port town in the Empire, the waves lapped pleasantly against the shore. On the embankment, illuminated by dim lanterns, one could occasionally see the lonely figures of passers-by. The air was filled with the smell of salt and fresh fish, and an old man sat with a fishing rod, enjoying the peace and admiring the sunset. At this time, it was rare to see people on the pier, so he was surprised when he was called and turned to the unfamiliar voice. Behind him stood a man who said he had just returned from abroad and was not yet familiar with the area. When a stranger asked how to get to the capital, the old man pointed north, but warned that the road was difficult and complicated. Then he told the man that he could walk with him for a while, and he decided to thank the old man with a small gift. The visitor held out a glass container and said that, unfortunately, he only had this wonderful drink that gives strength to the whole body. He suggested trying on the spot and added that he was sure he would like it, so the local resident took a sip. After tasting it, the old man said it was indeed very good. It looked like just water, but the taste was unusual, and he had never tasted anything like it before. Seagulls circled over the water, and the stranger asked if his interlocutor wanted some more, and he agreed. The old man told the stranger that if he could get some more, he would be happy to treat his neighbors. The stranger replied that they could arrange a meeting. A full moon had already appeared in the sky, and the old man came to the shore. On the shore were 2 boats filled with this drink, and the man's words could be heard, saying that he could give as much as he wanted. He showed how much more he had, and said he could supply it until the liquid became disgusting. Light feathers spun smoothly like snowflakes carried by the wind, landing near the Duke of Item's estate. Our heroine was still lazily lying in bed, examining the key that confirmed her current status. Somehow, she had not only become an official member of the Item family, but also its new head. She remembered Arno's words, that he had always suspected she was not a simple reptile, that she was much more special than she thought, and that he was glad she was not upset about being a dragon. Her father told her that she should be proud and not doubt, but she couldn't tell him that she was just confused. They were walking down the corridor, and the young Duke glanced at her and said she looked as if she didn't believe a word she was saying. He added that it didn't matter to him whether she was a dragon or not, and that he had wanted to make her the head of the family from the very beginning. He told his daughter that if everything had gone according to plan, he would have told her in advance on her birthday 5 years ago. He continued walking and said he was afraid of a repeat of what had happened at the palace back then, so he had taken precautions just in case. She paused. Then he turned to her slightly and said that he believed in her and would support her no matter what, and that she would bear full responsibility. And since she was the core of this house, everything would be as she wished. He also stopped and continued kindly, saying that everyone else would do everything to support her. So our heroine recalled yesterday's scene. She pressed the key to her chest and thought, who would have thought that she, a minor character, would unexpectedly become the head of the family? And a dragon at that. Her inner voice screamed she had never thought of becoming one of the main characters. The faces of her father, grandfather, and maid appeared before her eyes, as well as their expressions as they waited for her answer. Their gazes were so trusting that she simply didn't have the courage to refuse them. Then she remembered what Lucilian had said, because he had once told her something similar, that she was more than just a lizard. Ailen thought that maybe he had known all along that she was a dragon, because he was the high priest in the original work. Then she asked herself why he had told her everything, albeit without details. She began to think that the reason he had not hidden the truth from her must have been revealed in the original work from her. But sometimes she couldn't remember what was written on a particular occasion, and the same thing happened now. She stretched in bed and thought that understanding would come eventually, albeit a little later. Her thoughts were interrupted by the maid's voice, who reminded her that she was going to the Imperial Palace today. Our girl just had to have breakfast and get dressed. The carriage was already ready and waiting for her at the door at the appointed hour. A guard stood by the carriage. He introduced himself as Gil Heyman and said he had been sent to escort the young lady. The young man said he was still far from perfect, but he would do everything possible to protect the young lady, even at the cost of his life. Ailen thought that this was probably not necessary, but then she heard familiar voices. Then she looked back. It was her brother and sister who were wiping their tears and taking turns saying that they wanted to go with her. But because they were stupid and didn't do their homework, they were not allowed to accompany her today. The coachman reported that everything was ready, and they set off, the wheels creaking along the driveway. At first, their path led through the vast park that surrounded the estate, and she had time to think calmly. She looked out the window, wanting to admire the familiar and peaceful scenery. The light breeze outside gently caressed her curls, and her thoughts returned to Anash, whom she had been told was healthy and well. They entered the city, and she thought that the atmosphere in the empire seemed better than she had expected. 5 years had passed, and it was still peaceful here. But did this mean that the second prince was all right, and it would be great if this were true? However, she was worried about what she would do and say if everything was not as she expected. While her thoughts jumped between positive and negative, the Imperial Palace had already appeared on the horizon. In the spacious front hall, a maid was waiting for them, who informed them that she would be accompanying them to the prince's bedchamber today. They walked through long corridors, the walls of which were hung with magnificent works of art. Soon, our heroine and her companions came to the door of the living room, where His Highness was waiting for them. To say that Ailen was very nervous would be an understatement, but despite this meeting was very important to her. The door opened, and she saw her close friends. They had their backs to her, but it was impossible not to recognize them. Anash had grown quite a bit since their last meeting, but his imperial bearing and golden hair gave him away. Our heroine entered the room and stopped. Arno had told her something about the second prince. He turned around and said in a pleasant tone that this was a real surprise. 5 years had passed, and she was still the same, and added that she was still the same talkative, good-for-nothing, pot-bellied little thing. However, When she heard her old nickname, she smiled. She was glad to see him healthy and well. Lillian put the crown prince in his place, saying that he shouldn't call a guest that, but he then mentioned his playful mood. Anash opened his arms and invited our heroine to hug, though he noted that he would only allow her to do so. His fiancée reminded him that he should first kneel on one knee, as that was what they had agreed upon. He replied that he certainly remembered, and he knelt down and waited for her with open arms. She was a little confused. Then the prince said that apparently, after 5 years, she no longer wanted to greet him that way. These sincere words were enough to melt her heart, and she rushed to him without hesitation. She pressed herself against his embroidered suit, almost crying with joy, but she held back. She only said that she was very glad to see him, and this was the truth that did not need to be hidden. Lillian stood next to them and smiled a somewhat mysterious smile. She was also glad that they had met. Again, Ailen moved slightly away from the prince and said she was very glad he had recovered, to which he replied that it was all thanks to her efforts, and therefore he was also glad they were able to meet. All three of them smiled. They all understood that despite the years in her dream, they were still close friends. When the initial joy of the meeting had subsided a little, the crown prince was able to tell our heroine about the sacred stones. He explained to her that it was because of this that she was able to stay alive while she slept. He told her that when the time comes, dragons hibernate, and only by constantly absorbing spiritual power can they grow safely. And, according to ancient legends, after waking up, she should have woken up as a fully adult dragon. He said that in the first few months, they didn't know what to do and wasted time, which put her in danger, but thanks to Latilian, everything was resolved. The boy not only brought these stones from the temple, but later began to make them himself, which required long periods of extreme concentration. Anash said that out of concern for her, Lucy tried to find a minute to bring these stones to her himself. He also said that the boy was already thin, but by then he began to look like a ghost. He hardly slept and ate very little. The worst part was that Latilian had taken the sacred stones from the temple, which were a national treasure, and it caused quite a stir. After which there was talk in the temple about what to do with this scoundrel, which only angered the high priest more. The prince explained that he had to hint that she was a dragon. Then the temple changed its mind, but still placed Latilian under house arrest. Anash continued his story, saying that her family had been tirelessly searching various documents all this time in order to study everything related to dragons. And her father was especially diligent. He did not leave her bedside and took care of her with special love, even while he was studying the documents he had found. The maid told the family that on his days off, Arno also refused to leave her bedchamber, and this had been going on for 5 years. Then the crown prince said that he had also visited her several times, and his grandfather and others had also put in a lot of effort. But only thanks to the constant care of her father and her devoted boyfriend, it took her only 5 years to wake up. At the end of his story, Anash concluded that all these efforts were not in vain, and she was with him again. She thought that they had been on her side all this time and had not left her for so long. They had not given up and had been constantly searching, dedicating all their time to her. She really didn't expect Latilian to be so caring. She felt that he was following her just to pass the time. She thought that all she had done for the boy was give him a piece of bread because he was of no use to her. She lowered her head in confusion and then asked, as far as she knew, Lucy was now in the temple. The prince took a sip of tea and replied that his house arrest had ended long ago and that he was making up for the lack of sacred stones by training his spiritual power. He also said that it was not easy to see him, especially since the imperial palace should not interfere in the affairs of the temple. When our heroine was sad about this, the prince joked that he did what he wanted and she still couldn't stop. But the next question immediately made her forget about everything else, because the prince asked if she knew how her adoption had ended. She said excitedly that this really bothered her, and she wanted to know how the Duke of Idem and the Duke of Colin had resolved this issue. Anash took an envelope out of his pocket and said he was inviting her to tea, and if she was interested, he would tell her everything in detail there. Handing over the invitation, the crown prince added that she was now the head of the family, so they were unlikely to see each other often, but tea was still a good excuse. He had one more thing to tell his friend. He said that the news that she was a dragon had already spread widely among the nobility. To her reasonable question about how this had happened, the second crown prince replied that, unfortunately, he did not know how this information had leaked. But the fact that a living dragon had appeared in the item family was a hot topic among the nobility. But the fact that she had become the head of the family had not yet spread. Anash asked her to be careful, especially given her situation, explaining that now all sorts of scum would be attracted to her. Lillian suggested that the girl contact them if necessary, and they would do their best to protect her from trouble. In the end, the prince's fiancé called our heroine by a sweet word, little sister, which made her fiancé very angry. Ailen thanked her friends for their responsiveness and said she would contact them later, after which she left the palace. Her motorcade began its return journey. It was already getting dark, and she hadn't even noticed how quickly time had passed. She held a scroll in her hand, which she had almost forgotten, but it was a gift that the emperor had asked her to give to her father. His Majesty looked very tired, but insisted that she pass it on, although she didn't even know what was inside. That's right, he said that the Duke of Item would like it very much, and asked her to think about what she wanted before their next meeting. He explained that she had saved his son's life, and whatever she asked for, he would do for the honor of the imperial family. The guard across from our heroine adjusted his ammunition, while she, thinking about what wish to make, didn't notice at all. I was thinking I could ask for something simple, but I was distracted by the sound of foolish giggles from a street. I looked out the window and saw a man greedily gulping some kind of liquid from a bottle. The carriage continued on, and then Erin saw more men, sitting on the pavement, also laughing foolishly. She couldn't suppress her curiosity and leaned out further, discovering there were quite a few people like that. Before she could ask anything, the guard noticed her interest and explained that those people seemed to have drunk that water. Then our heroine asked him to say a little more, and the answer was that he didn't know the details, but had heard rumors. He said that recently in the Empire, the number of people drinking a water that makes them laugh for no reason has increased. It's said to be a drink secretly circulating among the lower classes. It's cheaper than alcohol, but has a better effect, and it also makes people drowsy. The guard explained that this is why it's so popular, but the source is unknown, and this drink is no different from prohibited liquor. He also told her that it's a worrying situation because no one knows what might happen next. Our heroine thought that there was something similar in the original story. That drink was called Hatter, and it appeared around the same time. The book described that this liquid circulated among the lower classes, and those who drank it felt better and happier. But some things didn't add up. She thought this phenomenon wasn't the cause of the uprising and chaos in the country. It was getting late, and Arno nervously glanced at his watch, waiting for his daughter to return from the imperial palace. Every tick of the second hand sounded as loud as a hammer blow to him, and with each passing minute, his anxiety grew. He was restless in the manor, so he had gone out to meet them long ago, and finally, the long-awaited sound of horse hooves came from the distance. Before the servant could open the door for her, Erin jumped out of the carriage and ran towards her father, waving to him. She handed him the scroll, thanking him for coming all this way to pick her up. As she ran on, she said she had something else to do, so she asked him to meet her in the living room in half an hour. Still not slowing down, she shouted what she had been told, how everyone had taken such good care of her over the years. She promised to study hard in the future, attend classes seriously, and become a good daughter who repays love. Seeing her dad's confused expression, our girl said it was all true, and she would start her homework tomorrow morning. At first, Arno was really surprised why she suddenly promised him so many things, but after thinking about it, he was very happy. A smile spread across his face. He realized that he was the one who needed to express gratitude, because his life had changed a lot since she appeared. Meanwhile, Erin had already climbed the steps, and at the top, a maid was waiting impatiently for her. Her father watched his daughter from a distance, thinking that he now even enjoyed doing small things, like ordering clothes for a toy. So, Hatter, one of the key factors that influenced the fall of the Oriad Empire in the original work, adopted illusion. It was a clear liquid with a very sweet taste, and its effect was similar to alcohol, but it was much cheaper. Hatter was not originally intended to be such a substitute, but someone with hostile and impure intentions spread this drug. At first, it just improved your mood, but soon after drinking it, it became highly addictive, making you want to drink only this beverage. By the time the nobles learned of its existence, Hatter had already spread widely, and the sudden interruption of its supply caused great chaos throughout the country. In the original story, the emperor was heartbroken by the loss of his son and took no action, which only made the situation worse. But thanks to our heroine's appearance, Anash overcame his incurable disease and recovered safely. Once again, due to Aaron's intervention, albeit unintentional, Shauna will not lead the rebellion. As she drank her tea, she thought that despite this, Hatter was still a very dangerous drug, and its circulation needed to be stopped as soon as possible. Arno looked at her with a serious gaze and asked how she could drink such bitter tea without sugar, without even frowning. He told her it was green tea imported from an eastern country, and if she liked it, he could order more. When she asked him what he knew about this substance, her father replied that he had thought about it for a long time, but couldn't remember anything similar in the reports. But if it were true, it would have a serious negative impact on the empire, but there would soon be a family meeting where this issue could be raised. He also said that as soon as she woke up, he had sent invitations to all her immediate relatives. Now that there was a dragon in the family and the transfer of the headship was almost complete, it was time to gather everyone. Although the Etam family had always been large, this generation had a surprisingly large number of members, so it would be difficult to gather everyone. Arno's voice carried a hint of sadness as he said they might not be able to wait for one of them, because as far as he knew, that person was very busy. He added that, to be more precise, this family member had refused on his own because of his disgusting personality. He smiled slightly and said it would be better if he had nothing to do with his daughter. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee what he would do. Their conversation was interrupted. A servant came in to report that it was time for the scheduled agenda. He also informed them that the carriage was ready and he could accompany them. Then the young duke stood up to leave. He said that unfortunately, he had urgent matters to attend to, but they would surely meet again later. She asked if she could visit him in his room before bed, and the answer was that she could come anytime. Our heroine couldn't stop smiling and said she would see him again tomorrow morning, then the day after, and the day after that. He sighed, looked at her big eyes, and said that his little daughter had really become so spoiled. Then he gently stroked her head and added softly that maybe she was the imprint that so many people were talking about. She asked about the word again, and he removed his hand, saying that she would know everything when the time came. While doing her homework, the girl thought about the imprint because now that he had said it, she felt like she wanted to see him even more than before. A maid came in, bringing her study materials for the next lesson and suggesting she familiarize herself with them beforehand. Opening the book, her thoughts returned to her father, and she wanted to see him all the time, even wanting to accompany him on his business trips. She thought this might be the effect of the imprint, but that word wasn't in the original story. But then again, the dragon wasn't the protagonist in the original. She did a mental calculation, and it wasn't surprising that she didn't know many things. And suddenly, her attention turned to the book's cover. She looked at it as if she had just seen it for the first time. She remembered Eliahan, who had been her tutor 5 years ago. For some reason, she had completely forgotten about him, even though the person who taught her before she fell asleep was Hill Rosemouth. Memories came flooding back like a wave, because this man collected beastmen specimens and was also engaged in surveillance activities. Aaron shuddered at the thought that he was somehow still her tutor. She understood that she had raised a dragon for the prince, and then fell asleep for several years due to the sudden drowsiness of a growth spurt. But when she woke up, she was surprised at first, but it seemed that thanks to the peace that had been found, both the Empire and the Etam family were able to continue living peacefully. However, there were still some things that bothered her. In the past 5 years, she hadn't grown a single centimeter. The years passed, and she was still the same, although in her dragon form. Her height had increased significantly. The next morning, as planned, her teacher came to see her, greeted her, and asked how she was feeling. Elliot noticed that she had fully recovered, expressed his happiness, and hoped for a productive lesson. I replied that I was also happy to see him, but thought to myself that maybe I should ask my father to replace this teacher. After all, Hill Rosemount, consistent with his role as the main villain in the original story, was directly related to the spread of Hatter. If he had some purpose, then firing him was unlikely to solve any problems, so it was better to keep him around and monitor his actions. With that thought, she looked at him, and even if the chances were slim, she decided to find clues to the real culprit in this drug case. Noticing her intense gaze, the tutor asked if everything was all right, and she replied not to worry. She wasn't sure if he knew she was a dragon and had become the head of the family, but for now, he didn't seem to intend to harm her. But he still aroused her suspicion, But that day, contrary to her fears, he calmly finished his lesson and left, not forgetting to trip on his way out. Erin walked down the hallway, lost in thought, thinking that maybe she should try to win Hill over to their side, or, conversely, turn him into an enemy, and then use the family's power to crush him. But I haven't decided which option to choose. It was indeed a difficult choice, but overthinking can sometimes cause you to not see people in your path. This is what happened to our girl. She bumped into a passing man with her whole body, looked up, and asked for forgiveness. She honestly said that she was distracted, so she wasn't looking where she was going. A gloomy young man stood before her. Erin couldn't tell exactly how angry he was, but she noticed the man's clothes and drew her own conclusions. After asking if everything was all right, she stepped aside, apologizing for her clumsy oversight. She also said that if he needed anything, she would be happy to help, but he silently turned and went on his way. His behavior made the girl a little upset. She thought that, even though she was small, he still looked down on her. But she comforted herself with the thought that people like that exist, and, lifting her head proudly, walked towards the dining room. There she could eat some delicious pudding, and on the way, she began to recall the appearance of the man she had met. A thought began to circle in her mind that, judging by his clothes, he was clearly connected to the temple. Glancing at him again, she remembered that this man was not just an ordinary priest. He was a fanatical follower of human supremacist ideas and served as a cardinal in the central temple of the empire. This priest knew Lucilian's whereabouts better than anyone because he was Chrono Etam, the fifth in line in the family. Like many novels, Adopted Illusion had characters with tragic fates, including Richard and Arno. One of the main characters was the second prince, who spent half the story fighting an incurable disease without success. Among these characters was Chrono Etam, an unfortunate man who closed himself off after losing his lover. Due to guilt, he almost became a religious fanatic, which led him to treat apprentices cruelly in the name of education. He ultimately failed and was later eliminated along with the high priest during Lucilian's rebellion in the temple. In the Great Hall of the Etam Manor, one of the sisters said she had thought a lot but couldn't understand the reason for this decision. She slammed her hand on the table and said she couldn't accept it. She tried to restrain herself, but couldn't. She even screamed, "What kind of sense does it make to pass the headship to a 10-year-old child?" Another member of the Etam family began to calm Akria, saying that their father had his reasons for doing so, because this girl was the first true dragon. Another sister added that there were rumors that Erin had even grown the legendary plant, thus curing the crown prince. She thought Arno's daughter deserved the position, and she was very interested to see the child that everyone loved so sincerely. She also said that everyone thought it was still too hasty to appoint at such a young age, and just then, the door opened. Our heroine, accompanied by her father, walked into the hall, and at that moment, all conversation in the room stopped. As per etiquette, everyone present stood up to greet their family head. Erin and Arno walked past the gathered family members, feeling their gazes full of expectation and curiosity. As they approached the center of the table, the young duke pointed out her seat of honor for his daughter. Everything was prepared with special care. They didn't forget to put a small stool next to the chair to make her more comfortable. The representatives of the Etam family bowed their heads respectfully and greeted their newly elected leader in unison. After our girl settled in, she realized she still felt awkward because the whole family was bowing to her. Her father quietly suggested to her that now she needed to let her relatives raise their heads and then ask everyone to sit down. After everyone was seated, Arno thanked everyone for coming despite their busy schedules and introduced the new leader and the first dragon. When he said it was a great honor for the family, one of the brothers quietly reprimanded Chrono for not greeting properly. After the introduction, the floor was given to Erin. She greeted everyone and introduced herself. When she said she still had a lot to learn but would do her best, one of the brothers smiled slightly. Our heroine suggested that everyone introduce themselves. Then the grinning brother stood up and said he was Shaniel, the eldest son of the family. He briefly introduced himself, saying he was also the commander of a private order of knights, and asked me to contact him with any questions. The lady sitting next to him quietly joked that he was used to solving all problems with his fists instead of his head. She introduced herself as Nelia Jardon, explaining that she was the eldest daughter, second in line, and worked in trade. Arno explained that she owned the largest trading company in the empire, jarred on, and almost all goods passed through her hands. Erin looked at her aunt, thinking to herself that she had quite developed muscles, and in addition, she held an iron fan in her hand. Her other uncle was about to introduce himself next when he was interrupted by another aunt. This lady called herself Akria L, the third daughter, and said her task was to be active in social circles. She disagreed with the decision to give the position to a 10-year-old, so she said it frankly in front of the new family head. When Akria added that she would keep a close eye on the girl, given her many shortcomings, the young duke was not pleased. Erin listened to the siblings' argument. He reminded her that she would never get the position, to which Akria retorted that she had no intention of it. They might have said something else, but then another family member raised his hand, asking to speak. He asked for the floor and introduced himself as Heal Etam, the second son of the family, third in line. He said he was a professor at the largest educational institution and also the smartest, but also had the worst personality. Then he quietly turned to Chrono sitting next to him and asked why he wasn't in a hurry to introduce himself. With a slight bow, Chrono Etam, like all the other siblings, gave his name and said he was the third son. He told her that he was a cardinal in the Central Temple. Arno quietly told her that this older brother was a bit gloomy, although he was cheerful as a child. Chrono himself confessed that he initially did not intend to come to this meeting, but eventually changed his mind. Our heroine thought to herself that this man was inscrutable, and she wasn't clear what he was really thinking. Shaniel spoke up, saying that since the introductions were over, he proposed moving on to the first issue and asked when the kinship test would be conducted. He turned to Erin, confirming with her that she didn't know who her biological father was, and if he hadn't been found yet, he was probably in hiding. He'll explained that not having a father would be troublesome, but a test could be done with Arno, although the results would be inaccurate, so it was better to find a biological one. Then Akria asked if blood ties were that important, to which Chrono replied that they couldn't offer protection to someone without blood ties. Then he emphasized that, moreover, allowing a person to occupy such a position, conducting a test should be the first priority. The tone of these words was so contemptuous that Shaniel reacted, telling him not to speak like that. Then Chrono replied that he was just expressing his opinion. Nelia agreed, although she pointed out that it would not be easy to find out the person's whereabouts, but Heal would help in this matter. When the second brother agreed, the sister turned to Chrono and asked if he was happy that they would start the search. Akria joined the conversation, suggesting moving on to the second issue, as her younger brother had mentioned some suspicious water. Erin said that what she was about to say might sound unbelievable, but recently a strange drink had appeared in the Empire. Of course, she was asked some leading questions, and she began to tell what she knew, trying not to reveal the truth about where she got this knowledge. She started from a distance, saying that she currently knew a few things. One of them was that it was being secretly distributed. She told me that it was cheaper than alcohol, but very easily and strongly addictive. Well, due to the low price of the drink, its distribution mainly affected the lower classes of the population. The family head said that it had not been tested for safety, but there were side effects, so measures needed to be taken. She promised that when the situation became clear, she planned to request an investigation from the Imperial Palace, and her aunts looked at each other, saying they knew nothing about it. While Akria and Nelia exchanged opinions on the matter, the cardinal of the temple asked in a skeptical tone for the name of this water. Chrono narrowed his eyes and said that the girl knew so much about this drink that she therefore also knew its name. Our heroine frowned slightly. He was right. She did know more than many, but she still couldn't remain silent. But she hoped more for peace and tranquility in the Empire, which is why she brought this issue up for discussion today. She paused for a moment, weighing the pros and cons, and then told her relatives the name. In the great hall of the manor, the young family head requested to double-check all the points of today's meeting. She suggested that regarding the Hatter case, before the next meeting, everyone should conduct their own additional investigation and prepare countermeasures. She advised not to drink water with a strange smell and to warn others if necessary, then asked if there were any other questions. Everyone present understood their task, so she said the meeting was then over and thanked everyone for their hard work. The relatives slowly began to leave the hall, and on the way, they began to discuss what other plans they had for the day. Erin stopped her Uncle Chrono, first apologizing for bothering him, explaining that she knew how busy he was. saying there was something important to discuss with him. The young lady asked him to spare a little time. The uncle and his sisters went up the stairs, starting to discuss the issues raised at this meeting. Our girl's eldest aunt said that it was clear that this was indeed a very dangerous water, so we need to be careful. Her sister kept looking back as she went up the stairs, and Nelia joked that she must be missing the new family head. To this, Akraya replied that she had spent so much time on the road that it was nice to see her niece again. She explained that it didn't mean she missed him, and then her brother replied that everyone already knew she was a fan of the family head. Then he jokingly added that he knew she collected lizards and even had a cup and saucer in the shape of this reptile. Shaniel couldn't hold back and was already laughing out loud, saying that his sister always said how cute they were. And just then, he got a fan to the nose. Akraya closed in on her brother, angrily telling him that she had told him more than once not to be a fool, and afterwards asked if he had forgotten how he had been hit on the head. She told him to calm down and reminded him that she had asked him to keep it a secret. But hearing footsteps behind her, she turned and saw a maid. She didn't want rumors about her obsession to spread among the servants, so she immediately started talking about a more innocuous topic. Nelia thought to herself that her sister hadn't changed a bit, and then thought that their most difficult brother, however, was now talking to the new leader. And our heroine was worried about why she couldn't arrange a meeting with her friend Lucilian, while Chrono vaguely refused her. She asked if her friend simply didn't want to see her, or if there was another, more compelling reason. The uncle reluctantly explained that, according to the rules, candidates for the clergy should not go out, so as not to come into contact with worldly filth. Then Chrono changed the subject to her, saying he knew she was 10 years old, but looked only about 5. He raised his voice and said that she was indeed a strange and abnormal creature, and if to be honest, she was a monster. He also said that candidates for the clergy were strictly forbidden to communicate with non-human races and advised her not to think about seeing him again in the future. Our heroine began to defend herself, but he interrupted her, saying that she was not an omnipotent being. Only Lord Armor was their savior, the only god of the empire. She listened with difficulty to what he said next, that stupid animals were not welcome here, just like her ancestors were not welcome. He stood up from his seat, bowed, and excused himself, citing busy temple affairs.